Chapter 2666, Ah! Li Qi's palm crushed the legion down to a pulp, many members exploded into blood after screaming. Some spectators didn't see the fight between Li Qie and the four masters, so they trembled while thinking that fiercest lived up to his fame. Die! A flash appeared before the battle cry, inches away from Li Qie's throat. This sword thrust was extremely fast, far exceeding the quick draw from lightning sword god. It had precision with plenty of force and sharpness on top of its swiftness, allowing it to penetrate even the stars in the sky or any other hard object. Clank! However, time came to a stop and the tip of the sword seemed to be sealed and held by 2 fingers from Li Qie before it could prick the skin. The assailant was Sun Lengying. As the founder of the Legion, he couldn't bear to watch the annihilation earlier, so he decided to join the fight. Unfortunately, his sword wasn't as fast as Li Qie and unable to pierce through the guy's neck before being caught. Pop! Time started flowing again as Li Qie pushed down and finished the rest of the Legion. Only bloody mists were left. This impressive and intimidating legions with numerous battle achievements couldn't withstand a single blow before Li Qie's total invincibility. The gap between them was overwhelming. Clank! He shook his fingers and broke Lengying's sword. The latter instantly retreated by more than 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye, but it was still too late. Whoosh! Blood spattered because Li Qie casually threw the broken blade and got Lengying on the chest despite the latter's best effort to escape. Clank! It pinned him on the ground. Lengying! Lucidity King's expression soured as he shouted. Run! This wasn't enough to kill Lengying, but he knew death was coming, so he told the king to run since the Mu was so near. His first priority was always the king regardless of the circumstance. Protecting lucidity was his responsibility and ultimate mission even with only one breath remaining. Stop right there. Lucidity King didn't listen and formed a madra. You view the world as a chessboard, but in my eyes, you're just an ant. This is your just deserts for provoking me. Li Qie looked at him and said. Let's go then. Lucidity King didn't waste needless words and wanted to buy time for Sun Lengying despite being aware of the futility. Boom! Royal energy surged out of him like a tsunami engulfing the world. It materialized into a flame capable of refining everything. He looked like an unstoppable king, capable of delivering sentences on everyone else. As an existence reigning for 3 generations, he had more than his fair share of conquests. The world had nothing but fear for him. Many once again realized the power of these 2 Eternals even though they were running away from Li Qie like dogs right now. His pitiful state right now wasn't due to weakness but because Li Qie was too strong. Any opponent of his would suffer this humiliation. Boom! Lucidity King raised one hand and the flame poured down while destroying the Tao laws in its path. Lucidity Flame! Someone shouted in horror. This type of flame was tyrannical yet didn't carry a scorching temperature. On the contrary, it felt like a gentle breeze that could burn an eternal. The massive flame took the shape of a cauldron with Li Qie's area at the center and surrounded him. Lucidity Cauldron World. The king roared and the cauldron erupted with blazing fire. Rumble. It seemed that numerous worlds were exploding or volcanoes erupting. The individual explosions shot towards Li Qie, wanting to refine him. The crowd was in awe at the eruption within the cauldron as the world trembled. This is the strongest move from the lucidity pill scripture. One ancestor took a deep breath after seeing this dominating technique. This particular scripture was created by 9 Secrets' most amazing emperor, Zheng. This particular text was praised to be on the same level as the 9 Secrets. Lucidity King became the strongest user of this scripture after Emperor Zheng, hence his title. He managed to defeat the various secret words in 9 Secrets using the arts within. That's why everyone in this system was afraid of him. This Lucidity Cauldron World was the strongest move from this scripture, capable of refining 3,000 worlds and the innate momentum of each, a truly horrifying spectacle to behold. However, Li Chieho was trapped in the cauldron was doing just fine despite being assaulted by the flames. "Break!" Li Chie uttered while swinging his hand. Boom! The cauldron capable of burning the firmaments instantly collapsed. The explosive lucidity flame also extinguished like a candle in the wind. Bam! The slap continued and struck Lucidity King as well. The king was smashed into the ground, destroying the area around him. The slap disfigured his face into fleshy bits, rendering him bloodied and unrecognizable. Chapter 2667, Li Chie pulled back his hand to reveal the meat paste that is Lucidity King, fate unknown. The crowd suffocated at this scary sight, feeling their chest heaving up and down in astonishment. Not many would dare to claim superiority over Lucidity King. Even Venerable Deer Merchant wouldn't do so. Previously, only Gui Fei of the Li was considered a superior combatant. Alas, this master was annihilated by a single slap from Li Chie. "Your Majesty," Leng Ying successfully struggled his way out of the pinning blade and rushed over. Buzz! Bright particles surfaced as the broken king rebuilt his body. He was pale now, grievously injured with depleted vitality. "Go!" Leng Ying grabbed him and started fleeing towards the Mu. The king no longer stood firm like before. The two of them have prepared for death before carrying out this plan. In their opinion, this risky venture was worth it. Plus, they didn't mind dying if it meant that their overarching plan could come to fruition. They have lived for 3 generations already and accomplished plenty of things. Their death should be just as glorious as their lives. This was no longer the case as fear reared its ugly head because Li Chie was insanely monstrous. Lucidity King knew that he wasn't a match for Li Chie, but he didn't expect to lose in this swift manner, being turned into meat paste from a single slap. From this, one could see that Li Chie was furious. The two of them have crossed his line, so he didn't show mercy. Of course, he still didn't go all out either, or the king wouldn't be alive right now. Nevertheless, this was a great blow to these two. They wanted a glorious death, not one where they would be crushed like mere insects. That's the thing they feared the most. Just imagine, being invincible for a lifetime yet dying like insects one day. That's true hopelessness and despair. Lucidity King wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of dying like an insignificant nobody. Li Chie suddenly stopped attacking and postured with both hands behind his back while slowly following those two. "Run as far as you can, but I will massacre anyone who dares to grant you asylum," Li Chie calmly said. Everyone shuddered since this looked like a cat and mouse game now. What a pitiful situation for these two great masters to be in. Even their enemies didn't gloat at this moment. In fact, it was a feeling of sadness and sympathy since they would be just as helpless as these two. No, it might be worse for them since they were weaker. The realization of self-insignificance afflicted the crowd. Li Chie's slow pursuit only exacerbated this terrible feeling. The two of them actually made it to the Mu system since they were already very close by. They were met by a majestic aura and could sense the immensity of this Dao land. It was akin to be on the ocean and feeling tiny in comparison. The Mu clan, most couldn't help but become amazed by this system and feel a sense of respect. This system created by progenitor Mu Yun was boundless and unfathomable. It used to be at the immortal level, very famous during its golden age. From success came arrogance, they started thinking that they were invincible and looked down on Magnificent's true emperor. Magnificent's true emperor originated from myriad lineage but eventually managed to reach immortal lineage through sheer efforts. This feat was indicative of the emperor's talents. However, in immortal lineage, having a background like this among the emperors seemed a bit embarrassing. The Mu back then had several true emperors of their own, so they treated Magnificent's true emperor with contempt. In their eyes, the emperor was only a nobody, just another random emperor who couldn't accomplish much alone. This incited Magnificent's rage. The emperor killed his way into the clan for a full massacre. The emperors from the Mu were slaughtered as a result. According to the legends, oceans of blood filled the land along with mountains of corpses. The entire clan was on the verge of extinction. In just one night, this system fell down to imperial lineage, nearly turning to ashes. After the long years, they managed to restore some semblance of life and once again rose to prominence. Nevertheless, they still couldn't come back to immortal lineage. The current system no longer had the sad scenes back then. The place was full of energy and visual phenomena, worthy of being one of the three behemoths. Most would definitely think of the word behemoth after stepping into this place. The spectators watched with bated breath as the duo made their way into the Mu clan. Will the Mu shelter them? This question popped up. In the past, the imperious king had numerous confrontations with the Mu. Would they protect an old enemy? Plus, Fiercest was going to massacre anyone who was brave enough to take these two in. A smart person knew that doing so was extremely unwise or even suicidal. Yes, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. One ancestor speculated, the Mu has no other choice. They need to take the initiative right now anyway because they're next in line. Chapter 2668, The system seemed to have a slumbering progenitor due to having a permeating majestic grand Dao power. Lucidity King and Sun Langying ran to the clan like two dogs that have just lost their master. Meanwhile, Li Qie took his time chasing, seemingly enjoying the recreational hunt. Start! Sun Langying shouted after entering the clan. Are we doing it? The experts hesitated and asked their ancestors. One ancestor made up his mind and gave the order, do it, this is our last stance. He knew that this was their only opportunity. After seeing Lucidity King alive, he instantly realized that these two have been scheming against everyone. The duo wanted to use the Mu like a sword, but what else could they do right now? They have already prepared a trap for Fiercest to come. The string and arrow have been pulled back, ready to go. Moreover, Solar Daoist was inside their clan and has agreed to kill Fiercest. They wouldn't be able to invite a character of his level again in the future. Ready dash, the troops chanted. The land of the system glowed with surging Dao power flowing towards the residents of the Mu. Buzz. Numerous battle fortresses rose into place. Each of them had a great ballista with the base made out of metal and progenitorial laws for the strings. Creak, massive arrows were loaded on each ballista with a gray color. They were made from special metals refined from ice phoenixes and dark dragons, extremely sharp and heavy. They were personally refined by a progenitor with incredible destructive potential, capable of piercing through multiple defensive barriers. Aim, fire. Commands could be heard from the clan. Whoosh! 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 Multiple arrows broke through the void and directly appeared before Li Qie in an unstoppable manner. Imperial arrows of the Mu. People shouted after seeing the barrage of arrows aiming for his throat, chest, and head, all the fatal spots. The Dao power of the system served as the bowstring, so the arrows had both speed and power. One ballista alone had killed Eternals before, let alone so many firing at the same time. Boom! The arrows have appeared before Li Qie before the wind-breaking sounds. Space collapsed around him, unable to withstand this terrible force. Li Qie didn't try to dodge or repel the arrows since he had a glowing barrier ready. The arrows seemingly struck the toughest thing in existence and started breaking down. He was completely unharmed to the astonishment of the crowd. Those seeing him in action for the first time shuddered in horror. The Mu shall be no more after today. Li Qie insipidly said. This declaration made everyone feel cold as if a basin of water has just been dropped on their head, causing them to shiver. The few words and the insipid tone sounded like a death sentence for the Mu. Everyone could see the images of a massacre already. Boom! Li Qie instantly punched the ground. Rumble! Laws were uprooted and chaotically pushed out like waves from the pressure. The system was ravaged by these gigantic laws whipping back and forth violently. They shattered numerous pavilions, gates, and formations. Numerous experts guarding these positions were crushed, dismembered, or exploded into blood mists. The spectators were horrified. Normally, the experts of the Mu would use the laws of their system to fight against the enemy. But now, these laws were out of control and attacking them instead. Rumble. The forced vibration emanating from the punch showed no signs of stopping. The laws danced like serpents, swinging up then down. Numerous locations have been destroyed. Peaks and temples collapsed among the wails of agony. People could see that if the Mu didn't have some real tricks up their sleeves, Fiercest was going to annihilate them. So brutal. One spectator murmured. Jadebreak True Emperor has made her way into this system for a massacre in the past. However, it took an arduous fight to do so, and she had the help of her ancestor, Guifei. Today, Li Qi's one single punch destroyed the clan's grand formations and terrains. This damage far exceeded the Emperor's invasion. Of course, her conquest was still impressive in its own rights, but this event was at an entirely different level. Ancestors, please activate the grand momentum. The ancestor in charge instantly shouted, realizing the dire circumstances. Boom! Bright participles shot upward and illuminated the sky in a blinding manner. The clan turned into a supreme holy ground. The actual residents of the clan turned into a lake of light with bright waves. The continuous currents lifted the clan, giving it a sacred appearance as if a progenitor was resting inside and looking down on the rest of the world. Creak. Loud moving noises resounded. Divine peaks slowly emerged around the system, each had a unique appearance. Some towered in the clouds among the 9 firmaments. One was tiny yet full of spirituality and immortal presence. Another looked like a grand Tao soaring through the myriad realms. They shared one thing in common, the powerful figures appearing on them. These figures had mighty auras belonging to emperors and everlastings. These figures could crush the heavens and take over the universe. Chapter 2669. The divine peaks and majestic figures seem to be coming back to life, fueled by the power of the entire system. 64 peaks, 64 unstoppable beings. One person quietly said after tallying. The 64 ancestors. The great followers of progenitor Mu Yun, with no lack of emperors and everlastings among them. An ancestor from a different system recognized their background. Progenitor Mu Yun must have been insanely strong. Someone else shuddered after feeling this aura. Of course, these ancestors were no longer around. Even if they were still alive, they couldn't stay at the Mu clan anyway. These peaks and figures were supreme techniques left behind by them to protect the clan. Progenitor Mu Yun was indeed invincible in his era. Just these 64 ancestors leading legions alone were enough to sweep through 3 immortals, completely unbeatable. From a historical perspective, progenitor Mu Yun still stood out among his peers. After all, an immortal-level progenitor is no joke. One Eternal commented. Everyone had respect for this particular being. A progenitor was impressive enough, let alone one at the immortal level. Boom! The 64 peaks became resplendent and transparent. Each of them gestated profundities and runes containing boundless Tao power. The various Tao runes floated up like the tides and imprinted themselves onto the figures. Buzz! Rays of light capable of cutting the world and the stars emerged from these figures in a blinding manner. Boom! The figures seemed to be coming back to life to their peak state. Their eyes resembled numerous suns capable of scorching the ground. Everyone shuddered before their terrible power. Just their gazes alone could render these spectators to ashes. Seal! The figures shouted in unison. They didn't waste time and gathered a storm of Tao within their palms. Pop! Everyone sensed the various affinities of the world being sucked out by these ancestors and became frozen. This ability was truly frightening. Their opponents would become helpless as a result. Now. They roared again, unleashing this temporal freezing ability downward. The Tao of Time was still shiny, but it has been engulfed by this particular ability right now. It has exceeded speed and entered the domain of time mastery while shooting for Wuxia. Pop. It was impossible to dodge because all beings were contained within the timeline. Thus, when this Tao seal came knocking, the victims past, present, and future were all frozen. Running or resisting were impossible. Everyone saw Wuxia standing there like a statue. His personal timeline was still shiny, but he couldn't move. This temporal blockade was extremely resilient. Nothing could break it down to free the victim inside. What do you think? People glanced at each other. It's amazing. Even a frog inside the well can see how strong progenitor Mu Yun used to be back then. Yes, the progenitor had a mythical ability to control time, that's why these ancestors are able to work together to step into this temporal domain to seal the enemy. One ancestor said. Remember, the clan was illustrious even back in immortal lineage. If they didn't provoke Magnificent's true emperor, perhaps they would still be up there right now. But Fiercest is invincible, or so people say, can he be sealed just like that? One young expert stated his skepticism about Wuxia's reputation. You're still too young, boy. Watch, progenitor Mu Yun isn't the only person with mastery over time. A powerful ancestor who has seen Wuxia in action before chuckled. Buzz. The moment this ancestor finished speaking, Wuxia inside the temporal blockade rattled ever so slightly. Crack. The minute movement still caused cracks all over his sealed temporal Tao. Next, the blockade shattered and he walked out. See, boy, don't look down on Fiercest. The previous ancestor smiled. Progenitor Mu Yun's temporal mastery is only average at best. Maybe he can put up a fight in person. Wuxia claimed. Seal. The 64 figures tried again with the same temporal sealing ability. A bright expanse descended again from above. So elementary. Wuxia said while slightly shaking again. In this split second, he has jumped out of both the past and future and poofed away. Boom. The temporal seal instantly failed. Wuxia emerged again within their domain. Each of his steps began to suppress the Mu residents. Kill him. The figures shouted and raised their hands. Clank. 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 Countless swords soared to the sky to form an ocean of blades. Sword energies ravaged 1,000,000 miles surrounding like a storm. They slashed together, severing the Tao with a god-slaying sharpness. What a joke. Wuxia reached down and pulled up a mountain range spanning for 10,000,000 miles. Boom. The mountain range was refined after one caress, turning into a steel truncheon. Rumble. He swung mercilessly and crushed the incoming swords. After taking care of this ocean, he took another step forward for another smash. Boom. 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 This mighty smash crushed the 64 peaks to smithereens along with the ancestral figures. The crowd was completely shaken. Nothing was left but debris, the area has turned into ruins. The created momentum of the 64 ancestors and their abilities no longer existed. The move felt so simple, just a single smash. This was something usually seen in a fight between two villagers. Chapter 2670, The truncheon made from a mountain range smashed the 64 formations to nothing. This process astounded the crowd since Wuxia didn't resort to using any art or weapon of his own. Just picking up and refining a mountain range more than sufficed. Wuxia looked like a vulgar villager who suddenly had the urge to eat bird eggs. The guy then picked up a wooden branch then swung at the tree branch crazily to knock the nest off, certainly a rough and uncivilized thing to do. So barbaric. One slack-jawed spectator said. At this moment, Fiercest gave off an invincible and brutal impression. He didn't have the bearing of a supreme master or the peerless grace of a progenitor. This was a brutal man that could crush the earth with one stomp. In order to get the eggs, he wouldn't mind destroying the nest or even uprooting the entire tree in the process. No, he would flatten the mountain where the tree resides too. That's why he calls himself Fiercest. The guy is definitely ferocious enough. Another first-time spectator smiled wryly. On the other hand, the Eternals were amazed. Fiercest's smashes earlier looked barbaric, but they contained massive power. Because of his innate power, he didn't need to use merit laws and techniques. Tao transformations and derivation succumbed before his absolute might. An adage stated that one strong man could take down 10 skilled martial artists. This was definitely accurate, but it understates the amount of strength required for the former to do so. Same case here for absolute power to triumph over Tao profundities and complicated abilities. He's at the progenitor level for sure, and above the myriad classification. One Eternal became aware of Li Qiye's potential. Li Qiye's strength was obvious, but only the top beings present knew just how strong he was. Ordinary progenitors were no match for him. Boom! Li Qiye casually threw the truncheon down and left behind a massive groove. Numerous mountains and rivers collapsed. That's all the Mu can do. He stretched and said. People had a hard time breathing after hearing this nonchalant statement, as if there was a hand gripping their throat. The Mu was one of the 3 behemoths right now, standing at the peak of Imperial and looking down on the rest of the world. Alas, they were being shown such contempt right now. The disciples of the Mu turned red with anger, but none dared to say anything. For so many years, experts visiting their clan were nervous. They acted subserviently, on the verge of kneeling. This was understandable. The Mu could have annihilated any other sect in this world. Today, Li Qiye has destroyed their land and humiliated them in public. This was more than a disgrace to the clan, but its members could only swallow this indignation. They knew that they were nothing more than ants in his eyes. Okay, come out and put up a good fight before facing the music. Li Qiye walked forward towards the Mu. His leisure style was one of invincibility and domination now, a unique characteristic of Fiercest. He was the only one who could bully the Mu like this. Everyone waited to see how the Mu would respond. Normally, they would pray for the souls who dare to provoke the Mu or laugh at them for being so ignorant and arrogant. Alas, people were worried about the Mu right now, since Fiercest could definitely stay true to his words. How is the Mu going to stop him? One ancestor took a deep breath. Those familiar with the Mu couldn't think of another killing move from this clan that could take down Fiercest. The Mu had no lack of methods and ace cards, but these things only worked on other people, not Fiercest. They're done for if they don't have an everlasting present. One Eternal was absolutely sure of this. The crowd exchanged glances. The Mu didn't have one right now. Their strongest ancestor might not even be superior to Lucidity King. The king and his servant got annihilated earlier by Li Qiye and had to flee like dogs. Yes, they need one for sure. Many sighed emotionally, aware of the gap between an everlasting and everything below. Normally, the top Eternals were untouchable. Alas, even an Amaranthan or Epic Eternal wasn't enough to deal with the threat today. This was the unsurpassable gap between Eternals and Everlastings. That's why the latter could actually harm a progenitor. The only Everlasting right now was Solar Daoist, but he might not help the Mu clan, or so the spectators thought. They realized that this might be the last day of the Mu clan. Maybe only 2 behemoths will exist after today. One person quietly said as Li Qiye drew closer to the clan. No, 9 secrets will rule alone because of Fiercest. An ancestor disagreed. The atmosphere became increasingly tense as he got closer to the Mu. Li Qiye, you have gone too far. An unflustered voice sounded. Pure Sword True Emperor appeared right above the gate. His imperial aura was still surging and oppressive. The Emperor, people weren't surprised at all. If it was anyone else, it would be strange for such a powerful being like the Emperor to show up in person. But now, he wasn't a suitable opponent for the opposite different reason. To put it frankly, he no longer had the qualifications to take on Fiercest after losing the previous battle. His fighting to the death today wouldn't alter the fate of the Mu. It's like throwing an egg at a rock. Someone spoke with this cruel reality. Li Qiye gave the Emperor a quick glance before shaking his head. You have lost already. Tell that everlasting to come out so I can warm up before destroying your clan. The blatant disdain didn't win the Emperor any sympathy or indignation. Fiercest had all the right to look down on him right now. Chapter 2671, The Emperor had no retort in mind. Accepting inferiority was quite difficult, but the Emperor needed to do so. He normally had plenty of pride but still had enough self-awareness or he wouldn't have been able to become an emperor. He knew that going all out right now was meaningless, but there was no other choice. A fight to the death was necessary since taking half a step back meant returning home already. He had no other places to retreat to. If he didn't stop Fiercest, the guy would destroy his clan. He felt regrets about opposing Fiercest, but there was no medicine for it. One wrong step resulted in losing everything since no one could predict the future. I'm really no match for you. The Emperor said, but take one more step and I will use my life to oppose you. No one is allowed to destroy the Mu as long as I'm around, I will protect it with everything. His voice was calm and sincere, lacking the usual heat from a final statement. It had no trace of arrogance or politeness either. These were the words from his heart. The spectators were impressed by this statement and felt respect towards him. All cultivators had the responsibility of protecting their clan and sect. For many people, it was fine to lose everything in order to fulfill this responsibility. Right and wrong didn't matter here. The Emperor was a supreme genius, but he shared the same burden as any other member of his clan. Protecting one's clan until death is worthy of respect. Li Qiye nodded and said, I will grant your wish, your death first then the destruction of your clan later. The Emperor took a deep breath. It seemed that this moment was inevitable, the moment his younger brother provoked Li Qiye. Fiercest was the type who would never yield to anyone or any system for that matter. That's why all of his conflicts escalated. Today, if their clan could survive this, then the future would be full of possibilities. The other possible outcome was total destruction. Very well, till death then. The Emperor Strong answered. The truth was that he didn't have that much confidence right now, not even with the help of the Daoist or their clan's best hidden card. He felt that his clan wouldn't be the last one smiling due to Fiercest's bottomless abilities. Dao brother, let's start. He maintained the poise of an emperor, not shaming the reputation of this level and his own. You first. Li Qiye had both hands behind his back. Your clan needs to go all out right now since it is really your last opportunity. If you can't stop me, nothing but ashes will remain. So be it. The Emperor readied himself, no longer being polite. Boom! A Dao glow erupted around him. The system resonated back by sending boundless imperial rays and progenitorial auras. A progenitor seemed to be coming back to life, his aura reached every nook and corner of the Mu system. As the glow on the Emperor changed, the imperial rays gradually turned into the rays of a progenitor. The more potent rays illuminated the entire system and gave birth to numerous visual phenomena as far as the eye can see, the prostration of numerous emperors, true dragons and immortal phoenixes dancing in the air, the changing of the sun and moon. The power of the system was waking up thanks to the Tao of Pure Sword True Emperor. This power was far more powerful than the previous one back in stone harmony due to the distance. Buzz. A pure progenitorial light surged from the depths of the clan. Each strand was shiny and perfect, on the verge of physical materialization. Pop. The grand Tao forces of the system were activated and rose like a tsunami. Farther to the clan was an expanse of brilliance. Everyone saw a massive lake of light with currents consisting of the myriad laws, the Tao of the Mu's progenitor, and accumulation of powers through the ages. Everything in the world seemed to be originating from this bright expanse. It could give birth to 3,000 worlds, true gods and emperors, and peerless lands of bliss. The Tao source of the Mu and the grand Tao of progenitor Mu Yun. Someone shouted after seeing the sparkling lake. The ancestors nearby became envious of the Mu. Every system has its own Tao source, but these Tao sources were hard to activate. Being able to control the power of a system was an extraordinary matter. More importantly, doing so across an extended period of time was virtually impossible for a single sect. Why? Because the Tao source would change in accordance with the ebb and flow of the system. In other words, the revolutions. For example, when a new king took over, it was time for his sect or clan to learn the profundities of the Tao source, allowing them to use its power. A few generations later, a different sect would take over. This wasn't the case for the Mu. Since its foundation, the clan always had control over its Tao source. Normally, the descendants of a progenitor would be able to keep their Tao source for upward of 10 generations or so until they were replaced by a different sect of the system. Thus, the Mu clan's achievement was a miracle. It made sense why it was able to rise again after being destroyed by Magnificent's true emperor. Boom! The forces of a progenitor coming from the Tao source drowned the world. Venerable progenitor. All existences in the Mu system could sense it. They bathed in this pure power and could sense their progenitor's incredible might. Some disciples had tears streaming down their cheeks. They saw hope of being able to fight fiercest with this power. Please protect us, progenitor. They got on their knees and showed the greatest reverence towards their founder. Rumble. 36 Tao platforms emerged, surrounded with runes and had one ancestor each on top. The Mu's elder ancestors, an eternal recognized them. These ancestors formed a great momentum while standing in the sea of runes. The Mu isn't holding back at all. Someone sentimentally said. These elder ancestors were their strongest ones, their secret ace card. In their clan, Pure Sword True Emperor was the one who had the greatest understanding of their progenitor's grand Tao. However, he was still too young, so his own abilities and cultivation leave much to be desired. Thus, they were using the Emperor as the tip of the sword while these elder ancestors served as the body on top of borrowing the force of their Tao source. Everyone watched with bated breath. Perhaps only fiercest could push the Mu this far. This battle will decide everything. If the Mu loses, their name will be erased from this world. An ancestor said with a serious expression. Chapter 2672, The 36 Elder Ancestors and the Tao source of the Mu looked quite mighty inside the brilliance. These men looked like deities from a heavenly kingdom with the authority to deliver judgment upon everyone else. Everyone watched with bated breath. The momentum of the Mu was extraordinary at the moment. One could say that they were at the peak of their potential, showing off all of their resources. Boom! Pure Sword True Emperor slowly took out a rod with a brutal aura. It was as if a primal beast capable of devouring the heaven and earth was emerging. It had an ivory shade, clearly made from the bones of a primal beast. It had numerous ancient runes carved on it filled with the presence of a progenitor. This progenitorial rod transformed the Emperor into a destructive beast. He was affected by its aura and also exuded a chilling and brutal presence. What is that weapon? People were surprised because of the two conflicting auras. The Mu normally had a stately aura, the opposite of this primal rod. Who would have thought that the Mu would possess such a fierce and beastly weapon? Everyone felt as if a beast could leap out at any moment and devour them. Gluttonous battle rod. One old Eternal recognized it unlike the rest of the crowd. I'm more and more impressed by the young Emperor. He's definitely the best genius from the Mu. His comprehension and Tao heart are both excellent. This Eternal added. Is this rod that mighty? The spectators wondered. Very. It is the cruelest weapon from progenitor Mu Yun. The Eternal elaborated, rumor has it that the progenitor once met a monstrous primal beast named Gluttony. Its power rivaled even him. The progenitor did everything he could before killing the creature. He then used its Tao bones to create this rod. The bones still contain the ferocious affinity of that beast, that's why its users would also be affected by its violence and enter a crazed state. Anyone with an unstable Tao heart would have their eyes turning red and kill everyone in sight, not leaving a single grass intact. However, the emperor looks to be fine, still himself. It's indicative of his firm Tao heart. What a shame that he was born in the wrong generation. If it wasn't for Fiercest, Pure Sword True Emperor would definitely go on to be someone on the same level as Emperor Zheng or Magnificence True Emperor, leaving many pages about him in the historical record. It's really a damn shame. The Eternal became emotional. Many others shared this same sentiment. Being in the same generation as Fiercest was tragic indeed. All the geniuses became hopeless because their talents and abilities became meaningless. He would overshadow all of them and make them feel inadequate. Pure Sword True Emperor really has a lot of potentials, far superior to his little brother. Well, I do admit that his little brother's talents are probably unmatched. He can understand any Tao or mystery with a single glance. Unfortunately, his moral characters are terrible and his Tao heart too easily shaken. That guy wouldn't have accomplished much. A different ancestor sighed. People exchanged glances after Mu Xiaochen was brought up. Everyone knew of the youth's incredible talents. His fame actually exceeded his older brother who was an emperor. Alas, Mu Xiaochen didn't put effort into learning and eventually wasted his innate gifts. The attention turned back to the battle. One person looked at the rod and said, "Gluttonous battle rod, it looks comparable to a progenitorial weapon. That plus the Tao source, is that enough to fight Fiercest?" The crowd found this fight to be more even now after the Mu revealed their ace cards. Buzz. The Tao laws of the 36 elder ancestors rushed to the sky. They didn't hold anything back at this moment, releasing all of their vitality. Space had ripples while making room for their grand Tao domains. Splash. When they activated their domains, the Tao source of the Mu started floating up in the sky, seemingly wanting to leave the true Tao water in the lake. The ancestors then derived various grand Tao to activate the runes on the Tao source. The runes came together to form 36 different symbols. Each was majestic and all-encompassing. Pop. The Tao symbols separated themselves from the source. They looked perfect, containing invincible laws and profound mysteries. What is that? People became curious about the intent of these ancestors. Boom. The symbols continued changing and evolving until they fused together to form a supreme scripture. The scripture pulsed with a transcending light, seemingly written by the progenitor himself. Before the crowd could calm down, the scripture instantly attached itself on Pure Sword True Emperor's chest, then fused with him. What's going on? A confused spectator asked. That's the scripture of a progenitor. An ancestor explained, progenitor Mu Yun imprinted this scripture into the Tao source during the foundation of this system. It is his grand Tao and the representation of his will. It has 36 chapters too. The clan's method for taking this out was impressive. It looks like they have carefully planned for a fight against Fiercest. The Emperor almost exploded with light after the fusion. Tao light sprayed outward akin to the birth of a new world. He underwent a monumental change, no longer possessing a physical body with flesh and blood. He became the grand Tao of a progenitor. His existence consisted of flowing Tao runes. His eyes resembled two oceans with progenitorial runes transforming within. Rumble. Loud explosions shook the world during this daimization process. He turned into a giant, no longer the same entity as before. The grand Tao of the progenitor is possessing him, his body is serving as a container. Everyone looked up at the massive figure. His head touched the 9 firmaments while holding the rod with both hands, looking just like a supreme war emperor. One smack from that rod could annihilate the entire world. Chapter 2673, Clank. 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 A metallic harmonization could be heard as strands of Tao laws descended from the great figure. The laws fell into the Tao source and began to absorb the true Tao water, bringing it back to the emperor. The water quickly turned into a power source of the progenitorial level. The spectators became slack-jawed after seeing this. They have never guessed about a method like this before, not even the knowledgeable Eternals and ancestors. That's possible. One ancestor smiled wryly, directly absorbing true Tao water. A progenitor is just too unfathomable, capable of extracting a primal source of the Tao. Everyone knew that a Tao source coexisted together with true Tao water. They were virtually the same thing, so a disciple from a system could extract this water for their own use. The water and the source were connected by the power of a progenitor. If one could perform the extraction, it meant that they were capable of severing the existing ties, resulting in hurting the foundation of a system. This was detrimental to the future, akin to draining the pond to get the fish. No one wanted to do this for the sake of their descendants. Pure Sword True Emperor was now taking in true Tao water, even the power of the progenitor, the majority if not all of them. Wait a minute, it's not the emperor doing it but rather the grand Tao of the progenitor. One wise ancestor noticed something. Everyone got a better take of the situation right away. The grand Tao of the progenitor has borrowed the emperor's body, so it was fine for the true Tao water to enter him. They were one in the first place. This is ingenious by the Mu, very heaven-defying. People finally understood the Mu's ultimate move. Their 36 elder ancestors brought out the scripture while the emperor lent his body for the grand Tao, resulting in a great vessel containing the Tao source's power to take on Wuxia. Rumble. The form of the emperor right now resembled a glowing progenitor. This glow flipped the firmaments and tore apart the various celestials to the horror of the crowd. Boom! The transformation was finished. Pure Sword True Emperor posed there with the might of an untouchable progenitor. Progenitor. The members of the Mu system screamed and howled while prostrating on the ground. Progenitor, show the world our might. They slammed their head on the ground while sobbing all over. Some became bloodied from overdoing it. Being able to see the style of their progenitor was an honor for these disciples, a life worth living. Bam! The emperor took one step forward, stomping out the yin and yang as a result. The destructive stomp robbed the breath of the spectators. It's just like a progenitor coming back to life. The Mu has done it now. One person shuddered and said in a daze. To the death. The emperor's voice threatened the land. This form of his had the bearing of a progenitor. Go, I've been waiting. Wuxia smiled and got up. Eyes were agape with anticipation. No one wanted to miss this brilliant fight. Die! The emperor roared and swung his rod. Boom! The world turned dark as everything returned to the origin, a chaotic mess. Light, yin and yang, karma, cycles, all were utterly shattered back to the primordial chaos. The celestials and various affinities disappeared. One could hear the cry of the gluttonous beast. The listeners dropped to the ground, paralyzed. Oh, mother! People still cried out despite knowing that the smash wasn't aimed at them. Even Eternals felt insignificant before this oppressive smash. That's why they were forced down on their knees and couldn't stand up straight. Loud thumps resounded everywhere. Bang! The rod finally struck Wuxia. He didn't use a weapon against this mighty attack, still preferring to block with his bare hands. They became golden and shiny as if cast from gold. He crossed them in order to stop the apocalyptic hit. The world and time itself nearly faced extinction. Debris and dust scattered all around. Li Qiye was pushed below the ground, the area nearby got pulverized. Who knows if he was still in one piece? The horrified crowd became frozen. That smash earlier could have ended an entire system. How many people could actually withstand it? Is he dead? The crowd exchanged glances. He's probably in bits and pieces now. Those who have absolute faith in Li Qiye started wavering because that hit earlier was something else. It was as if progenitor Mu Yun himself delivered it. Alright, the Mu is still unshakable. People concluded. If someone else were to fight the Mu while leading all of the experts in their system, that hit earlier would have ended them too. Rumble. The earth started shaking, then the sky. The rod pushing down was being slowly lifted up. Look, it's fiercest. A keen-eyed spectator shouted. Everyone looked down and saw Li Qiye's arms still crossing to stop the rod. He was glowing with strands of chaos energy as big as waterfalls. This chaos energy was unreasonably thick. He seemed to be coming out of the primordial chaos, almost like a being existing before the start of the world. He possessed the origin forces even before channeling his aura, becoming the start of this world, its progenitor. Rumble. He continued to push up the unstoppable rod. The rod exuded an endless amount of progenitorial power, but this wasn't enough to suppress Li Qiye. Chapter 2674, The might of the rod earlier took the crowd like a storm. However, this next development left their bottom jaw on the ground. Not a single voice could be heard since everyone lost their wits. This scene pressed down on their chest, rendering them breathless. That hit earlier was catastrophic. Eternals, invincible merit laws, untouchable treasures, all would falter. Not to mention flesh and blood, even the strongest imperial treasure couldn't have stopped it and would just be destroyed. Yet Li Qiye managed to stop it with his bare hands. Any rational-minded combatant would never do so. Their arms would be crushed, then the rest of their body. Astonishingly enough, Li Qiye's arms had a golden glow and were perfectly fine. People started wondering, are those arms actually made out flesh and blood? Is this real? One person rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Just how strong is his physical constitution? They gasped after calming down, understanding how perfect his body was. It might be the toughest body in existence, capable of stopping any weapon. That guy's body is a supreme treasure. One ancestor smiled wryly. Maybe it's not just his innate constitution. Perhaps a supreme physique law. Another eternal said with admiration. Who else could stop the rod in this manner? Fiercest did so without suffering any damage, proving his supremacy once again. I think when he gets serious, even progenitors will feel nervous. One more eternal murmured. Don't forget about his unfathomable cultivation. An ancestor nearby added. The rod at this particular moment had the power of the Tao source aiding it as well. The entire source was pressing down on Li Qiye yet still failed to suppress him. The rod was being pushed upward. It was as clear as day that this daimization form of the emperor couldn't take on Li Qiye. This made the members of the Mu sweat since their strongest ace card has proven to be ineffective. Boom! The source lit up with more true Tao water and progenitorial force aiding the emperor. The rod had a surge in power and pushed down with greater intensity. Li Qiye stopped for a bit, also increasing his brilliance and chaos energy. His position became a world of chaos, perhaps he was the chaos itself. No existing power could ever suppress this world down. Because of this, Li Qiye's crossed arms continued to push the rod up in the air. No way, how can such a strong being exist? The Mu disciples felt despair and screamed. This was their clan's limit. All of their resources have entered this rod, yet Li Qiye prevailed. Does the Mu have anything else? The spectators quietly sighed and lamented. Children of the Mu, lend me your power. Pure Sword True Emperor opened his mouth, but the voice coming out wasn't his. This voice was ancient and profound, worthy of belonging to the Master of the Universe. Is that the voice of the progenitor? The Mu members were shaken, feeling their progenitor returning. We are willing to give everything to you, progenitor. These emotional disciples shouted and answered this sacred voice. They could feel the summoning of their great patriarch. He needed them, their system needed them, so why shouldn't they lend their strength? It was a glorious honor to do so. Laws like the heavenly clouds form a path to holy Zhongnan, 3 kowtows and self-reflection. The members began chanting the most basic mental law of the Mu. Every single disciple has learned this at the start of their cultivation and knew it by heart. Laws like the heavenly clouds form a path to holy Zhongnan, 3 kowtows and self-reflection. This chant echoed across imperial lineage, tearing the sky apart with its proliferation. The chants turned into the greatest flood in history and drowned out the entire world. There were billions of cultivators and tens of thousands of sects in this system. Their chant in unison was magnificent. This was an unprecedented rally of solidarity before a common enemy thanks to the call of their progenitor. The sound waves smashed into the stars above while making the ground tremble. The Mu system has never been so unified and powerful before. If they can survive this, a new golden age will come for them. A strong ancestor was shaken at this sight and became envious. Total solidarity was a force to be reckoned with. No need to worry about anything after reaching this state. Rumble. The vast land of the Mu exuded boundless rays. The Tao land was being woken up in full thanks to the chant of its members. Each inch of soil sent out its remnant power to every nook and corner. A light ignited by the chest of these chanters, looking as bright as the sun. Their Tao foundation emerged with loud explosions. It sent out Tao runes towards the emperor that eventually fused with him. Everything for the progenitor. The members didn't hold anything back since they have entered a fanatical state. Ordinary sect members and all the way up to the ancestors gave their Tao runes to Pure Sword True Emperor. The Mu's source turned into an ocean, extracting all the possible powers from the land. This boost made it brimming with energy. The true Tao water splashed around like gigantic waves. Chapter 2675, Boom. The Tao power from the numerous disciples of the Mu system resulted in a greater production of true Tao water. This water and progenitorial force entered the emperor again, causing him to have pillars of light shooting out and destroying everything in its path. The sky vault blew up into smithereens. The crowd shuddered in response. The emperor finally possessed the power of the Tao source and the forces of everything else in the system. This might be his ultimate form. He might never be able to reach this state again, not even in the future with a better cultivation. All other living beings were mere ants since he could pluck the stars from above now. Boom! With this absolute power, he swung the gluttonous battle rod down again. Bam! Li Qiye was once again smashed down into the earth. The surrounding area turned into ruins in a shocking manner. I think this is it, he's finally dead. Someone muttered but not completely sure. You think so? Everyone had a varying degree of skepticism, but it was there. If it was anyone else beneath that rod, they would be absolutely certain that the guy has been turned into blood and meat paste. This wasn't the case for Fiercest. In fact, they feel that he would survive the entire heaven falling down straight on him. Pure Sword True Emperor himself felt the same way. He didn't know if that move was successful or not. May there be light on the first night with the start of primordial chaos. Fiercest's leisurely voice interrupted everyone's rumination. I can't believe this, is he a monster? One master dropped down on his butt, unable to accept this reality. Have you ever seen such a powerful monster before? His companion helplessly said. Rumble. Li Qiye maintained the same posture as before while lifting up the immensely heavy rod in spite of its incredible suppressive nature. No way. Pure sword true emperor bellowed like a cat with its tail stepped on. He mustered more energy from the true Tao water in order to push down again, but the tide was changing. May there be light on the first night with the start of primordial chaos. His voice continuously echoed. A glow appeared in front of his chest while the entire world became covered in chaos. He became the only existence, the origin of everything. He was the chaos and the chaos was him. The rod and all of its power couldn't shake him at all. This was Li Qia's Grand Tao, 7 nights. You should be proud. Li Qia chuckled, to make me serious enough to use my created Grand Tao is not bad at all. Even though it isn't your own power, to be able to use it to this extent makes you a prodigy. The emperor had nothing to say, not knowing whether he should be elated about the praise or feel despair. Fiercest had only gotten serious and only used his Grand Tao instead of going all out. On the other hand, he had all of his system's power and resources along with the help of countless disciples. Facing an enemy like this was hopelessly cruel. Many shared this sentiment with the emperor while wondering about the real limit of Fiercest. Boom! Li Qia finally flipped the rod, pushing him down away. The emperor staggered backward, nearly blown flying. My turn. Li Qia smiled. He swung downward with both hands as if they were axes while chanting, "May there be Tao on the second night, splitting the heaven and earth apart." This sentence was perfect to describe this scene. Nothing else could fit better. 3,000 worlds were split open by his hands. The frightened emperor raised his rod to block the incoming blow. Boom! Li Qia's hands slammed on the rod, issuing a deafening blast. The emperor couldn't stop it and spat out a mouthful of blood before smashing into the ground like a meteor. He looked like a gigantic nail being hammered into the ground. Again. Li Qia pursued and used the same move again. The emperor had no choice but to try and block with his rod once more. Crack! The same impact happened and the emperor broke some bones. The area below him caved in with emanating cracks as large as canyons. He was stained with blood from top to bottom. Half of his massive figure was pushed into the soil and rocks. No! The disciples of Mu screamed because the emperor has assumed the form of their progenitor. Seeing their progenitor being beaten like this was too much to take for them. Laws like the heavenly clouds form a path to holy Zhongnan, 3 kowtows and self-reflection. They started chanting again with increasing intensity. Alas, their efforts were in vain. The emperor couldn't handle the suppressive nature of Li Qia's attack. Boom! Boom! His massive form kept on sinking to the ground. If this went on, he would be completely buried. He vomited blood during the process along with tiny pieces of his innards, bloodied from top to bottom, the pitiful result of trying to stop absolute power. No, no! The disciples of Mu bellowed in despair. There was nothing more they could do. Even all of their Grand Tao power entering the emperor still wouldn't be enough. Chapter 2676, Precious Drops of Imperial Blood with the Ground. The emperor himself looked like a figure made of blood. His Grand Tao and foundation have been grievously injured. Who knows how much longer he could last. He would have been rendered to a blood mist long ago if it wasn't for the help of the Tao source and every other disciple in the system. Ugh, he spat out more blood as more bones crumbled. Though his body currently served as a vessel for the progenitorial Grand Tao, both were still being destroyed. Crack! The supreme Grand Tao from the scripture earlier began to shatter. If this continued, nothing would be left of the emperor. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth unyieldingly regardless of the consequences, never giving up even till his last breath. His loss would result in losing his system. The disciples would lose their homes and become weak, subject to being bullied by all. He had no choice but to keep his back straight even though his spine was broken. He kept his head up for he shoulders the hope of the entire system. This can't be, the members saw his agonizing struggle and lamented. The emperor's fall would also be the time for their demise. They truly experienced despair. Normally, they always considered themselves superior to others, especially towards the weak or smaller sections. They thought that they were imperious and could decide anyone's fate. Alas, arrogance and pride no longer existed today. Darkness and impending doom loomed above them. Alas, they were powerless to stop it since Fiercest was too strong. It didn't take long before the powerful ancestors and brilliant geniuses of the Mu found themselves insignificant and feeble. It's over for the Mu. The crowd took a deep breath, amazed that the Mu's full forces failed to stop Fiercest. The gap was too great. They shuddered while looking at the Emperor's bones breaking. The mighty Eternals and proud geniuses felt their legs trembling. Some have even dropped to the ground. The Emperor in this progenitorial state should have been unbeatable, but he still got crushed. Fiercest clearly had enough power to destroy any system with a single punch. That's why everyone turned pale with fear in their eyes. Some lacked the courage to look straight at him. 100 suns severing the samsara. An archaic voice suddenly sounded. Bright temporal lines suddenly appeared before anyone could react. They crossed through the myriad ages and all dimensions. Multiple bright suns started rotating with these rays and crushing various fabrics of reality along the way. Their target was Wuxia. Boom! 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 They instantly struck him on the temporal scale. This no longer had anything to do with speed in space. The rotation of these suns sent him flying and exploding along the path. He slammed into numerous stars before disappearing from sight. The crowd became slack-jawed at this sudden reversal. Who would have thought that this invincible being would be blown away in this manner? He might even be wounded. What's going on? Their head became empty, so they stuttered. This reversal was a miracle. Look, who is that? They noticed an old man standing on the highest peak of the Mu. He had a transcending appearance while wearing a Taoist robe. He seemed to be alone and distant. Everything else was ephemeral. Suns rotated around him in accordance with the temporal lines. They seemed to not be from this world, existing in another spatial dimension instead. The young cultivators and many experts didn't recognize him. Of course, they were shocked that he could make such an impressive move. Solar Taoist. An old Eternal shouted after recognizing the guy. Solar Taoist? People stared at him with reverence right away regardless of who they are. After respect came fear. Solar Taoist has been an invincible existence since a long time ago, even before Guifei. Rumor has it that he was the #1 expert back then. Later on, he entered his final cultivation hoping for a breakthrough. People assumed that he had died there. Later on, it became Guifei's era after he proved his supremacy. Though Guifei never claimed the position of #1, everyone in Imperial certainly thought so. For a long period of time, even Lucidity King was very careful when dealing with Guifei and referred to him as Tao Brother. Now, Solar Taoist has returned after breaking through his cultivation bottleneck to become an everlasting. Chapter 2677, Solar Taoist has returned and became the only everlasting in Imperial lineage, successfully taking back the title of #1 without any trouble. An everlasting, people understandably shivered at his sight while looking up at him. A character of his level was worthy of this. A being capable of hurting a progenitor. The crowd's expression changed. This was the ultimate realm of all true gods, their lifelong pursuit. Plenty of Eternals could rival true emperors, but once the latter becomes a progenitor, this was no longer the case. No true gods could ever dream about fighting evenly against a progenitor. The gap was immense. Only an everlasting would be able to match a progenitor, at least enough to be qualified for a Tao discussion with one. All in all, before becoming an everlasting, even the most amazing Eternal would always be under the shadow of a progenitor. They needed to reach the next level before being able to get out of this shadow and catch up. A whole new world would open up as a result. Solar Taoist didn't have a terrible and destructive aura. However, his transcending style still surprised the crowd. He seemed to be the center of the world despite just casually standing there. People had no choice but to look at him with respect. This was the effect of becoming an everlasting. One didn't need to show off their divinity or say imperious statements. They commanded respect and even worship just by simply existing. This is the number one expert right now. The experts around were respectful just short of kneeling down. Unbeatable in our world? One person murmured. That's still up to debate. An Eternal said. A while ago, everyone would agree that Solar Taoist would be the strongest in imperial lineage. However, Fiercest was looming above everyone right now. He was a demon in their mind, leaving them breathless. All Eternals present have been won over by his abilities. Thus, they remain skeptical about the notion of the Taoist being the strongest. Yes, Fiercest is unfathomable. It's still too early to say. An ancestor nodded in agreement while giving a fair evaluation. But he just got blown away in one move. The Taoist is clearly superior. A spectator voiced his opinion. The older masters glanced at each other. In their mind, that ambush from the Taoist was rather despicable. He had the upper hand right now and all the momentum, but these big shots didn't consider it to be honorable. An everlasting ambushing a junior? It would be a shameful victory if he were to win. Of course, no one dared to say anything because he was too strong and could destroy their sect. So Solar Taoist is really working together with the Mu. Someone else said. People weren't that surprised to see him here at the Mu. Some even expected this. The Taoist can't rest easily with Fiercest around, knowing that this guy will be a problem. One Eternal quietly added. The crowd agreed with him. The powerful and imperious Fiercest was infringing on the Taoist's claim of being number one in Imperial. A mountain can't have two tigers. Even if these two didn't care about the meaningless status, they would eventually have conflicting interests later down the road. Moreover, Fiercest has killed Lu Weijun a while ago, so a fight between the two of them was inevitable. At the same time, the Mu and Fiercest needed to finish their business. The Taoist became the most suitable and necessary ally for the Mu. On the other hand, the Taoist also required the resources and ace cards of the Mu. This alliance made perfect sense. Of course, people didn't know that this alliance happened mainly because of Lucidity King's scheming. The exact details remained unknown. That move just now, an ancient Eternal focused on the suns rotating around the Taoist. Solar Taoist got his title from this particular move. These suns were his supreme treasures. This was the result of a combination between a secret art and various treasures. They had become a part of his grand Tao. The move has taken down numerous powerful enemies in the past, including many brilliant Eternals. The temporal lines, those who understand the essence of the technique became afraid. The actual suns didn't matter that much compared to the temporal lines. The actual offense coming from the suns didn't have anything to do with speed and distance. It has exceeded these physical boundaries and used the temporal lines to directly attack the enemies in the blink of an eye. In other words, everyone had their own timeline that always flow. The Taoist was able to infiltrate people's timeline and kill them. So, his prey could run to the ends of the world and hide, but they couldn't get away from their own timeline in the form of these temporal lines. That's why this severing move was so frightening and effective. There is always a higher peak, so don't be arrogant. Solar Taoist spoke while standing on the highest peak at the Mu. He showed no emotion while speaking, seemingly freed from the impurities of the mortal coil. Nevertheless, each word of his struck everyone's heart like a hammer, making it hard for them to breathe. It sounded quite convincing since he has just sent Li Chia flying. You are unbeatable, Senior Taoist. The disciples from the Mu became jubilated and cheered loudly. Their shouts could be heard anywhere. "We're saved." Some started to hug each other and cry, viewing Solar Daoist as their savior. Pure Sword True Emperor finally got the chance to breathe. He would have turned into a meat paste right now if the Daoist had hesitated. The fun is beginning. Lucidity King revealed a sinister grin. Sun Langying standing next to him didn't say anything, aware of the Mu's fate. Chapter 2678, Solar Daoist nodded with a faint smile while hearing the cheers. However, his eyes had a strange look to them, unnoticed by others. As he stood there coolly, the spectators saw him as someone on the verge of ascending to become an immortal. "Where's Fiercest?" Others calmed down and looked toward space, wondering about Fiercest after being struck by the barrage earlier. He was nowhere in sight among the boundless space above. The Daoist's eyes narrowed while looking up. The heaven and earth are lofty, all living beings are just ants, so avoid arrogance. There was an implicit charm in this statement that boosted his image to the crowd. Their expression changed while looking at him, thinking that he was an enlightened being above ordinary people. His status certainly rose in their mind. "That's a master for you, worthy of being the #1 expert." One of them sighed. "All living beings are ants, that's true, and you're one of them." Suddenly, someone chuckled in response. Only one person would dare to say something so disdainful towards the Daoist right now, Fiercest. The shocked crowd looked up at the sky again and sure enough, he stomped through the stars and made it back in no time. The vastness of space only took a few steps for him to overcome. People saw bloodstains on him, his clothes were ripped in some places too. That ambush was clearly effective. However, keen observers became serious and afraid. They could see that these were only minor lacerations. Remember, the Daoist used his sure-kill move while Li Qie was preoccupied with the Emperor. That should have been enough to render anyone to ashes. This only further served as another testimony to Fiercest's physical toughness. The Daoist himself raised his brows while looking at Li Qie. He waited for the perfect moment to strike earlier and believed that the guy would come out grievously injured, not with minor scratches like this. His evaluation of Li Qie's power was no longer accurate, a reason for apprehension. However, he definitely wouldn't give up because this was a rare opportunity for him. Li Qie lazily stared at the Daoist and said, "You must be Solar." "I see, only a tiny grasp at the door of the everlasting level. Basically, just a slightly bigger ant." This wasn't the first time Fiercest referred to the Daoist as an ant. However, publicly saying this in front of the guy showed true contempt. The crowd smiled wryly. Fiercest was the only one in the world who would do something like this in front of the Daoist. Plus, it made them wonder. If an everlasting was still an ant, then what about the rest? Could anyone else right now earn Li Qie's approval? The Daoist's eyes turned cold with rays shooting out. These rays seemed to be tangible and real, causing others to shudder. They resembled ice needles that could pierce the heart. "There are as many masters as there are trees in the forest, you are too conceited," the Daoist said. He didn't outwardly show anger, demonstrating his poise, one befitting that of an everlasting. "That only applies to you, not me," Li Qie retorted. He then gestured at the Daoist. Come, that ambush earlier was actually not bad. Show me what you got." The Daoist's old face slightly turned red. Of course, it wasn't because of the taunting but because that a senior like him chose to ambush a junior before everyone. This wasn't an honorable move at all. "So be it." He snorted in response, "As long as I'm around, I will not let you massacre the innocent. I will uphold justice in Imperial, for that is my responsibility." He said all of this in order to justify the embarrassing ambush earlier. Nevertheless, those experienced with life knew that an ambush was an ambush. That's something unable to be masked under the guise of justice. Yes. Li Qie chuckled, "You're a warrior of justice, the defender of righteousness in imperial lineage while I'm a heinous villain. However, evil always seems to defeat justice when I'm around, so get ready to die." Having said that, his primordial tree appeared and exuded strands of light. Meanwhile, the crowd exchanged glances. Regardless of their actual morality, no one wanted to admit being a villain standing on the side of evil. After all, that would only serve as ammunition for criticism. Evil would always be the enemy of justice. Moreover, this situation right now was only a personal feud between Fiercest and the Mu and had nothing to do with justice and evil. Of course, Fiercest didn't seem to give a damn about either one. That's true strength, not only in cultivation but also Dao heart. One ancestor commented after hearing this. "Come, show me your 100 sons severing the samsara again." Li Qie smiled at the Taoist. The Taoist considered this move to be his ultimate creation. In fact, people showed fear just from hearing its name, something he took pleasure out of. But now, Li Qie's blatant disregard for the move left him enraged. "Alright, boy, you're courting death." The Taoist showed a different tone after the repeated insults. Even saints would become furious at times, let alone him. "Come." Li Qie ignored his attitude. Buzz. The suns around him started rotating with greater speed while the temporal lines stretched outward and became brilliant. "Watch carefully now." The Eternals became tense as they opened their eyes wide, wanting to get a good look of this move. Severing the samsara. The Taoist roared and performed his temporal attack. The lines moved through the ages while crisscrossing, seemingly depicting the passage of time in everyone's lives. The suns followed these lines and also surpassed any physical constraints, instantly slamming into the target. "It's coming." People became frozen as if these rotating suns were crushing their own timeline. Chapter 2679, Boom. The suns flew out, but in this blink of an eye, it was as if all of them disappeared as well. Next, they have reached the target's chest and struck repeatedly. In fact, these were mere illusions because the suns have entered the domain of time, no longer restrained by spatial limitations. Thus, what the crowd saw were mere visual phenomena. Buzz. Li Qie's primordial tree lit up and the second Dao fruit shook once. He started spinning, akin to a tornado, spinning top, or a great diamond. Rumble. Crushing explosions detonated as he jumped up several times. Each jump would end with a downward attack with the hardness of a diamond. These attacks struck the various suns. In this split second, it seemed that there were 100 of him slamming down, perfectly hitting the suns traveling on the temporal lines. Boom. 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 These suns were crushed one after another as if they were fragile like porcelain. It didn't take long before the Taoists' 100 suns got pulverized. How can this be? People couldn't close their mouth from disbelief, unaware of the inner workings. Remember, the Taoist suns have entered the temporal lines and jumped out of spatial limitations. However, Li Qie was able to destroy all of them seemingly at the same time. It was as if there were 100 of him. Each Li Qie had a different appearance as they took down the suns. "I have no idea what's going on." The powerful and knowledgeable ancestors became perplexed. Boom. The next event happened during this short break. Li Qie in his diamond form successfully kneed the Taoist in the chest. The Taoist looked utterly confused. He didn't know how Li Qie got through his defenses to actually hit him. As an everlasting, his defense, movement techniques, and evasive measures were impeccable. No one should be able to get through everything to actually touch him. Alas, these perfect techniques were rendered obsolete by Li Qie's knee. He fell from the sky and everyone could see the hole in his chest. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. They saw blood shooting out like an arrow from his wound during the fall. Bang! He slammed into the ground, creating a pit that eventually grew as big as a crater. His blood splattered everywhere, resulting in a moving scene. The crowd became suffocated. Some tried hard to breathe but found it impossible. The Taoist was considered to be unbeatable by most right now, but he got bested by a single knee strike. The Mu disciples who were celebrating earlier got struck by lightning and couldn't move at all, looking as dumb like wooden chicken. Their dream about having a savior didn't last a minute before crumbling. Words couldn't describe their emotions right now. No one understood how Li Qie instantly defeated the Taoist samsara severing technique. It was an amazing merit law that has been polished for generations, ending up with 0 openings. That's why the Taoist considered it to be his best move. The crux of the issue here pertained to Li Qie's second Tao fruit named Acorn. Its greatest profundity allowed an eternal revolution with all of its power focused at a single point. Moreover, it would always target an opponent's biggest opening to deliver a fatal blow. Because of this, the Tao fruit could still defeat the Taoist samsara severing even though it has exceeded the physical limitation of space. It extended beyond that, allowing Li Qie to knee the Taoist's chest through his various defenses as well. The most formidable thing about the Tao fruit was its effective precision, able to seek out any flaw and instantly take down the enemy. How silly thinking you're invincible already after only reaching the door of the everlasting level. Li Qie yawned and nonchalantly said. Everyone got cold sweats after witnessing the last exchange. Some fell on their knees, losing the courage to stand because of this terrifying scene. An everlasting couldn't handle one move from Li Qie. What about them? Perhaps he could kill them with a single finger, no, a single strand of hair. Thus, he could say whatever he wants right now and they would take it as facts. It was fine for him to view the Taoist as an ant too. Looks like your helper isn't competent enough. He then smiled at Pure Sword True Emperor. The Emperor was shocked and took one step backward. He thought that the Taoist would be able to put up a good fight to buy time for heel to heel, then the two of them could team up against Li Qie. It looked like he still underestimated Li Qie and couldn't restore his vitality in time. In his mind, Li Qie was the scariest existence possible. His unyielding Tao heart was shaking right now. He wasn't the only one. All spectators felt the same fear towards Li Qie, Eternals included. From now on, just his words and declarations alone commanded prostration, no need for his actual presence. Is it over? The crowd stared at the crater, hoping that the Taoist could come back up. If an everlasting got finished after a single move, then what was the point of cultivating for the rest of them? It was better to be immortal than to spend years training only to be inferior to a single strand of hair from Li Qie. Chapter 2680, The fate of the Taoist commanded everyone's attention as they stared nervously at the crater. Some started praying for his well-being even though they had nothing to do with him. As long as he was alive, they could still have a sliver of hope. Bam! Sure enough, a figure soared to the sky after causing a storm of debris. Yes, he's alive. Someone shouted excitedly. Right, Solar Taoist is alive, an emotional Eternal emphasized. They heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, the Taoist wasn't defeated with a single move. Otherwise, it would be a fatal blow to all cultivators in Imperial as well. No one would be able to live well under fiercest shadow. The floating Taoist looked quite sorry with blood everywhere. Though the hole in his chest has closed, a scar still remained. He no longer had the same transcending style as before. Pure Sword True Emperor relaxed after seeing this because their carefully laid out combination plan would be useless with the Taoist dead. Hope still remained at least. Perhaps the clan would still be able to reverse the tides. Looks like I have underestimated you. The Taoist scowled. He has grown used to seeing the fear on everyone's face after becoming an everlasting. The whole world wanted to flatter and earn his grace. Even a behemoth like the Mu was respectful towards him. Who would have thought that his first battle would result in an utter defeat? And to a junior at that. This humiliation would forever be a stain in his life. This made him unable to stay cool and became visibly annoyed with murderous intent. Your sight simply stops at the everlasting level, so your knowledge is also inadequate, rendering you unable to see my true terror. Li Qiye said flatly. Everyone felt that he was qualified to make this disdainful statement. A being as powerful as the Taoist was no different from a random passerby or a mere ant to fiercest. His overwhelming strength left all of them breathless and robbed them of their goal in cultivation. It's too early to speak. We have plenty of methods left. Let's see who will be the last one smiling. The Taoist's expression was ugly after hearing this. You can have 1,000 methods and it'll still be useless. Li Qiye stretched and said, time to send all of you on your way and finish this. The crowd became tense. This nonchalant comment meant that a massacre was about to start. A character of Li Qiye's level could cause unbelievable damage, turning this system into ashes in just a short time. Humph. The Taoist scowled before exchanging glances with the emperor. The two of them then moved closer towards Li Qiye and assumed a pincer position. The emperor was in front and the Taoist in the back, ready to work together to suppress Li Qiye. Of course, this situation wasn't optimistic at all for them. The emperor was still wounded, so they were inferior in terms of raw power. It's starting. Some spectators became excited about the incoming ferocious battle. Decline is inevitable. One ancestor gently sighed. Both of these two were unquestionably tough, but the spectators weren't bullish about them. Li Qiye was just too unfathomable. Do they actually stand a chance? One expert murmured. It's hard. An eternal sighed in response. Both the Taoist and the emperor have used their ace cards. They need something even more heaven-defying to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, all of them and the Mu system will be annihilated by fiercest. None of us is strong enough to actually have a good idea of fiercest's power. In my opinion, this is over unless a progenitor joins in. Okay, the two of you can start. Try your best so you can die without regrets. Li Qiye leisurely said. The two looked at each other again while wearing a serious grimace. They knew that even their combined effort wouldn't be enough to take on fiercest. Alas, they still needed to try. 100 suns severing the samsara. The Taoist roared and attacked first. His 100 suns became shiny as they followed the newly emerged temporal lines. The temporal lines instantly reached Li Qiye's own timeline. Next, a loud blast ensued as the suns flew straight at him. The emperor made his move at this exact moment before Li Qiye's counter in accordance to their plan. Tao sealing the high heaven. He raised his gluttonous battle rod. It sent out numerous Tao laws from a progenitor in the blink of an eye. One could hear metallic clanking since the laws turned into peerless chains that locked Li Qiye's everything, his space and time, grand Tao, vitality. This progenitorial seal wished to render him immobile and helpless. Chapter 2681, Boom. The seal of a progenitor locked Li Qiye instantly while the 100 suns came striking along the temporal lines. They successfully crossed through the various domains to hit him right in the chest, intending on blowing him to smithereens. That's a good plan. Someone shouted. The plan was great, same with the execution. The Taoist's technique surpassed physical restraints while the emperor sealed Li Qiye's surrounding area. Even if he could escape the seal, it would then be too late for him to dodge the samsara severing. Time slowed down for the nervous and excited spectators holding their breath. They more or less wanted to see a miracle from the emperor and the Taoist. Rumble. Li Qiye still jumped up and spun like a diamond. The seal and the samsara severing technique were useless. Boom. The Taoist was the first to react by swiftly retreating while summoning armor plates. Unfortunately, he still got hit all the same. The armors crumbled as he slammed into the ground and exploded into fleshy bits. The emperor wasn't better off either. His rod got knocked out of his hand by a whip-like kick. It didn't stop there and made him explode into a bloody mist. The acorn Dao fruit was just unblockable. Defensive measures or avoidance were nullified. Thus, temporal attacks or seals were useless since this Dao fruit could take advantage of any openings and flaws. The world fell into silence again. People clung on to a sliver of hope with these two teaming up together, but the result was still the same. They simply weren't a match for Fiercest. A miracle didn't happen today, only the birth of a legend regarding Li Qia's invincibility. That's it, gone to the dogs for them. An ancient ancestor turned pale at this sight. Everyone needs to kneel at his sight from now on. Just one glance from him could destroy the world. Another eternal murmured. The crowd all had a bitter smile since they understood Li Qia was not only fiercest but also the strongest in imperial lineage now. No one could stop him. No one could even handle a single move from him. He's right, the world trembles along with the gods and emperors from a single glance of Fiercest. One ancestor agreed. They have seen Fiercest in action before, but this battle surpassed all the rest. They finally understood that he only played around in the past and that every single thing he said was mere truths. The world was just too blind and ignorant to believe him, thinking that he was being arrogant. The members of the Mu lost all hope. The powers of their system have fused with the Emperor, yet that still wasn't enough. Buzz. A fate palace moved around in the bloody mist and got everyone's attention. Pop. The figure of the Emperor appeared again as if time was flowing backward, allowing his body and vitality to condense together again. Li Qia didn't bother stopping this process at all, seeming very carefree. That's a true emperor for you, still alive. One spectator emotionally said. As stated before, this was an advantage of a true emperor over an eternal. At equal power level, an eternal might not survive a similar amount of damage, unlike an emperor. Pop. Light separated from the bits of flesh on the ground then came together in the air. A gathering of spirit energy and grand Tao allowed Solar Taoist to rebuild his body. This process was much slower compared to the Emperor. The Taoist was superior in terms of strength but inferior with regards to survivability. The two quickly returned to life before the crowd. One expert said, "They've reached a level high enough for a rebuild. Anyone else would have died already." Alas, the two were deathly pale right now for several reasons. First, the process used a lot of vitality. Second, to put it frankly, they were scared out of their mind right now. Despite their great abilities, they still couldn't stop one move from Li Qia. This has left a seed of fear in them. Okay, I've had enough. Li Qia yawned, I suppose this is all you can muster up and there's no reinforcement coming either. It's time for you two to die along with the Mu. The two combatants weren't the only pale ones. The members of Mu had the same whiteness, some were paralyzed on the ground due to fear. They understood that this was doomsday for them. Their clan would certainly turn to ashes. Their despair was palpable to the spectators. Realizing that destruction was imminent yet being too weak to do anything but watch, nothing could be more devastating than this. Fusion. The Taoist looked at the Emperor and said. Fine. The Emperor gritted his teeth and begrudgingly nodded, no longer giving a damn. They were going to die anyway, so might as well go all out just once. He was ready to pay any price just for a chance to save his clan. Oh. Still got another trick up your sleeve? Li Qia smiled at them, lucky for you two that I'm such a charitable person. Go for it, I'm waiting for my favorite pastime is beating down others' ultimate moves then relish in their despair. The two exchanged glances. The Emperor made up his mind and retreated to the clan with the Taoist right behind him. Li Qia calmly stood still and watched. What else can they do? The crowd wondered. They couldn't come up with anything that the clan could do to oppose Li Qia's invincibility. Chapter 2682, All eyes were on the Mu, wanting to see what the Taoist and Emperor can conjure up when things have escalated to this point. Anyone could see that they have fallen into a pit of despair. Their strongest moves still couldn't stop Li Qia while he took them down with one move as well. Thus, everyone believed that the tide couldn't be turned regardless of their methods. Fiercest has reached the progenitor level, and a high-level one at that, at the very least the imperial level. On the other hand, the Taoist was only a new everlasting, barely able to fight against a progenitor at the myriad level at best. Pure Sword True Emperor had weaker cultivation. Even with the Mu's full resources and its inhabitants' Tao offering, he was still too weak to fight against a progenitor. Supreme weapons and heaven-defying methods from those two wouldn't amount to anything before Fiercest's absolute might. This was as clear as day. Buzz. The Tao source in the depths of the clan lit up again and illuminated the system. The whole place looked like a gigantic diamond now. Fusion. The Emperor shouted while standing in the Tao source. The progenitorial laws embedded in him suddenly melted back into runes. The 36 elder ancestors glanced at each other before gritting their teeth. Buzz. They became resplendent with crimson rays coming out, almost like the reflection from numerous rubies. Pop. They suddenly exploded into blood mists and caught the crowd off guard. What the hell? The spectators became startled. These ancestors were considered the pillars of the Mu, so their death was a big loss. Whoosh! The bloody mists started glowing. Tiny and exquisite laws emerged with a primal aura and started heading for the Emperor, slowly fusing into his body. Clank! Primal laws in the shape of chains appeared around him. He slowly sank into the Tao source and gradually became one with it. True Tao water, progenitorial power, and numerous laws joined with him. The entire Tao source was directly fusing with him. His body became gigantic once more because it was absorbing the Tao source. Rumble. This lasted a while until cracks appeared all over his body. The primal laws around him broke at the same time, unable to handle the influx of power. Boom. His vitality soared at a rapid rate and the primal laws connected together again in order to keep his body intact. That's insane. He's using his body to take in the entire Tao source. The 36 elder ancestors sacrificed themselves to help him. Everyone understood his intent now. Remember, the Tao source was the foundation of a system. It contained an unreasonable amount of power. No one but progenitors could handle this sudden boost of taking in a Tao source. Even though the Emperor was a vessel for the Tao right now, it was still impossible for him to take in this Tao source without exploding to pieces. That's why the previous ancestors used their vitality and purest primal laws to protect him, hoping that he could handle this process. This is indeed insane, but the clan and the Emperor have no other choice. If they can't do something to stop Fiercest, they'll die anyway. One Eternal said. People agreed with this logic. The clan was facing destruction, so they had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Rumble. As he took in more Tao source, he grew bigger and the primal laws around him shattered and reconnected multiple times. Though he sent his vitality into the chains to aid them, they were becoming ineffective. The collapsing speed exceeded the recovery rate, so cracks started appearing on him again. Boom. Finally, the laws collapsed and he broke down like a porcelain vase. You must persevere. The Taoist shouted and instantly moved behind the Emperor. Fusion. His body immediately blended together with the Emperor. A massive shockwave swept through the world as the Taoist showed off the power of the everlasting level. Their vitality fused together and the Taoist began fusing with the Tao source as well. This shouldn't be possible because the Taoist wasn't a member of the Mu system and didn't cultivate its merit laws. However, when the Emperor agreed to fuse with him in this manner, the former also gave him permission to join the fusing process. Boom! With the Daoists' help, the Emperor's vitality erupted all the way to the sky and became nearly infinite, augmenting his physical constitution. Clank! The primal laws finally connected again to seal his body. They became thicker and had a color as red as blood. The Daoists' help at this crucial moment allowed the Emperor to defeat this tough trial and fulfill the physical requirements. The Daoist's body slowly became ethereal as the two were becoming one. That's heaven-defying. Everyone became slack-jawed by this magnificent scene. I didn't know you can do something like this. An Eternal never imaged about fusing with the entire Tao source before. No one in the past was crazy enough to experiment with this. Chapter 2683, Buzz. The Emperor was taking in more and more of the Tao source. The clan started to have another shiny and frost-like layer. This layer emanated from the Emperor and spread at an insane rate. It didn't take long before the entire system was covered. This engulfing layer of light gave the sense that the Emperor was becoming one with the system. Flowing runes then appeared on the shiny layers and started moving around like tentacles, drilling into every inch of the land. Next, all the living beings in the system were shrouded with a similar glow, almost like a thin cloak. They felt an unprecedented closeness to their system as if they were the same entity now. They could sense the power of their Tao land and the majestic forces looming below. They thought that they were joining the Emperor in fusing with the Tao source as well, so they started the elementary chant of their system. These members were willing to offer everything, including their lives. Tidal splashes came about as another majestic scene emerged before the spectators. The vitality of these members headed for the shiny Tao source since they were willing to become one with the Emperor and their system. Boom! 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 The waves of vitality looked like multiple tsunamis heading for the same location, the Emperor. With the help of their vitality and grand Tao power, the fusion process increased in speed. He crazily absorbed the various forces of the Tao source like a whale taking in water. This was the first time the crowd saw something so incredible. First, the unity of this system's members, but even more amazing was the heaven-defying method. Few would be able to imagine such a clever process. It's not just the Tao source, they want to fuse with everything in the system too. One ancestor was lost in a daze. I agree, this fusion will take in everything of the system once completed. One Eternal was moved. Just imagine, what kind of power would come after combining everything possible in an entire system. People shuddered after this. Perhaps it would be a force comparable to a progenitor. Boom! The long-awaited process finally finished. The Emperor has fully taken in the Tao source. His mighty form right now made the stars look like specks of dust. He became the embodiment of a progenitor. So strong, everyone gasped after sensing his progenitorial aura filling up all of imperial lineage. Ha 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 ha. The Emperor's peak state was interrupted by a peal of mocking laughter. The ethereal Daoist who should be fused with the Emperor suddenly appeared again and took over the Emperor's control of the Mu system. A spear pierced downward from the top of the Emperor's head all the way through his body before pinning into the ground. No! The Emperor screamed, but he couldn't move at all, completely immobilized by the spear. What? The spectators were astounded by this development. Buzz! The shiny Tao source suddenly devoured everything from the system, all the worldly energies. Ah! The members of the Mu were robbed of their true blood, lifespan, and energy. These essences flew out, resulting in them all exploding into pieces. The cruel scene happened in the blink of an eye. Billions and billions of disciples instantly lost their lives. The stolen essences entered the brilliant expanse where the Daoist stood. No! The Emperor bellowed again after seeing the death of his system members. Alas, all he could do was watch. The unbearable agony tore his mind apart. You think I wanted to help you? It's only time for me to harvest. The Daoist nefariously smirked. Buzz. He then fused with the Emperor's body again. Ah! The Emperor's cries echoed across the world, helpless against the intruder. They have already completed a fusion earlier, but the Emperor was in charge of this process. However, the Taoist has successfully seized control and took all of these powers for his own. The magpie made a nest, the turtledove dwells in it. The crowd understood the obvious situation. The truth was that the Taoist gave this fusion technique to the Mu. He had full control of it now, and the Emperor couldn't resist at all. He became the main body while everyone else served as his nutrients. Who are the real chess players now? Lucidity King smiled while watching from a distance. He laid out this board as a trap for the Mu, wanting to use the Taoist to destroy this system. Of course, the Taoist also needed this endless power, so the two were more than happy to conspire together. The Mu wanted to work with the Taoist to fight Li Qie. Who would have thought that they were only pawns on Lucidity King's chessboard? Not only did they lose their clan but also their entire system. They were someone else's prey from the very start of this devious plan. Chapter 2684, The Mu's system has turned to ashes, not only the clan but also the entire system. Not a single living soul could be found in the vast land of the Mu, only fragmented bits of flesh and limbs, truly a horrific scene from hell. The spectators were naturally scared out of their mind. Ugh, people started vomiting. This wasn't limited to the young disciples either. Even the experts from the previous generations or ancestors vomited too. This development was just too cruel. Just hearing about it was frightening enough, let alone witnessing with their own eyes. Wars have never stopped between cultivators in history. Numerous sects were destroyed in each generation and even systems. However, those systems had their leading power defeated or their Tao source destroyed. These events would lead to the system itself declining. This wasn't the case here. Billions of disciples instantly lost their lives and everything from the system was stolen. Corpses piled up like mountains and oceans of blood filled the sky. This type of destruction was quite rare and has enough shock value to earn a special spot in the historical annals. Many thought that if Fiercest were to destroy the Mu, he would only take down the leading clan or cripple the Tao source. The remaining sects and kingdoms in the system would be spared. Their future survival would be up to them. But now, Solar Taoist has taken down the Mu system as a whole after devouring the life forces of its inhabitants. No one among the spectators expected this development, same with the Mu clan. People continued to puke out the content of their stomach. Some even dropped to the ground in a fetal position, completely pale, drenched with cold sweats, and with hair standing on end. Ah, the Emperor let out his final scream with his eyes wide open. It contained deep hatred and unwillingness. He and the rest didn't expect to be betrayed like this by the Taoist. One wrong step and the entire system was lost. Their decision brought doom to everyone. He trusted the Taoist because the Taoist saved his life during the previous battle. Moreover, Li Qie had killed Lu Weijun, so the clan thought that they shared a common enemy in Li Qie and that they would work together to take him down. They didn't know that he had schemed against them from the very beginning. Saving his life and the fusion method were part of the bait. Plus, he needed the Emperor alive so that the guy could fuse with the Mu's Tao source. The Emperor was taken advantage of from start to finish. Rumble. The Emperor's despair, hatred, and regrets couldn't change anything. His great form eventually crumbled and scattered with the wind. Solar Taoist has successfully absorbed the Tao source of the Mu. The spectators became frozen and got chills as if they were trapped in the crevice of a glacier. One might be able to survive an act of God, but no one can survive a self-brought calamity. An old eternal murmured. This wouldn't have happened if the Mu didn't rely on the Taoist to kill Fiercest. They schemed against someone else only to be a victim as well. Buzz. The power of the entire system has been refined by the Taoist. Crack. The vast land of the system cracked everywhere. The beautiful mountains and rivers along with the trees lost their vigor. The peaks collapsed and the great lakes dried up. A system without a Tao source would decline at a rapid rate leading to total destruction. The entire system is done for, not just the Mu clan. Only 2 behemoths exist from now on. One ancestor sighed with disappointment. That was delicious. The Taoist recalled his spear and smacked his lips, savoring the taste. His appearance changed, no longer looking like a transcending immortal. His hair turned bright red, almost like strands of blood fluttering to the wind. Tao laws span behind him almost like a massive tail. This was the result of absorbing the Tao source from the Mu. He still hasn't fully refined its power just yet, so the progenitorial laws still rejected him to a certain extent. A murderous aura engulfed him. It was thick enough to materialize into a bloody halo. People could still smell the sanguine stench despite being far away. His current appearance and what he had done destroyed his image and reputation. The crowd thought of him as a monstrous devil with blood-stained hands. That's why they shuddered while staring at him. Respect was no longer fear, only fear. They found Fiercest to be far cuter in comparison. Though he was overbearing and ruthless, he did everything openly and had an awe-inspiring presence. This Taoist who they respected before has proven himself to be a merciless devil from the darkness with no compassion for human lives. Bringing a wolf home. There's no free lunch in this world, feeding a devil without being aware of the fact. How foolish. Li Qie watched the whole thing and commented insipidly. Prior to this, everyone assumed that he would be the destroyer of the Mu, not their ally and benefactor. These victims probably died with indignation, especially Pure Sword Emperor. They brought this upon themselves for trusting the wrong person. But all in all, even without Fiercest around, the Taoist probably would have come up with another way to devour the Mu. He needed resources to grow stronger, and a sect like the Mu was the perfect dish. Chapter 2685, The Spotlight returned to Li Qie. Everyone hoped that Li Qie would kill Solar Taoist. A while ago, they wanted the Taoist to win so that hope could return to imperial lineage. But now, both the young and old wanted to see this Taoist's death. His action has incited the fury of the crowd and could only be described as evil. Only a depraved being would do something like this. His status and reputation as an everlasting have been ruined. But most importantly, the Taoist has just received a massive boost in power. The guy was already unbeatable enough, who could stop him now after he took in the Mu system? This guy might be able to rain terror in immortal lineage now. If the Taoist had the gall to devour one system, he might repeat this again to another system. All of imperial lineage might fall to this monster. That's why Fiercest became the last bastion of hope. He was the only one who could kill Solar Taoist now. Please, destroy this monster for Imperial's sake. One person placed their palms together and quietly prayed. In fact, the majority of the crowd was doing the same thing. They just didn't dare to express this opinion outwardly out of fear. Li Qie posed coolly with both hands behind his back. No one could read his thoughts. Young noble Li, I hope I didn't overstep my bounds by destroying the Mu in your stead. Are you satisfied with the outcome? The Taoist cupped his fist towards Li Qie and spoke with humility. He had no sign of anger like before as he tried to curry favor. The crowd didn't like this development because a truce might actually be possible now. After all, the Taoist became far stronger after devouring the Mu system. Fiercest might not fight him since the two of them didn't have a big feud. I don't need anyone to help me finish my business. Li Qie chuckled. I humbly apologize for making this mistake. I didn't think it through and acted rashly, please be benevolent and forgive me. The Taoist bowed and smiled. So you don't want revenge for your descendant? Li Qie became amused at this act. Of course not, I do not dare. The Taoist quickly responded, he deserved death for being an ignorant fool. An insect like him dared to prance around in front of you, young noble. I would have killed him myself and bring his head to you. Everyone could see that the Taoist was very afraid of Li Qie, hence his current attitude. As the saying goes, one can't slap a smiling face. It wouldn't be surprising for Fiercest to spare the Taoist right now. If the latter were to escape this place alive, he would become a calamity in the future. The spectators shuddered after thinking this through. Is that so? Li Qie smirked, still impossible to read. Young noble, if there is nothing else, please excuse me. The Taoist respectfully said, if you ever need me in the future, just say the words and I will jump into the boiling water and offer my full assistance. The crowd became increasingly hopeless as this conversation went on. The Taoist took it a step further, seemingly wanting to work under Li Qie. Who in this world wouldn't want an everlasting under them? Did really matter whether he was evil or not? They started wondering if they would refuse while being in Li Qie's shoes. These two together would be quite frightening. No other systems would be able to oppose their tyranny. Don't leave so soon. Li Qie chuckled and gestured at the guy. You have more words of wisdom to teach me. The Taoist took the role of inferiority. The crowd found it surprising that he maintained this humble act despite gaining an immense power boost earlier. In fact, they should be impressed with the Taoist's intelligence. He only went against Li Qie to bait the Mu into using his fusion technique. Now with his goal accomplished, there was no need for him to fight Li Qie any longer. Plus, he could see that Li Qie was unfathomable from the two previous exchanges, unable to read the guy's true power. No wise words here. Make your move though. Li Qie said while posing in a confident manner. The Taoist's expression obviously changed but he quickly put a smile back on. You're joking, young noble. You are the heaven's favorite, the untouchable supreme of this generation. A weakling like me does not dare to be disrespectful towards you. Please forgive me. The Taoist had no confidence right now because he hasn't fully digested the system just yet. He needed to do so in order to fully turn back into his original self. Flattery is useless. Li Qie shook his head. I have decided to kill so it doesn't matter how much you beg. Make your move. Yes. Some of the crowd couldn't help cheering. They became relieved since a truce won't be happening. Fiercest seemed determined to kill the Taoist. Fiercest is a man among men, that's how one should be. One ancestor gave a thumbs up. He's always so domineering, no one can compare with him in terms of style. Another guy had a beaming smile. Many considered him to be a savior right now due to his decision. The Taoist took one step back and smiled wryly. Young noble, there is no animosity between us, so why the need to fight? If you are angry about my interference earlier, I will apologize and prepare gifts until you are satisfied. The Taoist wanted to leave as soon as possible since he wasn't confident in winning. Complete refining the Tao source's power would allow him to grow much stronger. It wouldn't be late then to come up with methods to kill this guy. Forget about escaping already. Li Qie smiled. The Mu clan invited a wolf into their own home, a suicidal endeavor, so I don't care about that. I'm not killing you to be a savior or anything, but in my eyes, you deserve death, so I want to kill you right now. No need for any other reasons. So cool. Who can stop Fiercest from killing when he wishes to do so? The crowd was celebrating right now after hearing these pleasant words from Fiercest. Chapter 2686. The boulder pressing down on everyone's back no longer existed after the blatant declaration to kill from Fiercest. He's the real #1 expert of our world, so straightforward and upright in both his abilities and personalities. He's so peerless, people weren't stingy with praises about Li Qie. I think Fiercest is a far better sounding title than #1 expert. Another expert agreed. Everyone was afraid of Fiercest working together with the Taoist. The latter has intimidated everyone after devouring the Mu system. These two together would bring about a disaster for all of Imperial. The Taoist alone was troublesome enough even if Fiercest were to refrain from devouring systems. No one else would be able to stop the Taoist from doing so. He could have his pick of systems for meals since they would be powerless to stop him. Just imagine that terrible future, Imperial would fall into damnation. Fortunately, not only did Fiercest refuse to team up with the Taoist, he even wanted to kill the guy. This was the best possible development for the rest of the world, truly a cause for celebration. Fiercest looked like a savior at this moment. Only a supreme existence like him would be able to slay a devil like the Taoist. His declaration earlier sounded nonchalant, but even a fool knew that there was no take back. The Taoist realized that Fiercest wouldn't spare him regardless of his attitude. The guy simply wanted to kill him. It wasn't an issue of face or anything. He took a deep breath and said, "Young Noble Li, your cultivation is definitely unbeatable, but I, Solar Taoist, am not that easily bullied either. I have devoured the Mu system and my power far exceeded the past, I know." Li Chia interrupted the guy, "It's only one system. Plus, you have only devoured it and has yet to fully digest it, unable to take its power as your own. Even then, my power has risen to the next step." The Taoist's voice became serious. His tone toughened because he wasn't a coward. His conceding attitude earlier was only a temporary plan. You think too highly of yourself and the Mu system. It's not much in my eyes, same with your devious method for absorbing a system's power. In fact, if the Mu progenitor were here and dares to oppose me, I would still kill him all the same. Do you think you're stronger than him? Li Chia said while staring straight at the Taoist. The Taoist felt the pressure. Yes, he was far inferior compared to progenitor Mu Yun even after absorbing this system. Remember, progenitor Mu Yun was at the immortal level, one of the most accomplished progenitors up there. An everlasting like him was nothing in comparison. Fiercest didn't even care for the progenitor, let alone an everlasting. You know, I'm starting to like Fiercest more and more, his overbearing arrogance is becoming very likable. Another spectator praised. A while ago, people wouldn't like his disdainful comment towards progenitor Mu Yun. Alas, it sounded so pleasant right now. The Taoist had nothing to say as the crowd waited for his response. They wondered how he would take on Fiercest. Buzz. However, he betrayed the crowd's expectations by not using a supreme technique to fight to the bloody end. Space suddenly fluctuated and time flowed chaotically, allowing him to disappear from thin air. Not good, he's escaping. One Eternal shouted in astonishment. This is problematic. Most became frightened. People wouldn't be able to find him so easily after this. If he could wait long enough for Fiercest to leave Imperial lineage, he would be able to come out again and rain terror. Pop. The spatial fabrics in the air suddenly reversed and stopped, resulting in massive ripples. Boom. The Taoist was forced out of the void. Don't leave so soon. Li Chia appeared and blocked his path. The alarmed Taoist's eyes flashed brightly. Another buzz sounded as he disappeared once more. Pop. Unfortunately, space rippled again and Li Chia forced him out from hiding. This cat-and-mouse game repeated several times afterward. Well done. Fiercest is the best. The crowd couldn't help but cheer. The Taoist kept being forced out of his spatial leap by Li Chia and couldn't escape. His fleeing technique was impressive indeed. He wasn't just moving within one spatial constraint but rather leaping from one dimension to another on top of changing the temporal timeline. Only a being at his level would be able to move unhindered through these two affinities. It should be impossible to stop or give chase after the guy made it into the void. Unfortunately, he was facing Li Chia, who was an undisputed lord at controlling space and time. The Taoist was only displaying his slight skill before an expert by choosing to escape in this manner. He eventually gave up and had an unsightly expression. It didn't matter which timeline and dimension he ran off to, since Wuxia always found him and banished him back to their current area. Fiercest is really the best. The crowd sang high praises of him. In fact, they were surprised to see the Taoist fleeing away because masters like him usually cared about face and reputation. Many would rather die in a battle instead of running. The Taoist, on the other hand, chose to run away without saying anything. The majestic image of an everlasting crumbled before the crowd. At least I'm giving you a chance to attack. Yes, struggle for your life. Wuxia smiled and said. Seems like this won't end until one of us dies today. The Taoist uttered coldly with a fierce glare. A mountain couldn't have two tigers. One of them must fall in the future, it was only a matter of time. They were only accelerating it ahead of schedule. You're mistaken, the only one dying will be you. Wuxia calmly said. The Taoist took a deep breath in response. Don't be so sure, I haven't shown my true power and abilities just yet. Am I not giving you a chance right now? Go all out so you can die without regrets. Wuxia didn't care at all. Chapter 2687, The Taoist's expression seemed as cold as ice while staring at Wuxia. Clank. He summoned a spear and pointed it at Wuxia. I shall slay you today. He spoke mercilessly and confidently, showing off his determination while also building morale. All in all, he truly feared Wuxia, but there was no other choice. He needed to build courage and momentum to put up a good fight. This is your hidden power. Wuxia glanced at the spear and smiled. All eyes were on this spear that the Taoist used to kill Pure Sword True Emperor earlier. The moment the Emperor got pinned by this spear, he couldn't move at all from the suppression. Black from top to bottom and made from unknown material, perhaps black metals or just ashen rocks fully polished. However, no signs of polishing could be found. The tip down to the body, then the hilt seemed to be of one piece. In other words, perhaps this was its shape from the very beginning, not made by men. The heaven and earth were its parents and gave it their powers. It certainly didn't look powerful, but in the hands of the Taoist, it had enough sharpness to pierce the sky and earth. Gods and emperors became powerless once struck. A long observation of the spear would spark an illusion. The spectators felt that it resembles a world of darkness that could suck their souls. Inside this abomination were ghosts and devils being born. Don't stare too long, it has some evil power. An Eternal noticed something and loudly warned the others. Those nearby quickly averted their gaze out of fear. Meanwhile, the Taoist gripped his spear tightly and found himself becoming more confident. This spear was immensely powerful and had pierced through an ancestral weapon before. That's why Pure Sword True Emperor couldn't do anything earlier. This spear is an ultimate artifact from a redemption land, capable of tearing the world asunder and slaying the gods and emperors like dogs. The Taoist threatened. He paid a heavy price to obtain it, but he didn't mind at all. A weapon more powerful than the ancestral level was completely worth it. In the eyes of regular people, artifacts belonging to progenitors were peerless, but his spear had taken them down before. Very few things in this world were stronger. From a redemption land, how interesting. I wonder how much you actually know about this spear. Wuxia chuckled. All I know is that it is stronger than an ancestral weapon and is comparable to a paragon artifact. The Taoist coldly responded. Stronger than an ancestral weapon and is comparable to a paragon artifact? Some of the crowd were amazed. Ancestral weapons were at the apex for many systems. As for paragon artifacts, these things couldn't be sought after because progenitors seldom left them behind. The crowd was rightfully intimidated when the Taoist revealed the spear's potential. Looks like you don't even know what you're holding. Wuxia smirked and said, but I'll be a nice guy today and tell you more about the spear. Its name is Terra Damnation, born in the dark lands of fiends. stemming from the darkness and gestated by ghastly energy gave it a merciless characteristic, truly an ominous weapon. How do you know? The Taoist took one step back, aghast. He got the spear from a redemption land after paying an extravagant sum. He himself didn't know of its origin, only that it was an ultimate treasure, extremely heaven-defying. He valued it greatly and rarely showed it to others. He didn't take it out in the earlier exchanges, so he got pulverized by Wuxia. Of course, it was essential in his takedown of the emperor. Now, he required its power again. This was his true ace card, not the samsara severing technique. This spear shall be mine, it is being wasted in your possession. Wuxia smiled. In your dream. The Taoist scowled, it has been refined to become one with my supreme grand Tao. How are you going to seize it? You'll find out very soon. Alright, let's get started. Show me how sharp it is. Wuxia confidently said. Boom! A golden glow erupted and turned him into a supreme warrior attendant of Buddha, seemingly made from gold. This is your only chance. This supreme form made Wuxia look like the ruler of the world with the universe in his grasp. The Taoist's eyes spewed out bloody rays filled with hatred and murderous intent after seeing this. Boom! He started glowing as well. This glow of his destroyed his prior image of being a transcending immortal. A while ago, he looked like he was on the verge of ascending. Now, this bloody glow around him had rays as beautiful as blood. They even had the stench of blood. People felt as if there were millions of vengeful specters wailing, truly a scene from hell. The sky turned red as a result. The glow continuously intensified until space itself was stained red. This murderous aura made the stars withered. Their vitality and energy were completely drained in a terrifying manner. The laws dragging behind him shot up to the sky like heavenly waterfalls, creating something resembling the tail of a peacock. These laws belonged to a progenitor and originally had a righteous aura. Now, they looked like roaring blood dragons from hell with ferocious visage. Damn! The crowd shuddered after seeing this form of the Taoist. He looked like a devil king thirsty for blood. Die! He roared and attacked with his terra damnation. Clank! The spear let out a metallic hymn. The area nearby suddenly turned black as if it has been covered and devoured. Darkness came along with numerous ghosts and devils. Cries of torments echoed, resulting in pandemonium. These terrifying images came and left quickly. The darkness and the evil within condensed into a single point, the tip of the spear. This thrust encompassed the power of darkness and fiends. Its power could pierce through the heart and send the victim towards eternal damnation before the actual physical contact. Chapter 2688, Clank. The spear attacked with extremity, turning the Terra back into a realm of ghosts. It seemed to be refining everything and destroying 3,000 worlds. Both gods and emperors would turn to dust before its might, the world would return to nothingness, replaced by this realm of ghosts. Even the strongest existence would become helpless in this ghastly domain like a fish on the chopping board. Ugh, people felt something pricking their heart as if they were the target of the spear. Ah! One even fell to the ground and couldn't get back up. The terrorizing intent of the weapon assaulted the crowd, scaring them out of their mind. Wuxia didn't try to dodge and crossed his wrists in order to stop the thrust. Fiery sparks splattered everywhere, a scene 1,000 times more majestic than fireworks at night. Each spark could easily destroy a star. This impact had a world-destroying force. The spectators were startled at Wuxia's choice once again. Everyone could see that this thrust was at a whole different level compared to the rod earlier from the Emperor. One shouldn't use their body to block it. In fact, nothing in this world should be able to stop it. Clank! However, he actually managed to stop the thrust. This is insanity. Fiercest is definitely the #1 existence in imperial lineage. This train of thought became the consensus. They heaved a sigh of relief while hoping for Fiercest's victory because a loss would result in destruction for Imperial. Don't celebrate so soon. Die. The Daoist sneered after the first impact. Buzz. The black glow of the spear intensified. These black rays looked like sharp needles capable of piercing through the primordial chaos. Boom. This explosion of radiance had an ultimate penetrating force, making everything else seem feeble. The spear broke through Li Qiye's defense by splitting into these rays and heading straight for his chest. The speed of these rays has exceeded time and space. It was too late for a full evasion, but Li Qiye managed to shift his body ever so slightly. Pluff. Blood spilled outward. The spear in the form of these black rays pierced his shoulder. Time seemed to be frozen for the astounded spectators. No. They screamed, not wanting to see this development at all. Shit. Even the experienced Eternals became nervous and sweaty. Everyone worried about Li Qiye's well-being regardless of their previous impression of him. They didn't want Imperial to face an apocalypse in the hands of the Daoist, so they placed their hope on Fiercest. Buzz. The terrifying rays of darkness infected the open wound, wanting to spread all over his body and take over. That's dangerous. The crowd gasped. The wound alone was already devastating, but the consequences would be unimaginable with this invasion of darkness. No one can survive after being wounded by this spear, they'll be devoured by darkness. The Daoist laughed nefariously and gloated, you brought this upon yourself, courting death for going against me. Buzz. The terrible darkness invaded, wanting to devour Li Qiye. What should he do? The spectators felt like ants stuck in a hot pan, completely at a loss of what to do. Some wanted to help, but they weren't strong enough to even touch the Daoist. A number advantage didn't matter here due to the disparity in power. He's too careless and should have used a weapon in the beginning. Many older characters started blaming themselves for not reminding Fiercest in the beginning. Everyone knew how strong his body was. Even Pure Sword True Emperor and the power of his system couldn't hurt Fiercest. Alas, this spear seemed to be effective. A corrosive noise continued as the darkness proliferated inside Li Qiye. This Terra Damnation is an extremely evil weapon. Any wound caused by it is very dangerous. He fell into the Daoist's trap. The crowd was struck by anxiety, feeling their heart hanging by a thread. Die now, this is the fate of those who dare to oppose me. The Daoist laughed while watching, thinking that victory was imminent. In his eyes right now, Fiercest was no different from a dead man. No one has ever been able to survive his weapon. Imperial lineage would be his for the taking after Fiercest's death. No one else would be able to stop him. Come on, don't lose. Some spectators started shouting while others quietly prayed. A miracle will definitely happen. Don't falter. People saw his golden glow dying down because of the invading darkness. This dark force was intense, able to suppress Li Qiye's indestructible body. Most of the people present normally didn't believe in miracles, but now, they were wishing for one so that Fiercest could reverse the tides. Chapter 2689, Strangely enough, the victim in this endeavor had a polar contrast reaction compared to the nervous audience. Li Qiye looked nonchalant despite the darkness invading him. Not bad, it does have the flavor of a ferocious weapon. Li Qiye actually smiled during the corrosive process and looked to be enjoying the whole thing, treating the darkness like a delicacy. The crowd became frozen after seeing his enjoyment. They stared at his shoulder and confirmed the injury along with the dark infection, seemingly perplexed about the whole thing. The Daoist himself was stunned as a feeling of uncertainty appeared. People are asking for a miracle, so allow me to show them. Li Qiye smirked. Boom! A blinding radiance erupted around him and illuminated the 9 firmaments and 10 earths. Everything else was cast into the shade by this overwhelming light. Darkness had no place to hide, not even in the deep crevices or the remote regions. Rumble. Li Qiye's fate palaces started flying out, one by one. 1, 2, 3, in the beginning, no one really cared about the number since they believed that he would have 12. Perhaps all 12 would be lit up too. That's the only way to explain his power. However, someone instantly noticed that the number was strange and started counting. 13 palaces. This person yelled out after recounting several times just to be sure. There are really 13 palaces, we're not counting wrong. Another loudly chimed in. How can this be? 13 palaces? It's impossible. People questioned this after calming down. It's really a miracle, one member murmured in astonishment. A shocking miracle has occurred with the appearance of 13 palaces. Even a being as strong as Solar Daoist became slack-jawed all the same. What's going on? The Daoist had confidence in his knowledge accumulated throughout the years. Alas, this was his first time seeing 13 palaces. The sight struck him hard and made him jolt as if he was seeing a ghost. Anyone with a sliver of common sense knew that 12 palaces were the limit in 3 immortals. A cultivator only had up to 3 palaces at the true god level. After opening the third one, it meant that they have become a first-level ascender. Furthermore, only true emperors would be able to open all 12 palaces. This didn't mean that emperors could control all 12 palaces and their powers either. Using true Dao water to light them up was a requirement for emperors to be effective. As for ascenders, each level meant being able to open 1 palace. A 9th level ascender would have 11 palaces. After opening the 12th palace, one would become an eternal. Both Eternals and true Emperors would only have 12 palaces regardless of their future accomplishments on the Tao. Thus, even the strongest being should only have 12 palaces, including progenitors of the immortal level. This was the conventional wisdom. However, Li Qiye's 13 palaces broke this rule and astounded the crowd. 13, some still muttered to themselves. Boom! The 13 palaces formed everything with Li Qiye as the center of the universe and the origin of the Grand Tao. All must prostrate before him. An explosion blew the spear flying. The invading darkness got burnt into nothingness. Everything seemed insignificant before the 13 palaces. Yes! The crowd shouted after seeing this development. It's a miracle, only Fiercest can create a miracle like this. People started praising Fiercest again. This miracle of his instilled hope and radiance back to imperial lineage. One old Eternal became emotional and said, "No wonder why he is so unfathomable and unbeatable. A new precedent is set in 3 immortals. He might be on the same level as the 3 mythical immortals and above all progenitors." What a freak! Both Lucidity King and Sun Lengying turned pale. Not even in their dream would they expect something like this. I've never made a mistake in my entire life until now. This is our biggest failure. Lucidity King stood there in a daze while looking at the 13 palaces. I could have started something great again with the board given to me, but I ruined it. He was no longer happy with his schemes. Using someone else to unite 9 secrets and destroy the Mu system, this was a plan worthy of pride. Lucidity King was very pleased with his craftiness. However, these plans and achievements were meaningless before the 13 palaces. Why? Because he was the first one to meet Li Qiye in imperial lineage and was smart enough to notice the peculiarities. However, if he had acted wiser and simply chose to befriend Li Qiye instead of scheming, he would have gained a lifetime of benefits. A person with 13 palaces could rival any progenitor. In fact, he would be written down on the historical annals for befriending this peerless existence. Future generations would praise him as a sage full of wisdom, the first to recognize Fiercest's abilities. Unfortunately, he had let go of this opportunity. His achievements would stop at only being Lucidity King, a powerful Eternal foolish enough to offend Fiercest. Lucidity King reflected on how he had wasted this ultimate card. Worst of all, he unknowingly took pride in making this mistake too. Man proposes but heaven disposes. A lifetime of scheming, all for naught. He eventually let out a wistful sigh. Chapter 2690. The glowing Li Qie took control over the myriad realms and became the paragon of all due to his 13 palaces. Eternals and other masters were ephemeral in comparison. I didn't waste my life living at all, just being able to see 13 palaces, a commenter sentimentally sighed while looking at the common sense breaker. Seeing this was more impressive than seeing someone turning into a progenitor. After all, one would come out every generation or so, but 13 palaces had no precedent. An everlasting is not worthy of facing my 13 palaces, but since people asked for a miracle, I can't let them down, right? Li Qie looked down at the world with a smirk. The Taoist stumbled backward after hearing this. He placed all hope on his Terra damnation, relying on it to kill Fiercest. Who would have thought that the guy would be able to concoct such an impressive miracle? He turned deathly pale because this had never happened before. Even the most brilliant progenitor only had 12 palaces, but now, he was meeting the only person with it. Worst of all, the guy was his enemy. Everyone quickly realized why Fiercest was so unfathomable. This achievement alone was too much to take in. Die. The Taoist had no other choice, so he crazily roared and unleashed another thrust. Clank. Darkness covered the sun again, wanting to refine everything with a sure kill strike. Scram. Li Qie's roar threatened the world. Its inhabitants shuddered in horror with their soul leaving the body. They dropped to the ground, completely suppressed by his divinity. Boom. Li Qie punched the spear directly, resulting in a loud explosion with the spear being sent flying out of the Taoist's hands. The Taoist was pushed backward, unable to control the churning energy within, so blood gushed from his mouth. Even a progenitor will need to tuck their tail before me, let alone you. Li Qie posed with both hands behind his back. So strong, Fiercest is absolutely peerless, not just now but in all of history. Numerous experts got on their knees to show respect. Come. The Taoist shouted and the spear flew back into his grasp. Again. He unleashed another torrential thrust. Rumble. The sky on top of him was as red as blood. He had channeled all of his vitality onto the spear. The thrust was accompanied by bloody energy with waves tearing out the sky and destroying the stars in a merciless manner. Li Qie didn't bat an eye and retaliated with a punch again. Everything else seemed like ants before his fist. Boom. The torrents of blood and darkness surging from the spear were instantly destroyed. The spear was sent away again while the Taoist got turned into a bloody mist. The crowd became speechless. This world-destroying punch was too much to take. All of imperial lineage suffered massive earthquakes. Clank. Li Qie grabbed the spear. It started shaking back and forth, wanting to escape his clutch. The Taoist has indeed refined this spear and made it sentient, smart enough to not allow anyone to use it besides its master. This was no problem for Li Qie. He started suppressing the spear and it stopped moving altogether. He has taken down stronger weapons before, let alone this spear. Invincible in all of history. The crowd started cheering. Their chants could be heard all over the world. The punches earlier have convinced them of his supremacy. Numerous masters prostrated on the ground while weeping. Who knows if it was out of gratitude for Li Qie saving the world, or was it just because they got to witness the one and only user with 13 palaces in history. All in all, some were moved enough to have tears streaming down. Zzz, the bloody mist started to gather again. Hey, he's still alive. One expert bellowed. What are you worrying about? Fiercest is right there, that Taoist can do whatever he wants and will still lose. An older master remained calm. Fiercest's presence seemed to be a calming pill for their mind, taking away all of their anxiety. It didn't take long before the mist came together and the Taoist appeared again. Everyone took a deep breath. This everlasting was quite tough to survive 2 separate instances of total destruction. Killing me isn't that easy. The Taoist put on a tough act despite being scared out of his mind. It's actually very easy, but I want you to die to the spear. This is a way to appease the lost souls. Li Qie smiled. Clank. With that, he threw the spear straight at the Taoist's chest. Rumble. Explosions shook the world again. Everyone saw the spear erupting with boundless darkness and shot forward. However, it paused inches away from the Taoist's chest and started resisting Li Qie. Ha ha ha, this is my supreme treasure, it won't betray its master, don't even think about it. The frightened Taoist heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. Nothing is impossible for me. Li Qie smirked. Boom. The 13 palaces poured down waves of light and directly imprinted their seal on the spear. It erased the existing seal first so that the spear would no longer belong to the Taoist. What? The Taoist bellowed after feeling his own seal erased from the spear. Whoosh! The spear pierced through his chest in the very next second. Chapter 2691, Ah! A miserable lament echoed across the world as blood dripped down from the tip of the spear. Terra damnation has pierced through the Taoist's chest, but he didn't die right away. The wound started to burn and subjected him to endless torment. Ah! The next screams were louder than the previous, tearing apart the blue clouds. The power of the spear was gradually refining him. People couldn't help but shudder while listening to his pitiful cries. One could only imagine the pain he was going through. Yes, that's how it should be. Alas, some found this to be the right judgment and felt much better. Fiercest is the guardian of our world. One person sighed and felt a weight off their shoulders. Li Qie's status soared to an all-time high. They felt that he killed Taoist for the sake of imperial lineage. Ah, the final scream resounded before the Taoist turned to specks of dust scattering away. A bright lake appeared at the killing ground. Look over there. Worldly energy gathered along with thick true Tao water. Boom! These 2 essences suddenly returned to the Mu system. That's everything the Taoist stole from the Mu. One expert said. Fiercest is really something else. This method is too heaven-defying. One eternal sentimentally added. Though the Taoist was burnt to a crisp by the spear, the powers he stole from the system were still around. Rumble. The water and energy jumped back to the system in a torrential fashion. This was akin to an ocean pouring down on a desert and quickly filling up the place. Loud explosions occurred all over the place. The collapsed mountains and peaks, dried lakes and rivers began to recover. The barren forests had green leaves once more. Though the system couldn't regain its old appearance, the influx of energy and water gave it enough life force to no longer be a useless wasteland. Fiercest is so generous too, who else can do something like this? Everyone, including his old enemies, had nothing but respect for this act of this. Even a fool knew that these energy sources were great nutrients, especially for people above the realm of Eternals. They could refine the sources into their own for amazing benefits. All would covet such gains. Moreover, Li Qie obtained it in a justified manner. There was no guilt for him in keeping them. Alas, he chose to return them back to the Mu system to the astonishment of the crowd. No one should have been able to resist this temptation. Boom! The system became bright with water splashing again. Life force has returned, but unfortunately, not a single mortal and cultivator from the system itself could be found. Nevertheless, a new group could take root here and make it their home. It still doesn't matter. One spectator shook their head. The system was still around, but the previous inhabitants have been massacred by Solar Taoist. It's just an abandoned system now. Maybe there are still survivors. One ancestor sighed quietly. After all, not all of the disciples from Mu were here. Some might have been visiting other systems. Finally, the entire system started floating away before disappearing completely. No one knew where it was heading to. It never appeared again in imperial lineage. This once prestigious system became history in just one night. The spectators had complicated feelings while watching this. One of the three untouchable behemoths went down just like this. Their own system couldn't compare to the Mu. This result made everyone more cautious. No flower can bloom for 100 days, no man will enjoy 1,000 good days. An ancestor reflected. People began to ruminate about their own circumstances, hoping to never repeat the Mu's mistake. Everyone was distracted by the floating system and forgot about Lucidity King and Sun Lengying. Oh, not running. Li Qie, on the other hand, remembered and appeared before those two. They didn't respond and looked a bit silly, aware of their fate. All eyes turned towards them. They used to be dominating characters but were completely insignificant before Li Qie. In fact, they resembled ants now. He could easily take down an everlasting like solar Daoist, let alone them. The world is vast but there is nowhere for us to run and hide. Lucidity King let out a bitter smile. They didn't want to run even if Li Qie were to ignore them. Running to the edge of the world was meaningless because if Li Qie wanted to kill them, he could do so with a single palm strike regardless of the distance. They courted death. No one sympathized with these two at the moment. Looks like you have some self-awareness. Will you end yourself or do I have to do it? Li Qie smiled. The crowd stared at the two. Big shots like them couldn't die without fanfare. Perhaps they could die in a grand and dignified manner right now. Chapter 2692, The crowd patiently waited for Lucidity King and Sun Lengying's response. They believed that this was the end of the story for these two since the Daoist himself couldn't escape. Their death was a matter of how now, not when. Your Majesty, we can negotiate. Sun Lengying broke the silence. Negotiate? Li Qie smiled and said, You think you have anything worthy to discuss with me? Sun Lengying took a deep breath and respectfully bowed, Your Majesty, we know Her Highness' location and who took her. Moreover, I must defend myself and state that we had no ill intent towards Her Highness. We only wanted to use her to bait you in and never wanted to hurt her. Is there a difference? Li Qie said. I know that capturing Her Highness is crossing the line, a crime worthy of death, and I do not wish to avoid responsibility. I want to redeem myself by providing information. With one condition. The crowd became curious about this condition of his. Some started to think that he might sell out Lucidity King. After all, everyone would cling to life before death's door regardless of the cost. It would be completely normal for Sun Lengying to betray the king right now by assigning blame. Oh. Li Qie smiled, if you're asking to have a dignified death and an intact body, I can agree with that. Your Majesty, I only beg you to forgive Lucidity King. Lengying bowed deeper, I was the mastermind behind all of this from capturing Her Highness to luring you here, doing it all on my own initiative. I alone will accept all punishments. The crowd was both surprised and impressed after hearing this. Some also felt envious. Sun Lengying is really a loyal servant even after 3 generations. No wonder why Lucidity King views him so highly as a confidant. One Eternal added. Another king reigning over a different system said, just give me one loyal follower like Sun Lengying. That's all I ask for in this life. Everyone knew that Sun Lengying had absolute loyalty towards the king and had carried out numerous meritorious deeds. Of course, the king didn't mistreat him either and gave him plenty of power in 9 secrets. More often than not, Sun Lengying represented the will and authority of the king. The latter never worried about Lengying overstepping his bounds. For 3 generations now, the duo had trust and loyalty between them. Their relationship was a great story in imperial lineage. Countless rulers and leaders desired a follower like this. Sun Langying's first thought in this crucial moment was about Lucidity King, not himself. He would rather die to save the king. How could people not respect this level of devotion? Langying, how do you still not understand me after so long? I will never cower and beg before anyone. Lucidity King shook his head and smiled. Your Majesty. Langying blurted out. The king waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, we're dying to 13 palaces, that's not disgraceful at all. It's a shame that I am too weak to protect you. Your Majesty, an orphan like me is only standing here today thanks to you. I'm the one ashamed for being useless at this moment. Langying prostrated before Lucidity King. I have no regrets in life because I have someone like you. Lucidity King helped the guy up and laughed heartily. A wise king will have loyal confidants. Many became emotional at this sight. One could say that only a wise lord like Lucidity King would be worthy of having a follower like Sun Langying. Such a moving tale between a master and his servant, but I still have to send you 2 going. Li Chia chuckled. I will tell you the location of the girl as my last good deed. Lucidity King stood brave and proud before death, not bothering to beg Li Chia. No need, no one can hide from my eyes in this world. It's not hard for me to find someone when everything is within my palm. Li Chia smiled. The king smiled wryly and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lucidity King has truly messed up out of arrogance. My careful calculations couldn't surpass your power, but that's fine. The 5 powers of 9 secrets are either destroyed or swore loyalty. The Mu is done for, same with Solar Daoist. That's not a bad result for me at all. People exchanged glances after hearing this and were slightly moved by this analysis of his. In the past, though Lucidity King was still in control, there existed a delicate state of balance between the various powers. But now, Lucidity King's plan with Fiercest managed to disrupt this balance and brought total unity to 9 secrets. As for Imperial as a whole, Lucidity King baited Fiercest to kill the Mu and Solar Daoist. How could people not be utterly impressed by this chess match of his? You just didn't know who the real players were. Li Chia casually chuckled. Right. The king shook his head. Even if I'm to be considered a chess player, would only be a second-rate one at best. The true masters can calculate and scheme the ages. But alas, even a perfect plan is useless before absolute power. Lucidity King reflected on his actions. He felt that in order to truly grasp the universe, one needed absolute power as support. Wily schemes alone weren't enough. Okay, how do you 2 want to die? Li Chia brought this up again. I have never begged for mercy before in my life. The king took a deep breath and remained unyielding. We won't just sit idly by waiting for death. We will still fight regardless of the futility. The crowd thought that Lucidity King was superior to Solar Daoist in this manner. Everyone knew that this wasn't an even fight and the king would die for sure. However, an everlasting like the Daoist bowed his head against Fiercest in order to survive. On the other hand, Lucidity King still showed his fangs and won the heart of the crowd. A king of 3 generations, he lives up to his fame, truly an amazing hero. His friends and foes alike found his courage admirable. Chapter 2693, We need to show what we got even if it means dying. Lucidity King declared resoundingly. Commendable courage, very well, I shall let you have a dignified death. Li Chia was amused. Sun Langying and Lucidity King looked at each other before nodding somberly. This duo didn't need words to understand each other. One glance was more than sufficient. Go! The 2 roared and attacked at the same time. The king had a majestic and regal aura, Sun Langying's merciless sword bit like a poisonous snake, aiming for the fatal spot. However, people weren't that interested in watching because the result was obvious. Clank! Li Qiye casually flicked his finger twice and sent out 2 Dao Laws. Boom! Their domineering moves and their strange yet dangerous weapons didn't matter. The 2 Dao Laws crushed everything along with the duo's barriers. Pluff! The laws shot through the two's chest like divine arrows and pinned them down, staining the ground with their blood at a rapid rate. Ah! The duo screamed and struggled, but they couldn't move at all. They eventually gave up because the power gap was insane. Further struggling was futile. Everyone expected this outcome. These two were indeed mighty, perhaps some of the strongest Eternals around. Alas, they were mere worms before him. He only needed to lift his foot and stomp down. Some started recalling their glorious past. Just hearing the title, Lucidity, back then was enough to intimidate people, such a striking contrast to the current scene. Crossing my line will result in 1,000 methods to make you two wish for death. Just any one of them will torture you for an eternity, to the point where you can't handle living but can't commit suicide either. Your screams will echo in Imperial for 10,000 years. Li Qiye stared insipidly at them. The nonchalant comment frightened the crowd and made them tremble from top to bottom. Everyone could imagine the wails of torment spanning across an eternity. Just how terrible would the prolonged torture be? They started swearing to never provoke fiercest in their minds, since once fallen into his grasp, death might be a sweet release. Make your move. The king still smiled. No one can live forever. I have experienced 3 generations and seen enough of life. It is my honor to die to 13 palaces. Lucidity King showed his unyielding characteristic, something superior compared to many Eternals and big shots. Dao brother, please show mercy and spare the 2 of them. A heavenly voice disrupted the conversation. 2 girls descended from the sky, but one of them garnered everyone's attention. One of them was the captured Lu Chuqing. The other looked like an immortal in a light green dress. A very simple style looked exceptional because of her, brimming with life. When people breathed in, they felt an immortal presence. So pretty. Everyone got drawn in while looking at her. No one had any licentious glint in their eyes, only pure admiration and intoxication. Her beauty was one thing, but her aura was transcending. She should only exist in the upper world, not in the mortal realms. I'm afraid not. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Fate has brought us together once before, but this is not enough for you to ask me this favor and not enough for me to show mercy. The girl was the mysterious guest when Li Qiye had just gotten to 9 secrets. It was as if she appeared in his dream before. I know. The girl sighed, but I'm still asking you to show benevolence. It's fine to destroy their cultivation so they'll become mortals for the rest of their lives. Everyone was surprised to see this woman coming out of nowhere to help the duo. They didn't recognize her and had no idea of her origin. I will not ask anyone for mercy, it's just death. Don't beg for my sake. Lucidity King laughed boisterously. Shut up. The girl shouted and an imperial aura oozed out. The powerful Eternal spectating shuddered in response. Strangely enough, the proud king obediently obeyed her and stopped speaking. Dao brother, I will offer you my service if you agree to spare them. The girl beseeched again. Anyone else would have felt bad saying no to a beauty like this and caved, not Li Qiye. He simply shook his head and smiled. No, those who have crossed my line are doomed. Even a progenitor can't convince me otherwise, let alone a 12-palace emperor like you. Li Qiye didn't back down from his original stance. I know who she is, that's true Emperor Jiuning. An ancient ancestor blurted out in astonishment. What? The members of the crowd were shocked and couldn't close their mouth. That's true Emperor Jiuning. The experts here stared intensely at the girl. Yes, that's her. I've seen her before 1 generation ago. She had only become a true emperor then, but now, she has 12 palaces. A 12-palace emperor, the crowd became stirred. This was a top-level existence, only inferior to progenitors. She's Lucidity King's daughter. Everyone felt like this was a dream. The world knew that Lucidity King's proudest deed wasn't reigning for 3 generations or his numerous conquests. It was his peerless daughter, true Emperor Jiuning. She didn't let him down at all. The brilliant woman has become a 12-palace true emperor, the strongest of this level in 3 immortals. Chapter 2694, True Emperor Jiuning was prominent for being the most brilliant emperor in Imperial during the previous generation. Many emperors came out in each generation, but she was the best among her peers. In fact, some said that she was comparable to her ancestor, Emperor Zheng. One emotional spectator said, "I think people were right back then. She's really on the same level as her ancestor who revitalized 9 secrets. Her appearance was unexpected since she has been gone for so long. Didn't she leave Imperial for Immortal during the last generation?" Someone regained their composure and asked. Though people haven't seen her in person, they have heard of her legends before. Her ascension was to be expected. Such a thing happened every generation too. A true emperor would leave for Immortal after becoming strong enough, same with Eternals. People aimed for higher ground while water flowed downstream, this was a part of life. However, her sudden return surprised the crowd. Looks like she is aware of a few things and comes back for her father. One Eternal said. That's insane, it's not easy to return at all from Immortal. One old ancestor stared at her. The difficulty of descending was well documented from any world. It required a massive amount of resources, perhaps a great price too. This process was proportionally harder for stronger beings, such as an emperor. But now, true Emperor Jiuning came back unscathed, a clear showcase of her abilities. The emperor wasn't surprised to hear the refusal. She gently sighed, how can a daughter watch her father die? She looked at Lucidity King afterward. The crowd turned soft after seeing her delicate and charming appearance. They would definitely forgive Lucidity King, but Li Qiye remained apathetic. The king stood there with a bitter expression and eventually said, no need for this. This is my just deserts, I don't have any regrets after living for 3 generations anyway, and I'm very happy to see you coming down for my funeral. He smiled brightly afterward. Some members of the crowd exchanged stares, especially the Eternals from the last generation. They have heard some rumors about the discord between the king and his daughter. The emperor didn't agree with all of her father's choices and didn't give him her support. Otherwise, he would have been able to flatten the 5 powers with his authority on top of her power. Rumor has it that she left for immortal lineage early because of these differences. Alas, regardless of their bad relationship, she still decided to come down for his funeral, not knowing that he was faking it at the time. That wasn't a wise move. She coldly uttered. Indeed, but you still came back because of me. It's very much worth it just for that. He laughed. Come, take me down. He then turned towards Li Qiye and said without any fear of death. He had no regrets since even his daughter came to see his passing. It was a fulfilled life. Sure thing. Li Qiye chuckled and started walking towards them. Your Highness, my apology for not being able to perform a proper greeting. Sun Lengying turned towards the emperor and said. He watched her grow up and considered her as his own daughter, always showing her the same level of respect as he did towards Lucidity King. You 2 brothers are so alike, always causing trouble. The emperor shook her head in response. Your Majesty, how about sparing them? Lu Chuqing finally spoke for the first time, looking straight at Li Qiye in a gentle manner. Li Qiye stopped and stared at her. Nowadays, no one would dare to look straight at him. They would shudder from his glare regardless of how powerful they are. Alas, Chuqing had no fear and quietly said, Her Highness Jiuning treated me well and taught me many things including the 9 secrets. I owe her one. So it turned out that the emperor had an eye on the duo when they went to capture Lu Chuqing. Thus, she ambushed them and rescued Lu Chuqing. She noticed that the girl was also cultivating the 9 secrets, so she generously taught her. She was the only one in the system who knew the 9 secrets and has cultivated them for 2 generations, gaining impressive expertise. She gave her lifelong knowledge to Lu Chuqing, something extremely beneficial for the latter. The smiling Li Qie focused on her soft gaze and gently touched her cheek. I suppose I can make an exception with this favor if you are asking it of me. With that, he turned towards the other duo. Consider yourselves lucky that Our Lady here is too kind. I shall break my own rule this time, but if anything of this sort ever happens again, an ocean of blood will drown out this world. Everyone got chills after hearing this, seemingly able to see the bloody carnage as a result of Li Qie's rage. Just this comment of his scared the souls out of the Eternals present. No one really doubted his brutality and determination even though he had just changed his mind. They understood that he has a soft spot for Lu Chuqing, who is undoubtedly his reverse scale, so to speak. Touch it and the end of days would come. In fact, one could even say that everyone else is as meaningless as specks of dust compared to her in his eyes. Even a 12-palace true emperor didn't come close to changing his mind, but one request from her accomplished the task. Her influence far exceeded a progenitor now. Perhaps the one who shouldn't be trifled with the most in Imperial was Lu Chuqing, not Fiercest himself. Provoking Fiercest might result in death, that's all. Offending Lu Chuqing, on the other hand, would end with a total bloodbath all over Imperial lineage. Thus, everyone repeated in their head to never stir up trouble with Chuqing. Chapter 2695, Li Qie raised his hand, issuing a metallic clank. The 2 Dao laws trapping the duo down pulled out and flew away, allowing the 2 to get up. Death might be spared but suffering is required. Li Qie glared at them. Boom! Boom! He slammed his palm down and suppressed them. One could hear the sound of Grand Dao breaking. Li Qie instantly took away their power by destroying their Dao foundation. They would never be able to cultivate again. Their hair suddenly turned gray, almost like having snow all over them. Their skin turned dried with wrinkles everywhere. These Eternals had the appearance of a 90-year-old mortal now. Cough, ugh, Lucidity King coughed as if there was something stuck in his throat. They started hunching as well, seemingly didn't have long to live. The crowd did sympathize with them. These masters have reigned on top of Imperial for quite some time, but now, their cultivation was destroyed, so they were even weaker than mortals. This sudden change could drive someone crazy and have them wish for death. True Emperor Jiuning gently sighed after seeing this. It was already the best outcome thanks to Lu Chuqing. Cough. I feel that death is probably more comfortable than this. The king made fun of himself. Alas, there was nothing he could do since his fate up to Li Qie. Humph, you brought this upon yourself. Be a good mortal from now on and live out the rest of your days in peace. The emperor scowled. Of course, her action betrayed her words. She certainly expended tremendous efforts in order to come down here for her father. The crowd thought that they wouldn't be able to accept this reality after seeing the 2 decrepit men. Others might have committed suicide instead. Well, I guess there's nothing bad about being immortal. Lucidity King coughed before speaking each time and put on a wry smile, seemingly accepting this reality. The emperor raised her hand and an immortal stem materialized in her palm. It eventually spread into 2 separate flowers. They looked like lotuses with a blue shade, looking quite bewitching and filled with immortal energy. You and Uncle's son can live for a long time with the power of the Yellow Springs. One for you and one for him, enough to prolong your lifespan by 300 to 500 years. It's perfectly fine to experience the life of a mortal now. A period of 500 years would feel like the blink of an eye for an Eternal. However, this could be considered a miracle for a mortal. An immortal item, even a fool knew how precious these flowers were. Ah, what more can I ask for? I suppose we have to keep on living. The king smiled and said. He was quite satisfied with this, not because of the extra years of life but rather his daughter's love. She clearly searched for this immortal flower after learning that his lifespan was up and chose to come down again. What more could he ask for? Thank you for your kindness, your highness. Sun Langying got on his knees to accept the flower. Stand up, Uncle Sunday. You deserve this for toiling all this time. The emperor nodded. Sun Langying and Lucidity King were master and servant in name, but their bond was brotherly. Thus, true Emperor Jiuning also considered Langying to be a senior. Go now, experience the life of a mortal. She flicked her finger and opened a Dao portal to send the two away. People averted their gaze after those two disappeared. From now on, the world would never see or hear anything about the duo again. Of course, this was already the best end they could hope for, leaving alive with a prolonged lifespan. Okay, the show is over now, back to what you were doing before. Li Qie stretched, seemingly indifferent and lazy. It was hard for people to connect his two facets, a destructive existence versus a lazy commoner. Li Qie left with Lu Chuqing. The emperor also followed them. It's finally over. The crowd sighed and started departing. Peace returned to the area. This shocking battle ended with the destruction of the Mu and Solar Daoist. The entire world became frightened and speechless. A new era is starting. Only two behemoths are left. One expert reflected. An ancestor disagreed. No, 9 secrets will reign alone because of Fiercest. I'm sure the Li will become reclusive because Fiercest is essentially a supreme progenitor, the crownless king of Imperial now. Right, absolute hegemony. Everyone understood that no one could rival Fiercest right now, not even the Li clan. Fiercest wasn't a progenitor yet, but his status exceeded one. Sure enough, the Li closed their doors. Their ancestors announced that they could live in seclusion from now on. Their disciples wouldn't visit other parts any longer. The weaker experts were astounded to hear this. Of course, the knowledgeable ancestors expected this. The Li and 9 secrets should have been in charge now with the Mu gone if it wasn't for Fiercest. His existence allowed 9 secrets to be superior. The Li understood this and got out of Fiercest's way, hence their new isolation policy. This served to show Fiercest their stance on top of preserving their strength in a safe manner. The Li is quite smart. There's a reason why Jade Break True Emperor became the most brilliant emperor of this generation. Many ancestors understood the Li's predicament and agreed with their wise move. Yes, it's the right time or disaster may come. An Eternal added. After their declaration, many other great powers and mighty ancestors also announced the same policy. This left Imperial in a serene state, no longer as rowdy as before. Even the most overbearing sect and egotistical geniuses no longer made a sound. They either started cultivation behind closed doors or lived in remote regions to avoid any possible danger. This was actually a great opportunity for the geniuses. Fiercest's invincibility served as a warning. Those with a firm Dao heart began to focus on training to grow stronger. Even if they would never be able to surpass Fiercest, they would at least be able to surpass themselves. The world calmed down and started taking cultivation more seriously. Chapter 2696, The world enjoyed tranquility just like Li Qie's nonchalant and carefree mood. He didn't give a damn about 9 secret system or anything else for that matter. Plus, peace has returned anyway. He stared at the deep blue sky while laying in his garden surrounded by the intoxicating smell of flowers and basking in the warm wind. This comfortable feeling was hard to come by. He seemed to be asleep while becoming one with heaven and earth. After a while, a sweet fragrance blew by and a goddess appeared before him, True Emperor Jiuning. She was staying in 9 secrets all this time even after Li Qie took over. She also spent her time relaxing in her old home. Though there was a feud between Li Qie and her father, this didn't create a barrier for her at all. These two still seemed like old friends. She sat down next to him and smiled at the guy. Her faint smile was kingdom-toppling and made the sun and moon feel inadequate in comparison. "There's something on your mind." She gently touched his head, resulting in a pleasant coolness streaming through him. He opened his eyes and looked at her peerless features. "Everything is ephemeral like the clouds above, there's nothing on my mind." The clouds are indeed ephemeral, but people are chained by emotions and ties. Friendship, family, love, and camaraderie. All are subjected to them. Her beauty took the breath away. He nodded and eventually said, "Have you faced trouble after ascending all alone?" "Difficulties are ingrained on the path of the Tao." She looked as exquisite as a blossoming flower. People would never be able to forget her face after one glance. Well said, if people seek an easy life, it's better to be a carefree noble instead of vying for the Tao. Li Qie praised. This logic especially applies to you. She looked deep into his eyes. How many would dare to look at a supreme existence in this manner nowadays? However, she was trying to look straight into his soul. It took a while for him to respond, "That's just part of life. One can't appreciate the good times without experiencing the bad." True invincibility, not just with the grand Tao but also with the Tao heart. No one can stay unbeaten, but as long as they can get up again, they'll truly become unbeatable one day. Li Qie simply chuckled and continued staring at the sky. "Brother, what is it that you seek?" The two of them sat there shoulder to shoulder without a care in the world, looking like best friends. "What do you think it is?" He smiled. "I don't know." She tilted her head. "I've seen many invincible characters. Some seek immortality, others strength, or the apex, or pure freedom." She stopped and looked at him, "But I have no clue about you. I know you aren't looking for any of these things because you already have them. Alas, where I stand is too low to see your high aspirations." "Ha ha ha," Li Qie patted her shoulder and laughed. "If your perspective is too low, then the rest of the world is pretty much blind." She smiled after hearing the praise. Someone like her should really exist up above. Each of her little actions was enough to make the heart flutter. "I know you're not a regular person," the emperor sentimentally said. "The prosperity and waves of the myriad ages are ephemeral in your eyes. You have walked across the realms and left behind legends, never staying in one place. But how can the sparrow and swallow know the will of the great swan? Perhaps no place was good enough to keep you around. The end of your destination will have your true pursuit, a thing that attracts you above all else. Endless traveling doesn't discredit the previous places. It doesn't mean that those memories were worthless." Li Qie answered, "One could keep on moving in order to protect home, another simply stays because they don't have the abilities to go farther, not out of sentiments." "I see." The emperor carefully analyzed the comment. She then stared deeply at his eyes and said, "What are you protecting?" "Your loved ones." "That has to be it, or is it the 3,000 worlds? Someone has to be the protector of the river of time, but who can uphold this responsibility? Normal people do not know about the looming dangers or the necessity of having these protectors." The emperor said, "They only worry about personal gains and the prosperity of their sects, but that's all meaningless in the grand scheme of things. As long as the world continues to exist, all will be well, so temporal protectors are crucial." She seemingly wanted to get some clues judging by his eyes. Li Qie gently shook his head. "You're overthinking it, little lady. I'm neither a protector nor the savior of this world. I don't believe in those things anyway." "Maybe, maybe not." She disagreed. "You might think that you're not a savior, but that's not the case for everyone else. For example, killing Solar Daoist was saving imperial lineage. This stopped numerous systems from being devoured. Let them think what they want. Even if I didn't do it, you would have done it yourself. It was only a matter of convenience. Li Qie said. She only smiled in response, thinking that she got the upper hand in this exchange. Have you seen the three immortals? Li Qie asked after a brief lull. The emperor's expression became serious. I have not. Immortal lineage is far vaster than imperial, so I can't fully explore it. There are far regions only available to progenitors. Anything less could only reach the surface or a superficial level of understanding. You have the abilities and the potential, just lacking time and an opportunity. It'll come, and accumulation is not a bad thing. You will be able to soar even higher with a better foundation. He replied. Thank you for your blessing, Dao brother. She nodded. I hope I'll be able to search for the truths after becoming one. Such as the tales about the three immortals. He smiled. She smiled wryly, still looking as pretty as ever. That's an extremely ancient legend, virtually impossible to verify. Who has actually seen them before? If yes, maybe only a very select few. Chapter 2697, Three Immortals have always existed strictly in the legends. Some said that the name Three Immortals world came from the three separate realms. Everyone wanted to become an immortal and ascend, hence the names. However, another faction believed that the name serves to remember the three immortals because they were the founders, hence the names. Most didn't know the exact details about the three immortals. Some believed that they were the most ancient and powerful grand emperors known as Emperor Sui, Emperor Shi, and Emperor Nong. This particular speculation was archaic and couldn't be taken as facts. All in all, most considered the tales of the three immortals to be legends, a topic for the tea houses. However, after reaching a certain level, especially the realm of progenitors, cultivators would start to research more about this legend. For progenitors, was the immortal level the final stop or was there something even stronger? This was a question only the immortal level progenitors could research. Of course, the most obvious possible answer would be the three immortals. Immortal level progenitors always wondered about this distant legend, questioning its validity. The legend said that all the cultivation systems of this world came from the three immortals. However, their era was too old and beyond traceability. No records remained of them. This was a timeline shrouded by mist. Though it still belonged to the river of time, no one could see its real appearance. The search has never stopped for the progenitors. It wasn't only about finding the three great existences. The most important thing for them was wanting to find the source of cultivation. Only by understanding these systems would they be able to jump out of it, escaping the shackles of the systems to reach a higher level. Thus, these immortal-level progenitors took on the arduous tasks and didn't mind paying the price. That's why true Emperor Jiuning had a respectful expression right now, not only for the three immortals but also for the sages of past who have embarked on this unending journey. Maybe after becoming an immortal-level progenitor, she would also walk on the same path to reach the source of cultivation. Truth becomes fiction when the fiction's true, real becomes not real where the unreal's real. Li Qie smiled and said, You will understand when that day comes, but at that point, true and false will no longer be important. After all, you'll be at the apex with a newfound understanding. The emperor carefully listened before nodding her head. She then changed the topic, Dao brother, may I ask you something? Speak. Li Qie chuckled, still looking at the sky. She didn't try to hide her curious eyes at all. In my humble opinion, you are not from the same line as us. It makes me think of a particular adage, there is always a higher sky, maybe I ask if you come from such a place. He turned towards her and the two made eye contact without any awkwardness. That's not important. He didn't answer her directly, as you have said, I'm just a traveler. This will always be the case regardless of the world, always moving forward without resting. The emperor carefully digested the statement. A traveler that has walked through numerous worlds and ages from the past to the present and even during future days. The shadow of this person stretched endlessly in the river of time, leaving behind his loved ones and those who love him along with the prosperity of the worlds. He continued onward alone on this path. Perhaps he had friends and companions once. Some left him, others chose to stop or died. In the end, the trek had no one but him. This would never change. Have you gone weary of this, Tao brother? She gently rubbed his forehead and wondered. Didn't you say this earlier? Difficulties are ingrained on the path of the Tao. And weariness will go away eventually since you'll grow numb. Li Qiye smiled. I've heard a wise sage said that after so many years, one either becomes a saint or a devil. What do you think about this line? She quietly asked. Li Qiye flicked her forehead in response and shook his head. No need to pry, becoming either one only requires a single thought of mine. So insignificant. I've underestimated you then. Your depth is beyond my abilities to fathom. She apologized. She then looked at the sky and reflected, everyone wants to reach the apex, but how many knows the loneliness and adversity of the Tao? To gain something is to also lose something. Li Qiye said, a frog under the well has its own happiness, a kunping soaring in the sky has its own problems. Only one with an immovable Tao heart will be able to keep on smiling through the ages. Thank you for your beneficial advice. I'll remember it. The emperor emotionally said. The two stopped talking and quietly lay there to enjoy the beautiful, cloudless blue sky. The gentle breeze accompanied by the fragrance of flowers made people drowsy. The emperor eventually broke the long silence. Tao brother, I'm about to depart, what about you? She returned to Imperial for her father. Now that everything was over, it was time to leave. There was nothing left in 9 secrets or Imperial for her to worry about. Perhaps this would be her last time here. She became slightly emotional after realizing this. After all, she grew up here, so to leave it forever left a sentimental taste. We'll go together. It's time for me to come to immortal lineage too. Li Qiye has also finished all of his businesses in Imperial lineage. Perhaps one day you will also depart immortal like you are leaving Imperial. The emperor said. She knew that he didn't belong to this world, so it was only a matter of time before he leaves. Maybe he didn't have a world he belongs to, this eternal traveler. I suppose. He closed his eyes and smiled. Well, if you ever see the 3 immortals, I hope you will come back to tell me the stories. She revealed a peaceful smile. Intuition tells me that you have the highest chance out of anyone to see them. He chuckled in amusement and didn't respond. Chapter 2698, The cold night was laden with tassels of light from the crescent moon. The rays warmed a bed filled with a holy aura. Li Qiye held Lu Chuqin by the waist as she rested her head on his shoulder, deep in slumber. Her brows would occasionally quiver, same with her lips curling into a smile, the signs of a good dream. She eventually opened her eyes, seemingly satisfied with the sweet situation after seeing the person in her heart. Her bashful cheeks turned red, one could never get tired of this scene. She looked up and saw Li Qiye's profound eyes as bright as the stars above. He resembled the ruler of the world, always peering and assessing without faltering to fatigue. Her jade-like fingers brushed past his chest before massaging his other shoulder. He didn't say anything due to his current focus. You have to leave. She said with a gentle voice. Yes, I must. He nodded with a natural expression. She couldn't help but sigh, knowing that this day was inevitable. Her man was a soaring dragon. Even a place as majestic as 9 secrets couldn't hold him back. In fact, Imperial wouldn't suffice either. It's a shame that I can't go with you. She held him by the waist and leaned her head into his broad chest, taking full advantage of this fleeting moment. Right. Li Qiye nodded. Another one of many unpleasant goodbyes was about to happen. I will pray for you. She quietly said, aware that his destination was endless and she couldn't come along because she would become a burden. Thus, the only thing she could do was protect this realm and wait for his return while praying. He caressed her soft and clear skin, only replying with a sigh. "Why can't my talents and comprehension be better so that I can accompany you on the battlefields?" She lamented but eventually decided to keep the same decision. She wasn't strong enough to follow him, but protecting 9 secrets and this world was still within her abilities. Everyone has their own mission. Certain things can't be changed or everything will change. He said, some people are destined to slaughter their way forward while others focused on protecting their homes. He paused for a bit before looking at her clear eyes. If you were to become someone who can kill on the battlefield and paint it with blood, then you will no longer be yourself, the kind and lovable Lu Chuqing. She nodded and murmured, right, everyone has their own mission, that's why you will be the lord of this system, a supreme existence guarding this land. It needs you, so you need to be you and no one else but you. I don't want you to change either. Everyone is precious in a different way, and this goes double for you. He whispered. She slightly tilted her head and answered, I will watch over this land until you return. He didn't respond because the future was impossible to predict. No point making empty promises. Your main cultivation is the 9 secrets, so possessing this rope means controlling the entire system. No one will be able to wrest control away from you. He handed the 9 immortal rope to her. In spite of having already established a supreme status for her in 9 secrets, he still gave her the rope so that she would have total control and the ultimate force of this system. I will use it well. She took it and nodded. If you don't come back till I'm long gone, then just say a few words in front of my grave so that I can find comfort. Silly girl. He gently hugged her. Why speak these foolish words? I'll eventually return after everything is done. She strengthened her embrace and told herself to guard this land and wait forever for him. On the second day, Li Qiye called for Il Lord's group while sitting on his throne. Experts like them had no choice but to prostrate before their master, knowing that their power was akin to an ant. I shall be leaving. The world will be under Chuqing's control from now on. He said flatly. Rest assured, young noble, we will protect Her Highness till death while offering our full support. The group swore while on their knees, having absolute loyalty for both Li Qiye and Lu Chuqing. Very well, you will help her watch over this land from now on. Li Qiye nodded. His words became laws and left no room for questioning. This command has firmly established the future path of imperial lineage. To the death. The group said. Li Qiye saved them from the heavenly prison on top of giving them cultivation guidance. They were ready to give their lives in his service. Don't worry during your trip, young noble. As long as we're alive, Her Highness will be perfectly fine and the land will enjoy peace and prosperity. Il Lord powerfully added. He was the strongest in the group and the other 4 always followed his command. This oath of his added further assurance. Okay, I leave matters here to you all. Li Qiye said. Next, he called for Bingqi Hanyu and Qin Jianyao. The 2 of them were in charge of their respective clan now. You 2 will also shine in the future and be responsible for 9 secrets. The system shall flourish under your watch. We will not let you down, young noble. The 2 said respectfully. Chuqing will rule with the help of pillars such as yourselves. Li Qiye looked at the 2 of them. Calm Lotus swears loyalty to Her Highness for generations, will jump into boiling cauldrons for her sake. Jianyao said. She knew this day would come because someone as talented as Li Qiye wouldn't hang around. His vision far exceeded regular people like them. The Bingqi clan offers our service for generations to come. Hanyu prostrated on the ground, completely subservient to him. Good, the future is bright as long as everyone works together. Your tales will be recorded in the historical annals. He said. See you again, young noble. Jianyao got up and bowed. She felt a sense of regrets while looking at this man since they might never meet again. Indeed. He nodded. After she left, Hanyu also got up and found her eyes wet with tears. She has been conquered by him and couldn't bear to see his departure. Will we really meet again? She emotionally asked. Yes, if it's meant to be. Plus, this land is worthy of my remembrance. Li Chia chuckled. Chapter 2699, Li Chia took out the 3 immortal slaying swords and bestowed it. Your clan has great weapon expertise, I'm sure you will make use of this sword formation in the future. I will not let you down. She accepted it and said before turning to leave. Alas, she didn't make it far before running back and tightly held his neck, offering him her sweet lips. This hot kiss lasted for a long time because she didn't know when he would come back, if ever. I'll wait for you, always, till the seas run dry and the stones go soft. Her soft whisper was a stark contrast to her determination. She finally let go and ran away, disappearing into the hallway. Li Chia stood there quietly and watched her departing figure, eventually culminating in a sigh. Goodbyes across millions of years didn't fully kill his emotions. His heart was still hot and beating, not made of stone. His next task was an abdication ceremony consisting of the strongest ancestors in 9 secrets. They came with the greatest fanfare, showing both respect and sincerity. Beneath the throne were thousands of people, sect masters, ancestors, and top Eternals. The scene was magnificent and grand. No one else in Imperial had this much summoning power in the present day. Just one word from Li Chia could summon the most powerful Eternal. In fact, for the rest of the world, just being able to see Fiercest was a supreme honor. All eyes were on him as he slowly walked out with Lu Chuqing next to him and true Emperor Jiuning in the back. A 12-palace emperor like her was being overshadowed by Li Chia. Of course, everyone else was subjected to the same thing. He looked just like a mortal while sitting on the throne, not exerting any impressive aura and divinity. Alas, the great members of the crowd held their breath and stared at him with reverence. May you live forever, Your Majesty. Everyone kneeled on the ground, including the people not from 9 secrets. Though he has yet to unify imperial lineage, he was already a crownless king of this world. The top Eternals and ancestors have submitted to him. Just being here was the greatest honor. For example, not everyone was qualified to meet and bow to a progenitor. Li Chia had greater prestige than one at the moment. He started looking around, his gaze caused the crowd to shudder even though he looked quite normal at the moment. The supreme ancestors themselves trembled like ants beneath his feet. You may rise. Li Chia nonchalantly said. Thank you, Your Majesty. The nervous crowd bowed once more before getting up. They all kept their head lowered, only stealing a glance at him at the very most. No one dared to look him straight in the eyes. I'll be brief today. Li Chia slowly announced, the throne will be passed on to Her Highness, she'll be in charge of the system henceforth. The crowd was stunned to hear this. Meanwhile, he placed his crown on her head and personally led her over to the throne. No one expected such an early abdication. Nevertheless, they got on their knees again and shouted, May your reign be eternal, Your Majesty. No one showed an inch of opposition or disrespect. In fact, it didn't matter who Li Chia was passing the throne to. Now, Lu Chuqing has become the rightful ruler of 9 secrets, the Lord of all. The reasons for the abdication didn't matter at all. Li Chia didn't need to explain himself to the rest. Everyone else just needed to accept this and obey the new king from now on. Rise. Lu Chuqing gave them permission this time around. From now on, every other lineage in 9 secrets must obey her commands. In fact, she became the new de facto ruler of Imperial the moment she sat down on this throne. Fiercest wishes to leave. Many Eternals analyzed the situation. This abdication gave Chuqing full authority. She inherited his will and would watch over this world in his stead. It's inevitable, this happens for all progenitors too. There's no reason why he would stay here when he has 13 palaces. The old ancestors expected this. Li Qiye possessed the most amazing miracle in the 13 palaces. Someone like him naturally deserved to soar among the 9 firmaments. There was a bigger world waiting for him above and larger battlefields to be conquered as well. His staying here would be a total waste, an impossibility. The crowd had conflicting feelings. Some rejoiced, others felt a sense of loss and disappointment. Well, a new age is starting and it shall be brilliant. One ancestor speculated with optimism about the future. All in all, this grand ceremony firmly established Lu Chuqing's supremacy, mostly due to her relationship with Fiercest. Her Highness will be the one to start it. Another commented. Lu Chuqing sat on the throne with a commendable composure taught by Li Qiye. She was a king now, no longer the shy girl like before. Of course, she still had many things to learn, but she was determined not to let her man down. Joy and shock weren't present in her eyes despite being crowned king, only the image of Li Qiye. Supreme authority and total supremacy didn't matter to her. They weren't comparable to him. She wanted to gaze at him for as long as possible since they might never meet again. Because of this, she ignored the crowd's praises and congratulations. Your turn. Li Qiye sighed and grabbed her hand. She regained her wits and stood up alongside him. Chapter 2700. Few people knew Li Qiye's departure time and location. Only Lu Chuqing and a few others came to see him off. Chuqing put on a calm expression, but the atmosphere remained moody. As always, the separation was a sad matter, whether it be via death or just distance. Go, this sending party won't last forever. Li Qiye stroked her hair and said. She shuddered inside since it was finally time. It was as if her heart was being torn apart. They were about to be separated by an untraversable distance, never to see each other again. She breathed in deeply and gave him a tight and long hug before eventually letting go and taking one step back. The young lady became very determined, evident by her gentle yet unyielding eyes. May you forever be victorious. I'll be here waiting, always. Chuqing looked at him and said. He embraced her again and kissed her soft hair. Silly girl, go back now, I'll come back alive regardless of how far I travel later. Just let me watch you leave. Chuqing whispered. She wasn't as brilliant or talented compared to other women. However, she was certainly a perfect model of being a virtuous wife. Very well, see you later. Li Qiye tightened his hug one last time before. Having said that, he turned and left without looking back. True Emperor Jiuning, and he disappeared into the sky. Lu Chuqing stood there like a statue and stared at the horizon. Tears wetted her cheeks before she knew it, but she didn't sob, not wanting Li Qiye to hear her. Your Majesty, please return. Poison Phoenix Lady said softly. Lady, will we see him again? It took a while before she responded. Yes, young noble is a man of his words. He'll return triumphantly. The lady paused for a moment before replying. Right, I'm just afraid that he might die on the distant battlefield. She nodded and shuddered, not wanting to speak of this matter lest she jinxes him. Though she didn't know what he wanted to do in his true pursuit, she could tell that he would be facing an unbelievably strong enemy later. Thus, she wasn't worried about him keeping his words but an entirely different risk. Your Majesty, don't worry. Young noble is invincible with the one and only 13 palaces in existence. No one else in this world can stop him. Just trust him. Ill Lord consoled. These 5 were left behind and had absolute loyalty towards Lu Chuqing. Goodbye, I'll be waiting. Her tears have dried up as she said her last words with him before leaving. Li Qiye and true Emperor Jiuning traveled at a ridiculous pace, one realm with each step. It didn't take long before they entered a broken area with no one in sight. The two didn't speak along the way, so the atmosphere felt quite tense. True Emperor Jiao Ning could sympathize because she has also experienced separation. Separation by death was one thing, but being alive yet unable to see each other was worse. I don't like coming back to Imperial. I thought I've forgotten, but that's not the case at all. I've only buried it deep inside. A few things can't be erased even after millions of years and numerous eras. Time can't grind it away, all we can do is bury them deep enough to not remember. She wistfully reflected. Of course, these experiences and emotions across time served her well, allowing this brilliant true emperor to walk even further down the path. Joys and sorrows, partings and reunions, all unavoidable in life. Li Qiye nodded and said slowly, a few apex existences laugh at these emotions such as love and friendship, thinking that they are silly and unnecessary. Little do they know that they're the ridiculous ones. When they don't have someone to love, worries, or anything worthy of protecting, their heart is already dead and their Tao aimless. A being without emotions normally falls into the evil path. If one truly believes everyone else are mere ants, then world destruction seems just fine. This makes one prone to devour everything else because their heart only has them. He continued with an insightful gaze. No emotions at the apex. The emperor agreed, one should only forget about personal ties, not the overall stance. Sometimes they have no choice because everyone else leaves for one reason or another, leaving them all alone on the path. Li Qiye said. She became quiet. This was indeed true. As their journey continued, their friends and loved ones couldn't keep up and died from old age, disappearing among the river of time. Loneliness wasn't a matter of choice for some top beings. However, they needed to maintain their humanity. Even if they didn't care for their personal well-being or sect, they needed to guard the 3,000 worlds. Both good and bad at the apex will stem from a single thought. Li Qiye said. And you're on the good side because there is still something in this world that you care about. You walk forward all alone in order to protect. She felt like she understood him. I'm not that noble. Li Qiye finally smiled for the first time during this journey while shaking his head. It's only a matter of convenience for me, I'm just doing my own things in order to see what I can be in the future. I don't think about saving the world. A Buddhist monk might only be searching for the Tao, but he would also gain abilities and technique in the process. That's because when his heart has Buddha, he automatically gains these things. That's your level, something exceeding all of us. We struggle and struggle but still have a long way to go. She replied. As long as you keep your mind set on a goal, you'll do even better in the future. No one is born with absolute power and comprehension. Ultimate achievements are only obtainable through efforts and polishing. Li Qiye chuckled. I hope so. She nodded with profundity in her eyes and a determined expression. Where do you plan to go up from? Li Qiye asked. I know of an ancient path on this remote region that can reach immortal lineage. The emperor replied. There were several paths to reach the next world. The most common one was brute force. Of course, both of them were strong enough to do so. However, it was troublesome and demanded ample preparation, so they decided against it. Moreover, this process was also relatively dangerous. The probability of something going awry was low, but even a light case would result in grievous injury. The worst-case scenario was death. Chapter 2701 Ancient paths were left behind from archaic eras, some too old to have historical records. These paths made it easier for traveling between the three worlds, at least to a certain extent. All in all, a forceful trip to these other two worlds required immense power or a cornucopia of resources. Ordinary experts had no way of fulfilling these requirements. Normally from Myriad to Imperial, one would need to be an Amaranthan Eternal to start. That's the very basic condition to reach the gate, not counting the dangers looming ahead. As for imperial to immortal, people believed that it starts at the realm of everlasting. Only progenitors were freed from these prerequisites. Because of this, normal people, sects, and even systems didn't dare to think about crossing the boundaries. However, these ancient paths made it much easier, allowing unqualified masters to have a chance. Cultivation became increasingly harder at the later stages, so some Eternals would never be able to go up to Imperial or Immortal to broaden their horizon. Thus, the ancient paths increased their chance. The world had several speculations about the various paths and their eras. Some said that during the olden days, 3 immortals were connected by these ancient paths, resulting in plenty of intercommunication. For some unknown reasons later on, something earth-shattering happened and these paths collapsed, leaving only a few behind. These broken and incomplete paths became far more dangerous than before. Wuxia and the Emperor made it to the entrance of a remnant galaxy with destroyed stars as far as the eye can see. Everyone could tell that a great battle happened here. Though the combatants were unknown, their destructive capabilities were as clear as day. The actual entrance looked like a great mountain floating among the stars. Half of it has been broken down, but this didn't seem to diminish its grand stature in the slightest. It resembled a superstar hanging in the sky. Broken stone steps led up to a tiny cave that could lead to a different world. The old records state that during the ancient eras, it was very easy to travel between the 3 worlds. Judging by the scale of these steps, there must have been tens of thousands of people traveling between Imperial and Immortal. Now, only a few of these paths are still usable. The Emperor spoke while walking on the steps. "It's not bad," Wuxia said. "The separation actually allows for fair competition and the spread of prosperity. Otherwise, one clan will rule everything. That's not necessarily a good thing for development." "Makes sense." The Emperor somewhat agreed. With perfect routes, the native systems from each world would have trouble developing. The 3 behemoths of Imperial wouldn't exist because stronger lineages or any random progenitor would take over and reign over them. In that scenario, the space for development would be greatly pressured. 9 secrets or the Li wouldn't have risen to the same level as they were now. Maybe the supreme existence in charge of everything thought about this issue. Thus, these paths weren't broken from a sudden development, just part of the plan. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. Maybe not. Wuxia chuckled. No one knows what goes on behind the scenes for this matter. Plus, separation might also serve as danger mitigation. "What danger are you referring to, Dao brother?" she asked, aware that anything that Wuxia bothers to bring up would be a big deal. "I don't know, but a few beings do. They are purposely shrouding it though, so the rest of the world lives in ignorance, unbeknownst of the great danger." Wuxia smiled. "The higher-level beings?" She wasn't far from becoming a progenitor and had knowledge of important matters. "No one can say for sure. For you and the rest, this is a beautiful world. But for a few existences, it is only a meal." A meal, the Emperor's heart skipped a beat. Very few things in this world could scare her now due to her current level. However, Wuxia's words have successfully intimidated her. She was no fool, for she was a top emperor with incredible intelligence. She instantly came up with a bold and terrifying conjecture. Her 12 palaces didn't shield her from fear. In fact, anyone coming up with this hypothesis would be frightened. Ignorance can be happiness, same with a short life. Wuxia stared at the horizon. "What you see and know are beautiful, unaware of the true terror. That's why you can live in happiness. Once you find out just how grim it is and how helpless you are, that's when the mental torture arrives. And when you try to change it, further torment will come too. That's why regular people can be so happy. For example, an insect had no knowledge of the sky falling down. They are satisfied just by filling their stomach. The peace we have now is thanks to guardians like you," she softly said. "No, not I." Li Qiye shook his head. As I've said before, I'm just a passerby. The current situation stemmed from the efforts of numerous sages and supreme beings. They threw away everything for this cause. Their action is moving and worthy of respect. Right, the present is thanks to them. She nodded in agreement. The two eventually made it into the narrow cave. The emperor shouted and derived the Grand Tao's power. The ground became bright with bricks assembling together to form a Tao portal. They quickly exchanged glances before heading in. Inside the portal were more floating stone steps spanning across the void. They have been here for who knows how many years. Virtually impossible to tell their originating era. Each stone step had archaic runes carved on them, clearly done by an incredible master. Why? Because they were still bright and clear, successfully withstanding the test of time. As they traveled farther in, they saw erupting volcanoes, evil flames blotting out the area, endless oceans with a drowning affinity. Chapter 2702, The duo embarked on this path. The stones lit up after the initial contact with their feet. After a buzzing noise, the two were teleported away. Boom! Their next stop was the mouth of a massive volcano. Boom! Frightening lava oozed out, and not just any regular lava. This resembled the flame of a dragon. It burned the world and left scarrings on space itself. Nevertheless, numerous stone steps were still floating on it, completely unharmed by the scorching lava. Suddenly, waves of lava directly spouted towards the two and instantly drowned them. Alas, the power lava also failed to harm them due to their bright barriers. They started walking on the steps above the volcano while being continuously assaulted by lava waves. Just like before, their invincible auras suppressed and nullified the heat. Buzz. Next, the steps lit up again and teleported them away. Whoosh. When they came out on the other side, they were greeted by many tiny things darting through the air. The path laden with floating stones still existed. However, below them was an abyss with unknown creatures shooting out a storm of needles. Upon closer inspection, these needles were actually poisonous quills growing on the creatures. The cliffs nearby started to corrode after being hit by the quills. A person would turn into smoke in the blink of an eye. They looked down and saw numerous pairs of green eyes in the darkness. These eyes had a nether glow and were truly creepy. Clank. 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 The quills couldn't hit them before being stopped by their powerful barriers. Sparks went everywhere while they remained unharmed. The two landed on the right step and disappeared from sight once more via teleportation. Buzz. They made it deeper and found a terrible heat wave coming from below, almost like the mythical mountain of flames. To the bottom was an endless desert as hot as the inside of a cauldron. The temperature rising up felt like an all-devouring flame. Strangely enough, to the center was a conspicuous dazzling light, partly due to the reflection of the sun rays. It turned out that an ore mine existed in the desert with large minerals showing on the surface. If the top already had this many ores, then one could easily imagine what hid at the bottom. This was enough to make people palpitate on sight. However, upon closer inspection, one would also find many white bones protruding from the sands. Some belonged to beasts and still had remnant divinity. There was no doubt that some travelers became greedy here and entered the desert, only to die. At this moment, the sands suddenly rolled over like waves with increasing speed. There was a massive monster swimming below, the real killer that took down these intruders. Li Qiye and the emperor didn't care since these ores weren't enough to tempt them. They stepped on the path again for the next teleportation. Just like that, the duo transferred numerous times from one area to another in this boundless void. This continuous jumping was due to the broken path. If it was complete, the process would be faster and direct. Alas, the current one teleported people to unknown and possibly dangerous locations. For example, that volcano earlier, the abyss, or a mighty flame. Of course, those at the right power level could handle these perils without any problem. They weren't impossible to overcome. This was far easier compared to using the brute force method, since the latter required preparation and supporting resources. A strong being might be able to break through without any complication. However, in a bad case, the result would be worse compared to using these ancient paths. Time and space would crumble. This was enough to kill mighty Eternals and Emperors. Thus, these ancient paths were clearly the best choice to reach immortal lineage. Do you have a destination in mind up in Immortal? The Emperor asked during the teleportations. Just going to have a look around to see if there's something I need or a place I must visit. Li Qie chuckled. The Emperor didn't mind if he was telling the truth or not. She sincerely invited, "You can come to my grotto if that's okay with you. I have several friends up there that might be able to lend their assistance." Someone like her naturally had amazing friends. Gaining their support would be very beneficial, doing less but gaining more. We'll see once we get there. Li Qie remained nonchalant about the desirable opportunity. The Emperor knew that they might not be able to help him with his problems. In fact, they might be the ones asking him for assistance later. Immortal has many systems and alliances. She said, "Just let us know if you need anything in order to avoid needless misunderstandings." Li Qie smiled, "That's other people's problem. They should be celebrating that I'm not out looking for trouble, but if they come to me, I'll show zero mercy." The Emperor smiled wryly at his forever overbearing style regardless of the location. She could see a potential bloodbath up there because of him. Alas, she thought that someone like him was indeed unbeatable and could slaughter anyone standing in his way. "Of course, I might be more lenient on your friends and their alliances." Li Qie smiled. "Then I'll thank you ahead of time, Dao brother," she said with a solemn expression. Some of the alliances up there consisted of emperors, so they were quite mighty. However, she knew that they would still be wiped out by Li Qie. Chapter 2703, Buzz. Li Qie and the Emperor repeated the process countless times before they lit up. Space fluctuated and became similar to a shiny mirror from congealing. The reflection inside was that of a majestic and boundless world, consisting of numerous mountains and an uncountable amount of sections. One wouldn't be able to travel this expanse in one lifetime. Though separated by one dimension, they could still sense the vast power there, pure beyond belief. This world was above any other, causing people to think of a particular phrase, "Good land gives birth to great heroes." Yes, this world had plenty of talents, prodigies, and masters. Its name was Immortal Lineage. Such an impressive project. The Emperor stood at the end of the path and reflected, the creator of these paths is far superior to a progenitor. These paths connecting worlds couldn't be made by one powerful emperor or progenitor. It required many of them working together across many generations. However, who had such influence to gather so many masters in one place? None came up in her mind. "Go in." Li Qie only chuckled. This topic was too ancient. He couldn't explain the mysteries behind this old era with just one or two words. The two exchanged glances and had the same idea. They walked forward at the same time and entered the congealed space. This mirror-like area had ripples from the contact. The two disappeared into it, then the mirror went away as well. The duo entered Immortal Lineage at the same time and took a deep breath. Even a regular person could tell the difference between Imperial and Immortal Lineage. This worldly energy here was denser and richer. Upon closer inspection, one would find another difference. The energy in this place had a touch of immortal energy. Of course, it might be nothing like that, but Imperial definitely didn't have this same affinity. The stronger masters or talented prodigies found it easier to harmonize with the grand Tao in this world. This feeling should only happen when they were inside their own system. However, even an outsider here felt this harmonization. It meant that cultivating an immortal was easier compared to imperial. The Grand Tao was closer to people so they could understand its profundity with less effort. Because of this, strong Eternals and Emperors would always ascend to immortal because the lower worlds no longer satisfied their cultivation requirements. This world allowed them to take the next step forward on their Tao and break through. Immortal lineage. The Emperor quietly said. Though Imperial was her home, Immortal was indeed more suitable to stimulate their potential. Staying back in Imperial for powerful beings would be akin to having shackles. People only stayed behind if they had no other choice or there was something worth it for them to stay. Tao brother, is this where we say goodbye? The Emperor asked. Boom! Suddenly, the sky seemingly exploded and startled her. I only wanted to invite you to my grotto, does heaven really need to send thunder? She joked. Rumble. However, more deafening explosions occurred. The two looked up and saw chaotic bolts twisting in the sky, not similar to the usual thunderstorm. These bolts arranged themselves like wires in the sky with currents channeling through them. What is that? Her vast knowledge failed her this time. She never saw anything like this before. These bolts and currents turned the sky into a world of lightning. It nearly encompassed all of immortal lineage. She wasn't the only stunned spectators since this phenomenon encompassed the whole world. Not to mention the billions and billions of mortals, even the invincible emperors and progenitors found this astonishing. What's going on? These experts became horrified. Is this the end of the world? A calamity is descending. One of them stammered. Why is this happening? Old Eternals were in disbelief. The scene of an emperor proving his Tao still didn't reach this level of horror. The birth of a progenitor would only bring a small-scale heavenly tribulation. However, this lightning storm covered all of immortal lineage, seemingly turning it into a prison. Creak, a heavy creaking sounded as if a great gate above was slowly closing. Sure enough, the sky suddenly turned dark. Why is there something like this above? Everyone became confused, progenitors included. This is a grand phenomenon. We need to run right now, a spectacle like this will have something ferocious after it. One emperor felt his heart skipping a beat and shielded his presence while still speaking before running to a hiding spot. One progenitor took out a divination table to take a better look. Boom! Alas, his table instantly exploded. The machination of heavens is in chaos, his expression soured as he gravely said, "Damn it! Something terrible is coming, who did this?" He also chose to hide. In fact, the encroaching darkness made the truly powerful and knowledgeable masters run away. They had no idea what was going on, so they exercised prudence. What is happening? True Emperor Jiuning was infinitely close to the progenitorial realm. In fact, she was suppressing herself because she wanted to become an immortal level 1 from the first attempt. Alas, she couldn't calculate the current development. She turned towards Li Chia. His eyes narrowed as he derived the myriad Tao. His expression darkened as a result. Not good, someone is trying to calculate the heaven's will. Chapter 2704, Searing the Heaven's Will. The Emperor's expression soured, aware of the taboo behind the act. Someone as powerful as her couldn't easily do so either. It's not an ordinary attempt either, the person is reaching for the future to read 1,000,000 years of fate and providence. The heaven and earth do not allow this. The Emperor took a deep breath after hearing the gravity of the situation. In a successful attempt, this person would know the future and could make ample preparation. In fact, they might even be able to change their fate and avoid any disaster. From this, many things would divert from the original path. People's original fate would no longer be the same. Changing the future was indeed heaven-defying and terrorizing. Due to this, peering blatantly into the future would bring about a terrible tribulation. This particular one was monstrous beyond belief. Remember, three immortals was different from the 9 worlds and 13 continents. Imperial and progenitorial ascensions rarely brought down a tribulation in this world. In the case of the former, only extremely brilliant existences would have won during their imperial ascension. This was the case for progenitors as well. The rare case of tribulation would be quite weak. The majority of progenitors could easily handle it. This one in the sky was unprecedented in terms of power. Perhaps 3 immortals has never experienced one like this before. It looked to be on a world-destroying level. That's why everyone in Immortal, from humans to beasts and birds, started hiding from fear. Progenitors and emperors also did the same thing. They shrouded themselves in order to avoid attracting this heavenly tribulation. Who is doing it? True Emperor Jiuning stared at the gathering storms and wondered. Can it be? She suddenly thought of a legendary progenitor who is famed for reading the future and changing fate. Numerous great beings have come to this person for help. The person was one of the few progenitors left in Immortal. Few have actually seen this mysterious person's real form. But why? The progenitor knows the consequence of doing so. She shuddered. This progenitor never abused his divination ability and normally refused people coming to help. Only a selected few were lucky enough to get help. It has been a long time since she heard of him in action. In fact, there were rumors of him retiring from divination altogether. If he was the one doing this right now to peer the heavens and read the future, the consequences would be unfathomable. He himself might die as a result of just a single mistake. What makes him go all out right now? To read so far into the future without a care about the consequences? She wondered. An invincible progenitor like him should be relatively carefree about worldly matters. There must be a deeper reason behind this. A good swimmer is more likely to drown. Li Qie said flatly, those capable of reading the heavens always get the itch. Looking at the future is too tempting. No one can resist this regardless of how strong their Tao heart is. I see. She understood this adage. They always want to see the future, even if not their own. Others' future will do just fine. As they grow even stronger, they want to read the overarching momentum a million years from now. This temptation is deeply rooted in the mind. One day, just the most random thing can trigger this desire, rendering them unable to hold on. He continued. The emperor took a deep breath, aware of the temptation. After reaching the realm of progenitors, most would want to travel even further, hence the need to learn about the unknowns. Rumble. The explosions intensified in power, wanting to destroy all of immortal lineage. Creak, the gate above the heaven finally closed and the darkness won. Of course, the various systems lit up in order to illuminate their domains, but the sky remained sealed. The sensation of being imprisoned permeated the air. Everyone felt suffocated. Rumble. The lightning currents grew stronger and looked like floods, strangely emitting some light to the otherwise dark world. Light returned to this form, but it had an intimidating pressure instead of pacifying the inhabitants here. Thunder and lightning bolts grew stronger, ready to turn this world into ashes. Boom! 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 The arcs of lightning washed the sky again and again. Eventually, a few peaks and sacred grounds started glowing as well, same with a few people. This type of resonation proliferated. It also happened to Li Qie and true Emperor Jiuning. In the beginning, there were no crackling and explosions, only a flashing light, virtually indiscernible. As the bolts in the sky intensified, the glows on everywhere also became brighter with accompanying crackles. The two found lightning flashing around them as if they were born with this affinity. The emperor fared better, but Li Qie was having a hard time. The currents on him started small but grew increasingly thicker from within. This is a large-scale heavenly tribulation. The stronger the being, the stronger the tribulation if they don't hide. Li Qie looked at himself and said before focusing back on the sky. This happened to the emperors and progenitors scattered all over immortal lineage. They instantly shrouded themselves in order to fool the high heaven. The currents disappeared after doing so. The emperor used a Tao technique to hide her aura, then a better method to shroud everything else about her. Just like that, she disappeared from sight, and so did the currents on her. Chapter 2705, Boom. 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 The glow on Wuxia almost became full-fledged currents and began to go wild. The emperor looked over at him and said, "Tao brother. It's fine, I don't need it." Wuxia gently shook his head, "I want to see what this person is looking at. Plus, it's useless even if I try to shroud." "What do you mean?" She was surprised. "I told you before that I'm only a passerby and do not belong here. If a tribulation comes down, I'll definitely feel the brunt because I have tested it before." The emperor furrowed her brows because fewer than few have experienced the tribulations in immortal lineage. Tribulations normally never came down here. Plus, I'm not the same as any of you. I have seen and struck the villainous heaven, so when a large-scale tribulation descends, I'll attract an extremely mighty one just like a magnet. Wuxia's eyes became profound as he looked upward. The emperor became startled because she knew the level he was speaking of. The information hidden behind this secret was shocking. No one has ever done something like this in the history of three immortals, yet Wuxia had done it. Strangely enough, Wuxia seemed to be anticipating this. "Come, it's been a while since my last world-destroying tribulation. Another taste will be nice." He smacked his lips. The emperor smiled wryly. Anyone else would be stricken with fear before a heavenly tribulation, but Wuxia seemed to be excited. Just how tough was his mentality? Bump. 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 Something in the external space seemed to be bumping into the sky of immortal. This world resembled a closed-off fortress, while the banging sound came from a mighty invader trying to break through the gates. What's happening now? The emperor became startled as the entire world trembled. This is the best thing about three immortals, the reason why it doesn't normally have tribulations and still standing strong all this time. Everything else has been blocked outside, your world is an isolated one. Even this massive-scale tribulation is having a hard time descending. Wuxia explained. Rumble. Explosions continued with earthquakes everywhere due to an all-penetrating force from above. Boom. Finally, a blast as loud as the detonation of 1,000,000 thunder. Everything exploded and collapsed. The world was slightly pushed out of its balance and numerous people fell to the ground. The sky instantly became bright again as if the gate above has been taken down. Boom. The day returned with a terrible friend. Golden brilliance permeated like sun rays, giving everything a similar shade. "Look, the tribulation is coming." Someone shouted at this sight. Sure enough, it looked like a dam has been broken with countless yellow bolts descending. The magnificent bolts looked like a golden ocean pouring down to drown immortal lineage. Rumble. Each was as thick as a mountain range now, with more than enough force to drill through the earth. One of them crushed numerous peaks and a mountain range. Ah! One eternal thought that he wouldn't be struck by it and couldn't avoid in time. This dazzling bolt annihilated him, causing blood to splash everywhere. No! Screams from the unfortunate masters echoed all over immortals. Some weren't careful enough to hide, so they became victims of these murderous bolts. Damn, just run for your lives. The reckless experts were scared out of their mind and quickly concealed their presence. The torrential bolts rained down and could attack their targets at any given time. Several strongholds in Immortal became the primary targets. Nothing in the vicinity of these places remained unscathed from the barrages. Sure enough, powerful barriers were erected, turning the inside into a separate domain to stop the terrifying tribulation. Alas, the endless barrages of lightning bolts caused the barriers to vibrate uncontrollably with many ripples. Some eventually got taken down. Li Qiye was also a primary target, so thunderous explosions resounded near him. It didn't take long before the golden expanse turned into a superstorm. All the lightning bolts aimed straight at him and fired. Boom! 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 The area nearby got penetrated instantly. Mountains and rivers exploded into smithereens. The ground had thousands of large pits. This terrifying tribulation could intimidate even the strongest master. They would shroud themselves and flee. This was common sense. However, Li Qiye took the full onslaught without hesitation. He opened his 13 palaces and revealed his primordial tree. Supreme Grand Tao and Endless Vitality opened a separate domain. Come now. Li Qiye laughed and bravely braced himself against the golden bolts. The emperor in hiding nearby didn't know what to do. Only fiercest would commit to this domineering act. Progenitors themselves wouldn't dare to face a tribulation of this level. Non-stop detonations ensued. As his defensive lines grew stronger, so did the offensive barrages. More and more bolts gathered above him, never giving up until there is nothing left of him. Boom! A section of his barrier faltered and one bolt pierced him, then another, and more. Blood naturally gushed out from the holes in his body. He has been turned into a sieve. One could see the other side through these gaping, bloody holes. His blood and fleshy bits fell to the ground. Even someone as strong as Li Qiye has been blasted to pieces. Chapter 2706, Rumble. The bolts crazily struck Li Qiye, resulting in deafening explosions. Each boom made blood splatter and created terrible holes through the flesh and bones. The emperor took a deep breath while observing this brutal scene. Not many people could withstand this terrifying tribulation. However, Li Qiye was still alive instead of being rendered to ashes as others would. Of course, she didn't agree with his choice of facing it directly using his body. Only fiercest would do something so crazy. She also thought that he was the only one who could last this long in all of 3 immortals. The next scene astounded her even more. Loud bangs occurred like before and glowing currents appeared on him. She thought that this was the remnant power of the tribulation and that the glowing currents were resonating with the lightning bolts. Wait a minute, she noticed something amiss and that these lights were different from the ones caused by the tribulation at the start. As the golden bolts increased in power, the bright currents on Li Qiye also became stronger with higher concentration. She finally realized that these thick currents were actually coming from Li Qiye, not the heavenly tribulation. Every aspect of the situation escalated and currents formed inside his body. Because of all the holes on his body, the emperor saw strands of lightning emanating from his chest and a massive world with its own boundless galaxy. Strangely enough, this galaxy wasn't gestating the stars but rather a great pool of lighting. This pool grew to the size of an ocean in no time at all with countless lightning bolts within. Moreover, the bolts have started to liquefy. They came in all shapes and forms, purple, golden, black. One could find any imaginable type of lightning bolts here. Those aren't regular bolts. They're at least at the heavenly tribulation level, capable of world destruction. The emperor became startled after seeing the content of his chest. Why? Because the lightning bolts there weren't regular, all came from various types of tribulations. This was simply unfathomable even for someone of her level. She had never seen anything like this before inside someone else. How many tribulations had he experienced in order to possess so many? From this, she could see just how powerful his physique as well, able to store so much power. This lightning storage came from the trip he took to get to 3 immortals. He was immersed in that ocean for so long so it has become a part of him. The currents on his body came from this internal ocean and eventually became lightning halos rotating around him. Buzz. His body instantly became transparent and healed at an unbelievable rate as if time was reversing. The fleshy bits and spilled blood flowed back with time and returned to their original positions on Wuxia. This process nullified all the previous damages. Rumble. The hostile lightning bolts were still attacking. Alas, they no longer blasted him to pieces. The ocean of lightning inside Wuxia somehow won their attention. These bolts struggled and rampaged in there, but in the end, they fell into the ocean and fused with it. Just like that, there were more golden bolts in the ocean now. The emperor gasped at this sight, a person strong enough to take in tribulations with his body, a feat for the ages. She realized why others fled instantly while Wuxia became excited and treated the tribulation like a feast. In fact, this was indeed a delicious feast for him. Though it destroyed his body earlier, the golden bolts have become a part of his ocean, increasing the power of his lightning tribulation. It meant that his body was a weapon of mass destruction if he were to ever release it. She was certain that it was one of his ace cards, a heaven-defying tool for war. Boom! 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 It seemed that the actual heavenly tribulation above was enraged by his action. It sent down more lightning barrages, never resting until there was nothing left of him. They doubled in number. In fact, the bolts heading for the other areas stopped and changed direction towards him. Unfortunately, the floods of golden lightning couldn't affect him in the slightest. They fell down to his ocean and only served to increase his power. The emperor could hear the furious cry of the tribulation now. It maintained its hell-bent determination on taking him down. Chapter 2707, The Heavenly Tribulation increased its efforts several times. In the beginning, the offensive force looked like a storm. Now, it was at the level of a full-blown tsunami. It sent down golden ocean after ocean of lightning towards him, wanting to drown him completely. Since he became the prime target, the bolts attacking the other areas weakened. Other areas under attack became less pressured as a result. Of course, the onslaught was still useless. The tribulation above was certainly majestic, but Wuxia's own ocean didn't let up. The quantity and quality of the offensive bolts didn't matter. His ocean still took all of them in. The raging tribulation and its increasing effort actually benefited Wuxia like an unending buffet. Boom! The shrouding emperor nearby suddenly got struck by one of the golden bolts. All of her concealing methods exploded. Activate! She reacted quickly by raising her hands and summoned many treasures and activated numerous defensive measures. Rumble! The lightning bolts aimed for her since she was now exposed. A 12-palace emperor like her was infinitely close to being as strong as a progenitor, leaving no room for doubts. However, her defensive measures and treasures crumbled before the bolts. She couldn't withstand the tyrannical force of the tribulation. Buzz! She tried to shroud herself again, but the golden bolts broke her method. There was no way for her to break away from the onslaught now. She reactivated her treasures for another defensive attempt but couldn't stop the attack. One bolt struck her and left a gaping hole. Leave! This is a domain of lightning now, the tribulation will destroy everything near me, go as far as possible. Wuxia shouted at the emperor. She also realized that she was standing near the biggest target for the tribulation. The closer she was, the more likely she was going to be pulled into this mess. Take care, Dao brother, we'll meet again. She couldn't stay and risk being attacked again. Buzz! She decisively opened a Dao portal, knowing that Wuxia would be just fine against any attack of the lightning affinity regardless of its might. Boom! The tribulation seemingly sensed this attempt to escape and sent more bolts straight at her. Come here! Wuxia roared. His ocean of lightning became a maelstrom and started sucking in the bolts. Bam! The emperor disappeared into the portal at the very last second before some remnant bolt struck and crushed the portal. Rumble! The failure to kill infuriated the tribulation. All focus turned back on Wuxia to no avail. Boom! Li Qiye had an easy time facing the barrages since lightning couldn't kill him. At this exact moment, his Tao heart suddenly trembled and he sensed this fluctuation. This didn't come from the tribulation or the golden bolts but rather the dark law sealed in his Tao heart. It was obtained after killing the dark abomination back in stone harmony. It stayed dormant all this time until now. Finally, time to fish. Li Qiye smiled with his eyes turning cold. He leaped forward and moved through numerous domains in one fell swoop. Rumble. His speed was unreal but the tribulation kept up. Behind him was still a flood of lightning bolts. This was an incredible scene. The bolts resembled a golden galaxy illuminating the realms. The spectators couldn't see Li Qiye for they were dazzled by the golden radiance. Why is this tribulation flying around? Many gasped in astonishment since they have never seen such a wondrous spectacle before. Only Eternals and Emperors at a certain level could see Li Qiye darting through space. Alas, no one could get close. First, the speed was too much. Second, why bother getting close to that ferocious expanse of lightning? That's why they couldn't get a good look at Li Qiye's appearance. Who is that being pursued by such a mighty tribulation? One emperor noticed the pursuit. The masters here became speechless at this domineering scene. The next one would shock them even more. Come now. Li Qiye reached a remote area, deep in the crevice of the sky. His lightning ocean spewed out a boundless radiance of lightning affinity and illuminated the entire region. Boom! 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 The set of explosions came from him this time around, not the tribulation. He retaliated with a dazzling tsunami of lightning surging from his chest area. What is that? The mightiest emperors and progenitors couldn't keep their eyes open against this blinding radiance. They didn't dare to stare straight at the move, let alone seeing Li Qiye clearly. A lightning vortex formed from his ocean, spectacular beyond belief. Boom! Immortal lineage nearly exploded. All the bolts attacking the various places in this world headed for Li Qiye. He alone attracted everything. The tribulation floating in the sky then sent out the rest of its arsenal after a loud detonation. Chapter 2708, Boom. A radiance illuminated the myriad realms as numerous golden bolts shot towards Li Qiye's chest. The world dimmed down, whether it be the sun and moon or the celestials above. Only a shade of gold was left in the world after an apocalyptic explosion, fully engulfing Li Qiye. Boom! The tsunamis from Li Qiye's chest looked like millions of dragons roaring. They splashed straight into the sky. Numerous stars were buried as a result, completely annihilated by the lightning waves. The two different sources of lightning made everyone close their eyes due to the flashiness of the whole thing. Emperors and progenitors have fled long ago while shielding themselves. This tribulation power was too much to handle, capable of killing anyone on contact. That's why they no longer dared to watch this contest at the risk of revealing their positions and presence. Who is the one experiencing this tribulation? The rest of the experts wondered in horror. It's not a normal tribulation attempt. One knowledgeable Eternal knew more than everyone else, someone is purposely going up against it and leading it into his body. Well, who is it? Which invincible progenitor? Everyone nearby shuddered. One wouldn't even have the chance to resist after being struck, let alone deliberately baiting it. One Eternal became too curious and opened his heavenly gaze in order to look at the center of the radiance. Boom! His eyes exploded first, then the rest of his body. This mighty Eternal still couldn't handle the golden radiance coming from Li Qiye's ocean of lightning. Even progenitors would have a hard time. The power of the heaven, every existence was forced to the ground, no longer have the strength to even raise their head. Rumble. The waves coming from Li Qiye washed the sky numerous times. Not a single star or spatial scarring was left behind now, only specks of dust. Everyone in Three Immortals felt this terrifying presence. Since the start of time, they rarely saw tribulations happen in their world. Now, this extraordinary one left them stricken with terror. The tribulation's barrages against Wuxia only increased in power, causing the three worlds to quake. All the bolts available were aimed at him now, a showing of the high heaven's fury. It wished to penetrate that ocean of lightning inside his chest. Alas, they could only create the massive tsunamis seen earlier that ravaged the upper sphere. The entire battle so far has only lasted the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. However, this brief moment was too much for everyone to take. It seemed like an eternity of torture. As time went on, the golden bolts from the tribulation became weaker. Is this the end? People started relaxing after noticing this. Of course, the emperors and progenitors took a deep breath. Someone has actually managed to withstand this monstrous tribulation. Just how strong was this person? He must be on the same level as any progenitor from the Decemvirate. One progenitor said, aware that he wouldn't have been able to handle this tribulation even under his strongest state. Everyone started breathing easier, thinking that the storm has passed. Unfortunately, a strange phenomenon happened in the sky. Boom! An evil flame materialized and engulfed the world during the confusion. Such maliciousness! Someone shouted and quivered in fear. The flame started sweeping everyone off their feet due to the pressure. This blinding evil illuminated the world in no time at all. Finally, Wuxia wasn't surprised at all and opened his Tao heart to accept the incoming flame. The flame instantly struck his Tao heart and drowned it out, resulting in numerous detonations and earthquakes in three immortals. Wuxia transformed into a devil with flames oozing from his very being and blotting out the sky. A pair of black wings protruded from his back. Cracks appeared all around him and out came bone spurs with a cold glint. He seemed to be changing into a massive monster with barbs on his head and fur everywhere else. Clearly, an evil entity was trying to take over his body. At the same time, numerous experts in the three worlds were also affected by this intense evil. Their hearts started turning black, so they underwent the same changes with bone spurs and hair all over. Damn! An Eternal closed his eyes and tried his best to stop having any desire. He fled instantly and sealed himself. Such evil intense, even a progenitor felt his Tao heart trembling after sensing this evil. Black strands of light appeared around him. Not just the cultivators either, all living beings became affected. The mountains and rivers themselves started changing. Chapter 2709, Ah! Many an immortal lineage started screaming while twitching on the ground due to a terrible transformation taking place. Their body became crooked and warped, seemingly turning into dark beasts. Rumble! A monstrous hand stretched out of the ground in a remote region. The worms there turned into draconic abominations. They became hundreds of times bigger with tentacles all over. In a different lake, fish surfaced and also started changing in a terrifying manner. Their fins turned into dark hands, bones grew on their back, their face became quite ferocious. What is going on? A devil ancestor is descending? The top beings who could still maintain their Tao heart became alarmed. The oldest and most knowledgeable progenitor still found this scene terrifying. A forceful turning of this massive scale never happened before in immortal lineage. Because of this, bells could be heard around many great systems. The clear ringing served as a way to calm the mind. Moreover, they sent out powerful progenitorial lights. Images of progenitors appeared as well on top of wise chantings. The light and chanting expelled the darkness to stop the transformation process. The successful systems were the strongest in immortal. Nevertheless, the spread of evil continued across the world. It didn't take long before immortal turned into a nest with monsters everywhere. The top beings didn't know what to do. They couldn't think of someone with such a frightening evil affinity. Only progenitors could stay calm after protecting their Tao heart. Certain powerful emperors were still affected, more or less. Alas, they all needed to hide out of fear towards the unknown. Activate! Li Qie roared and a path split open on his forehead, revealing a strand of sacred light. This single strand tore apart his body along with the area nearby. Pop! 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 The holy light swept away any evil intent and darkness, wanting to refine this affinity inside him. It actually emanated from his Tao heart and created the cracks on him. Buzz! A buzz could be heard. It wasn't that loud, but everyone in immortal lineage clearly heard it. The holy light poured down from the sky and permeated everything like mercury, reaching all the depths and crevices. Buzz! Burning noises resounded everywhere, even on the living. The darkness and evil intents were being scorched by this holy light. Thus, the nearly transformed cultivators and various terrains assumed their original state. The twisted body of experts became normal again. Li Qie's Tao heart was the source of all that is holy in this world. He turned into the hottest and most blinding radiance. Now it's a saint, everyone wanted to get on their knees and join the light after sensing its purity. The light was winning and managed to save people from the darkness. Even the devils would feel this power in their heart and surrender. A saint from an old era? One progenitor wondered. He first thought of an ancient progenitor capable of exuding this holy light. However, this being was long gone now on the river of time. Thus, it has to be a different person. He opened his heavenly gaze to look at the light source in order to figure it out. However, this holy light actually imprinted itself into his Tao heart, causing it to waver. This scared the living hell out of him, so he quickly averted his gaze out of fear. The power of this light was insane. He might turn into a follower if he had kept on looking at it. A progenitor giving in to the light? That would be something else. What else could be spared from its holiness then? It was capable of turning all of immortal lineage into a land of bliss in the blink of an eye. From another perspective, it was no different from the evil affinity earlier. An ancient mantra came out of Li Qie's mouth. It echoed across the world and nearly flipped the river of time over. In this blink of an eye, the darkness that had disappeared in the river of time emerged once more and sent out offensive waves. It resonated with the darkness in his body, so popping noises could be heard. The dark flames around him ignited again, intending on taking his Tao heart and body. This ambush seized the upper hand and started to extinguish the holy light. With that, the living beings suffered the same devilization process: fangs, bone spurs, fur. Not again. The powerful masters had to flee once more while trying to remove the darkness. Ah! The weaker cultivators and ordinary living beings had no choice but to suffer this torturous transformation. Clank! 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 A series of metallic ringing came next. Far up in the sky vault were three great maelstrom releasing 12 laws. The spectating progenitors didn't recognize them at all. Clank! These primordial wills instantly locked Li Qie's Tao heart and the darkness within. Boom! While everyone was still confused and horrified, the holy light suddenly exploded. The light was already explosive and powerful before, but now, it intensified to a whole new level. This was all of the holy lights in history exploding at the same time. It resembled a world-ending flood washing over immortal lineage. The deepest abysses and most reclusive corners of darkness were still instantly illuminated. Chapter 27:10, Boom. Nothing managed to escape the overwhelming holy light after the previous boost of power. Buzz. The evil intents that have resurfaced were annihilated without fail. The old progenitors themselves took a deep breath. The mightiest devils and lords of darkness would still be washed and rendered to dust before this holy affinity. The emperors and progenitors didn't try to dodge the light and simply let it do its thing. Because of this, the bright particles penetrated them and killed any existing evil intent and darkness. Boom! A great blast blinded everyone's vision. No one knew what was going on. Once they regained their sight, the world has returned to its original appearance as if nothing had happened. Everyone instantly looked towards the source of the light, the area most affected by the tribulation. Alas, there was nothing there. They started looking at all four directions and at each other. The signs of them turning evil were no longer there. Everything seemed to be a bad dream earlier, not part of reality. However, a nightmare wouldn't feel that real. Plus, not everyone could share the same one. The crowd became befuddled, unable to get a good read of the situation. Only the extremely powerful Eternals, Emperors, and ancient progenitors had an idea. Some of them started flying upward where Wuxia stood earlier. The progenitors exercised prudence and summoned powerful defensive artifacts and techniques. After confirming that it was safe, they finally jumped into the center. However, none of them found a single trace of the previous event. One step too late. One progenitor became disappointed. He was plenty fast, yet he still couldn't meet the person capable of withstanding the tribulation and destroying the darkness. Who could it be? This question popped up in his mind. This progenitor decided to use divination, but nothing came up. Everything relating to this event has been sealed. He wasn't strong enough to break this containment to read the movements of the heaven. Something big will happen soon. Another one said with regrets before leaving. Several other figures emerged after he was gone. They also wanted to find an answer. Alas, they found the same non-answer as the progenitor prior. Well, which progenitor was it? The group wondered. They knew that very few progenitors were staying in immortal lineage right now. No one among them was actually this powerful. It might be one of the 10. A powerful emperor murmured. No way. With this power? Probably even stronger than Gao Yang, certainly among the top 3 or even the number 1 spot of the Decemvirate. A different master took a deep breath. Meanwhile, a chilling eye in the most dangerous area of a redeeming ground has been watching everything. This eye watched the events clearly while acting like a good, non-interfering spectator. It finally moved a bit after the finale. An outsider? From where? A true overlord has shown up after the 3 immortals. A deep voice sounded in this area. A blessing or a disaster? The latter will be inevitable. Certain existences in the darkness could still communicate through the spatial planes. It's finally coming. This world has been hidden for too long now, can't really ask for more. One more emotional voice answered. Tranquility returned after the explosion of the holy light. The event seemed like a nightmare with no real lasting effect. People couldn't tell if it was a good or bad thing. Nevertheless, it stirred discussions all over the realms, mainly for gossiping reasons. In the end, many believed that a devil lord had descended but was instantly taken care of by an invincible progenitor whose identity remained unknown. The background of the devil lord was unknown as well. Such a thing never happened before in 3 immortals, so they didn't know the source of this evil existence. Meanwhile, the real masters continued to search for an answer, wanting to see the progenitor who saved them all. They roamed the land and tried to calculate the answer to no avail. However, the heaven calculating pavilion suddenly sent out a message: the heavenly change heralds a monster. Everyone became excited and engraved the phrase to heart. They carefully contemplated the meaning behind it and came up with different interpretations. However, this phrase plus what had transpired just now made them shiver. Is something terrible really going to happen? The darkness and a monstrous devil are coming? Someone murmured. Maybe it's referring to the large-scale devilization process earlier, hence the word monster. A few experts believed this. Who passed down this message from the pavilion? A powerful Eternal asked around. Jade Zenith progenitor. A group of Eternals asked around enough and got a shocking answer. The progenitor calculated the heaven's will. Even other progenitors took a deep breath after hearing this. For millions of years now, everyone knew that Jade Zenith Progenitor was peerless in divination. Her words were made of gold, capable of predicting someone's fate and even the heaven's mandate. Something big was definitely looming on the horizon since she passed down this type of message. Then what's going to happen in the future? What is the heaven's mandate? Some progenitors started visiting the pavilion in order to see Jade Zenith. Alas, she wouldn't grant an audience to any powerful character, leaving only the message prior. Seems like Jade Zenith Progenitor doesn't want to see her any further. The progenitors sighed and left. Trying to predict the heaven's mandate was extremely dangerous since it was a rebellious deed. A mighty being like herself was no exception. Her single phrase spread across immortal lineage like a storm. Every system became cautious, afraid of a devil appearing out of nowhere. Some even planned for the worst and prepared an escape plan for the future. Chapter 27:11. The explosion of the holy light propelled Wuxia into immortal lineage and smashed him into the ground. Debris and blood splattered everywhere. "Old man, why does fate bring us together again?" Wuxia smiled wryly, seemingly unconscious. However, he simply separated his divine intents from his body and moved them into his Tao heart, truly going all out. A holy light remained in his Tao heart and illuminated a sacred world. The mountains, rivers, and each inch of land here were made from the light. Darkness shouldn't be able to exist in this world. Rumble. Strangely enough, waves of evil flames ravaged the land, wanting to crush it completely in order to get out. They smashed into the sky multiple times but were met with increasing intensity of holiness. The holy light had its own tsunami and was continuously reinforced by the land itself. Thick particles of the holy affinity spewed out like springs. Numerous holy runes were also floating in the air to refine the torrential darkness. Of course, the other side didn't relent. He was a true lord of darkness and continued to push against the holy light with similar momentum. The dark affinity was as thick as squid ink and only got denser the deeper in. Light, once captured, wouldn't be able to escape. In this holy world, the light couldn't make it to the core of the darkness. It needed to go one step at a time and clear out the perimeter first. If one could open their holy gaze, they would be able to faintly see a monstrosity looming in the core of the darkness. This was a supreme character being trapped by the 12 laws and 3 vortexes right now. Nevertheless, this existence still attacked the holy world, wanting to take it down along with Wuxia's Tao heart. A buzzing corrosion could be heard since the darkness has also turned into a cruel curse aiming to devour Wuxia's Tao heart. However, the light was protecting him by refining it away. Rumble. Offensive attempts from multiple fronts failed to affect Wuxia's Tao heart. Nothing in the world was tougher than his Tao heart, so he led this monstrous being here. He wanted to take the person's dark laws and turn them into a seed. On the other hand, the dark being wanted to take over Wuxia's body and fell into this trap, perhaps knowingly. This being was just too strong and could take down any progenitor. People considered invincible by others were only ants in comparison. Power led to overconfidence and arrogance. Plus, the dark being truly desired Wuxia's body and needed to take down his Tao heart anyway. Unfortunately, this resulted in an unfavorable situation. As for Wuxia, he needed to make this risky move as well because his Tao heart was his best weapon, the only thing he could use to imprison a supreme character of this level. "I will break your Tao heart and take your body." A roar came from the darkness. The dark being's visage remained hidden, only a large pair of horns could be seen. "I'm afraid you will never get the chance." Wuxia's divine intents materialized into a figure resembling his original self. This being exceeded all of his previous enemies, so he needed to go all out by sending his full focus into this world inside his Tao heart. "You are not a saint, your light won't last forever." The dark being used a language too ancient to be traced, older than any existing world. However, people at their level had no problem communicating. Their divine intents could understand everything. You surely know that darkness and light are just different forms of powers, only an immovable Tao heart is eternal. Li Qie said, I can become a saint with a single thought and bring light to the world, or a devil, the harbinger of darkness, if I will so. The dark existence didn't respond, aware of this truth. If I was at my peak state, I would take you down so quickly and devour this world. The being coldly threatened. This wasn't empty bravado either. This comment of his carried enough weight to intimidate any emperor, even progenitors. I won't deny your unmatched strength. Progenitors and the darkness can't compare to your group, but you should be able to recognize that the thing trapping you is a primordial will. Li Qie chuckled. I'll accept defeat if you can break out of it. But honestly, if you were capable of doing this, you wouldn't need to avoid the high heavens watch right now and sneak to this place. Damn that villainous heaven. The existence in the darkness cursed. The heaven is indeed wretched and I do want to stomp on its face at times, but with regard to the issue of dealing with bastards like you, I actually commend its decision. Li Qie smiled. Boom. The existence responded by releasing more energy. The holy world trembled a bit, but this still wasn't enough. The primordial will rendered escaping an impossibility, not to mention the power of light cancelling out the darkness. Don't you want to have a talk? Cooperate and the world might even erect a meritorious tablet in your honor in the future. Li Qie said. Worry about yourself first, you will die a terrible death in due time. If you think you're unbeatable just because you conceal me, then you are sorely mistaken. There are those up there stronger than me. The existence laughed. I'm aware. I've had a deal with that eye back in Moneyfall, so I know quite a bit about your group's situation. Li Qie wasn't worried. They're living a borrowed life, so they want nothing more than an unyielding Tao heart like yours. You'll be the finest delicacy. The existence said. That's only if they can actually handle me. But forget about that, let's focus on you first. I'm not asking for much, just go ahead and talk. I'm a great listener. Li Qie said. Give up on this foolish notion. I've lived longer and experienced far more things than you. The existence replied. To be expected. You really won't yield, but that's just fine. I will slowly annihilate you until only one divine intent is left. That's when I'll pry everything out of you. Chapter 27:12, The Dark Existence only answered with retaliation. The darkness became ferocious and wanted to flip the holy world over with even more monstrous tsunamis. The waves of onslaught resulted in disappointment and failure, unable to corrode Li Qie's Tao heart. As long as his Tao heart stood strong, this dark existence would never be able to escape to the outside, forever subjected to being withered down. This seemingly swift process was extremely dangerous. The existence was of a level far beyond progenitors, standing at the very apex of history. In fact, it alone could take on multiple progenitors at the same time. This meant that emperors and eternals were nothing more than ants in its eyes. If it were to invade a progenitor's Tao heart, even the most gifted one, this progenitor wouldn't be able to handle the dark corrosion. The progenitor's Tao heart would fall and his body would be stolen. Unfortunately, Li Qie's Tao heart was special too. Moreover, it was trapped by the primordial wills and couldn't get out. It seemed that its fate has been sealed. What are you hoping to accomplish? The dark being asked. What about you all? Li Qie chuckled. Wait, let me guess, I have seen your actions before from the eye. Your pursuit is very simple, just immortality, and you would do anything for this goal with wanton regard for the rest. Same for you. The existence snorted, isn't that your pursuit too? You have reigned the world for ages in the past with total authority, but that's only ephemeral in your eyes. You wish for immortality just like us. You're wrong there. My pursuit is not to become an immortal with everlasting life. I only want an answer. Li Qie smiled. An answer? It doesn't exist, no one can give it to you just like how no one gave one to us. However, the real answer is in your heart, immortality. An immortal touches my head and ties my hair, granting me everlasting life. Tell me what an immortal is then. Li Qie chuckled. We are immortals, and you will be one too. The Existence said. You all are pseudo-immortals at best. Li Qie said flatly. Then who are the real immortals in your eyes then? The Existence didn't become angry and spoke as if this was only a Tao discussion. Li Qie didn't respond. If your definition consists of everlasting life, then we are immortals, true immortals since we can't be destroyed. The Existence said. Really now? You think you're indestructible? Li Qie chuckled. Try if you're skeptical. Even if you destroy me, I'll still be eternal as long as I have one strand of essence left. The Existence spoke nonchalantly and with confidence after calming down. I will since I have plenty of patience. Li Qie smiled. So what if you can get everything you want from me? You'll become one of us, living for immortality. As you have said earlier, an immortal touches my head and ties my hair, granting me everlasting life. I'm the one teaching you how to become an immortal. The Existence asserted. You sound quite confident. Li Qie said. Though we are outside, we are also existing with the heaven and earth for an eternity. We have seen and experienced far more things than you. I have witnessed those even more gifted with greater determination than you. All of them still joined us in the end. Darkness and light are just mere concepts, watch. The Existence calmly spoke. Buzz. All of its ink-like darkness suddenly turned into a holy brilliance. Inside the glorious waves of light stood this Existence, still shrouded by the blinding light. It no longer chose to attack Li Qie's light but tried to meld into one with him. Li Qie's holy light didn't hold back and still suppressed its brethren, not allowing a fusion to take place. It still considered this holy expanse from the dark Existence to be darkness. You're right, light and darkness can change with a single thought. They are mere forms, just another type of method. That's why even if you turn into a true saint, I will still suppress and destroy you. Li Qie said. I know, but this is my answer to you. We are the same and you will join us after becoming a true immortal. The myriad ages are ephemeral, the reincarnation cycles are just part of an order. The Existence said. Stop boasting, if you're a true immortal, then there's no immortal in this world. Li Qie smiled. This line had several layers of meaning, not as obvious as it seemed. Doubt all you want. You won't be able to escape your fate in the future. You already have your answer. The Existence laughed. We'll about that, but there's one thing I'm certain of right now, your demise. Li Qie threatened. Humph, you got lucky. Who can actually stop me from devouring your world during my prime? Humph, I'm reduced to this from being stuck in the gap where your Tao heart wouldn't be able to trap me. The Existence said with arrogance and pride, fully deserving of so. Blame your fortune then. Li Qie retorted. Boom. The Existence turned its holy light back into darkness for more explosive rounds of assault against Li Qie's holy world and Tao heart. This being could use both light and darkness with a single thought. It could turn into a saint if it wanted to. However, it chose darkness since that's its most skillful aspect. At their level, becoming a devil or a saint didn't really matter. They remained themselves with the same personality and intrinsic nature. This group of terrifying beings' truest nature was being everlasting. In this sense, they could be considered immortals. Chapter 27:13. Meanwhile, the actual Li Qie fell into a deep mountain and left behind a pit. After a single night, vines and trees started growing around it, culminating in a forest. He landed on a system named Immortal Devil with quite an origin. Its progenitor had the title of Everlasting Forefather. The guy was very magical and could certainly back up this bold title choice. Rumor has it that he was the only person in history with a masterly understanding of the samsara and the only one who will experience it. That's why he would return after each era with a different identity. Numerous emperors and progenitors became interested in him, also wanting to learn the mysteries of the samsara. However, this person resembled an unreachable dragon. Though people knew that he has reincarnated, few could actually find him. He continued to shroud himself in fog, not letting others know his identity and background. Who knows how strong this progenitor was? That's why he was considered the most mysterious progenitor. He eventually stopped appearing a very long time later. Some guessed that he had finally failed on the cycle and became ashes. Future generations slowly forgot about this magical progenitor. However, the system he created continued to exist despite numerous ups and downs after many generations. However, the world didn't know that Everlasting Forefather also has another identity, Everlasting Shao of Immortal Demon Grotto in the Nine Worlds. Old man, why does fate bring us together again? That's why Li Qiye said this after the landing. After being sent flying by the explosion of his own holy light, a powerful force from this system pulled him here. The relationship between him and Everlasting Shao was too deep, spanning for eras. In fact, one could say that Li Qiye came from the Immortal Demon Grotto. Thus, the techniques and resources left behind by Everlasting Shao in this system drew Li Qiye here during his freefall. Li Qiye was actually going home, in a sense. His divine intents were in his Tao heart, completely focused on taking down the terrifying existence. Thus, he looked to be unconscious, almost like being in a vegetative state. Of course, it was easy for him to wake up. He just needed to remove one strand of intent from his Tao heart, then he would be back and not much different from now. Alas, his biggest goal was refining the dark existence right now, so he didn't care about his actual body. The weather and bugs didn't bother him at all. His constitution has reached an insane level. An ant couldn't dig its teeth in his skin. After a few days, the forest around him continuously expanded. The area directly below him fared even better. Some spirit grasses and alchemy materials flourished around him. This was to be expected. His blood stained the area from the previous wound. Even if it wasn't his true blood or imperial blood, just his regular blood was extremely precious, capable of making the soil fertile. Days passed by, then years in this wilderness rarely visited by others, so no one found him. Eventually, a group of young disciples from Mount Guard School came here to pick herbs. Hey, there's a cluster of spirit materials over here. They spent half a day for little gains until they found his location and saw a plethora of herbs and grasses. The various types were precious on top of growing very well, resulting in an alchemy garden of sorts. The youths became excited and hurriedly gathered the items. We finally found a good area. They happily filled their baskets. Thank God first brother noticed this, or most of us would have returned empty-handed. We're rich now. Well, I guess this will be considered a meritorious contribution for the sect. The elders will be very pleased. Some of them started celebrating and continued the harvest. First brother, there's a corpse here. One of them finally saw Li Qiye. A corpse. Some were startled and stumbled backward. They exchanged glances of astonishment. The more timid members became frightened. Dig it out so we can have a better look. Their first brother named Li Jianquan remained cool and ordered. The group worked together to clear the vegetation and finally exposed the corpse. It hasn't decomposed. Their first brother pulled up the muddy corpse and took a look. Not someone from our school. They heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the corpse's face. Well, this person technically shouldn't have died that long ago judging from the state of his corpse, but why was it buried so deep? A murder, maybe? Speculation arose. This naturally scared some members. Did someone kill then bury him in this remote region? Maybe a robbery escalating into a murder, or just something else altogether? Does anyone recognize him? Their first brother asked. This was the territory of their school, so it could be someone from there. The group took a look before shaking their head. I think he's a mortal, not a cultivator, and definitely not an expert. One said quietly. The majority agreed and nodded, thinking that this guy looks way too ordinary to be an expert or a cultivator. No wound on him, maybe he got sick while plucking herb and died. Another disciple said. Wait, he's still alive. One disciple turned pale and shouted. Li Qiye opened his eyes for a split second before closing them again, returning his one intent back to his Tao heart. The refinement was still happening in his Tao heart, but this group disturbed him, so he took a quick look. He lost interest after seeing them. A corpse suddenly opening its eyes naturally scared the youths. Many have just joined the sect and have yet to see the world. He's alive. They carefully observed him again after the momentary shock and calmed down. This wasn't a reanimated corpse. Yes, I think he fell down hard and became crippled from top to bottom. It's a miracle that he's still alive. Their first brother squatted down and confirmed. Chapter 27:14, Poor Guy. One member murmured after hearing the first brother's assessment. Right, he might have been here all alone for a long time now, maybe he has no family so no one looked for him. Another shook his head. This is a miracle already. I think he's in this vegetative state thanks to the spirit medicines around him. The dew and pill energy are keeping him alive. One more added. The majority agreed with this statement. After all, a mortal shouldn't stay alive for this long in this state. It had to the abundant precious medicines and their spirit energy keeping him alive. Otherwise, this mortal sticking around here for this long. Even if the beasts were to spare him, he would have died from starvation anyway. What should we do with him? One disciple asked. The youths didn't know what to do since they were inexperienced. How about we bring him back to the sect and let the masters decide? His friend suggested. Who is carrying him back? And what if there's no resolution afterward, who's responsible for taking care of him? A different disciple immediately responded. The group became quiet. Though their sect wasn't a big one or anything, they were still cultivators. Whether strong or weak, they still considered themselves superior compared to a mortal. Who would be willing to take up this task? After bringing him back and he still has some family members nearby, then it would be easy. But conversely, their masters might make the one who brought him back responsible for taking care of him. That would be very troublesome since it might last for decades. Why not just leave him here and ignore him? He's not a disciple from our school, a complete stranger. He's the one who fell, it's not like we did this to him. One member said, the last line was meant to make them feel better about doing so. The group started pondering. This wasn't actually a bad idea. After all, this mortal had no ties with them. I don't agree, he'll be eaten by wild beasts right away if we leave him here. One of them stared at Li Qiye and couldn't do it. Who is responsible when it comes down to it after we take him back? A slightly older disciple deepened his tone. Once again, no one was up for the task. They needed to focus on cultivation and finding the Tao. How could they waste their precious time on a stranger? Kill him. Finally, their first brother offered a suggestion. Kill him? We shouldn't, someone in the frightened crowd disagreed. They have killed before but only enemies. It seemed unsuitable for them to kill someone in a vegetative state. If we don't kill and just leave him here, he'll only suffer even more. It's only a matter of time too, so a sword is a better outcome than being bitten by insects and eaten by beasts. Make it easier on him. Li Jianquan had weathered more storms than the rest, so he revealed his hardened perspective. Though the disciples didn't vocally agree, they found logic in his suggestion. Perhaps killing someone in this state was actually doing him a favor, delivering him from this horrible fate. If no one objects, then let's do it. Jinkuan looked around and declared. The group answered with silence since no one wanted this trouble. Jinkuan slowly unsheathed his sword, revealing a bright glint. Senior brother, I'll do it. I'll carry him back to the sect and see if he's savable. A feeble and uncertain voice stopped Jinkuan from carrying out the task. All eyes darted towards her. This was a delicate and pretty girl. Her expression looked nervous outside of the unyielding flash in her pure and spirited eyes. Junior sister, an older female disciple, pulled on her sleeve after hearing this. She couldn't handle the spotlight and hastily lowered her head. Junior sister Gua, you shouldn't. You don't even know him. Another senior brother disagreed. The girl's name was Gua Jiahui, who has only joined Mount Guard for a year or so. Her talents were average, she didn't stand out that much compared to the rest and lacked meritorious achievements. All in all, a very forgettable disciple. Are you sure? If you bring him back, you will take care of him, since if you throw him out later, it will be bad for both you and the reputation of our sect. Do not do this if you lack the determination. Jinkuan turned towards her and advised. The seniors all stared at her, thinking that she was making a bad choice. Junior sister, don't do it. Others might gossip if you bring him back, and it'll only be a waste of your time too. Spend it on cultivation, not immortal. A sister next to her said. She's right, why add unnecessary trouble? If you can't bear to watch, then leave first. Senior brother will do it afterward. Another brother added. Junior sister, rethink this, because this might waste several decades of yours if he actually stays alive for that long. The group started chiming in. Jiahui hesitated after being bombarded. She knew they were right too, and plus, this man was a stranger. She looked over at him. His face was still dirty and covered in mud. Alas, his features actually made her think of someone and felt a sense of familiarity. I've made up my mind, I will be responsible for him. She gritted her teeth and said before heaving a sigh of relief after making a big decision. You're too kind, junior sister. Her seniors shook their head and stopped. They have said enough already. Everyone knew that bringing this person back would only slow her down, hindering her future. I won't say anything else if you wish to do this good deed. However, from now on, he is your responsibility. Jinkuan sheathed his sword and nodded. Yes. Jiahui didn't regret her decision and came to prop Li Chia up. Her close friends offered their assistance. Our mission is complete, time to return. Jinkuan looked at the group and ordered. The rest followed behind him, with Jiahui carrying Li Chia all the way in the back. Fellow sect members occasionally helped her. Though many disagreed and found her decision strange, she didn't say a word back and quietly carried Li Chia back to the sect. Chapter 27:15. The group finally made it back to Mount Guard School and instantly reported to their seniors. The once famous sect has fallen into a third-rate one, far inferior versus its peers. It used to be an authority figure in all of three immortals, not just an immortal demon system. It also reigned over this system for a long period of time. Its name had an impressive history. As long as one was within the territory of the sect, they could always see a towering mountain reaching the sky. It looked to be the center of the world. It wasn't the tallest one in the system, but it looked like the imperious king of all mountains. The mountain didn't have a name, but according to the legends, there was a cave at the very top with the name Immortal Demon. Everyone knew about this particular cave since it represented Everlasting Forefather. The sect got its name from protecting this mountain. Its progenitor was a disciple of Everlasting Forefather. The progenitor usually cultivated here back during his era. Thus, this disciple decided to create his own sect here in order to protect his master. But why would an incredible progenitor need protection from his disciple? According to the rumors, everlasting forefather would come back again in this cave after each cycle. Thus, Mountguard's greatest responsibility was to be there for that moment. When the progenitor was experiencing the various cycles, Mountguard also stood at the height of its power, producing numerous everlasting and emperors. No one could touch them at that point. They served as guardians of their progenitor and defended the system as well. Unfortunately, the forefather eventually disappeared and his samsara cycles stopped. The sect gradually weakened afterward before falling off the cliff completely. The once strongest sect in Immortal Demon became a third-rate one. Nevertheless, the subsequent generations still protected this place. They would have official yearly ceremonies to worship the mountain and their progenitor. Though far from their golden age, the sect still had several thousand disciples, not too bad relative to their peers. The group handed the herbs to the sect in exchange for considerable contribution points. The seniors noticed their rich harvest and nodded approvingly. This trip was amazing for them, so each disciple became quite excited. Finally, Li Jianquan told the seniors about Guo Jiehui's decision to save Li Qie. One senior took a look and shook his head. There's no divine intent in there, so he can't be saved. He'll be a vegetable for the rest of his life. The group took this as fact now. Of course, this senior had a decent cultivation, but he couldn't see through Li Qie's real situation. In this last moment, some friends of Jiehui told her to change her mind. Alas, she chose to keep him here to take care of his needs. You need to take good care of him. Don't let others use this to criticize our sect and damage our reputation. The senior didn't stop her nor force her to throw this cripple away. I understand. Jiehui confirmed. Most didn't understand but still respected it. She then brought him back to her place. The once mighty sect had plenty of territories even to this day. Thus, many disciples had their own peak, the same for Jiehui. It wasn't a special location or anything, but she still had freedom here. The first thing she did was cleaning him up. At the start, she thought that he would be all skin and bones, but after taking him off his clothes, she saw his vigorous muscles. She naturally blushed due to her inexperience and was at a loss of what to do next. Alas, she couldn't ask anyone else for help. She awkwardly cleaned him from top to bottom before finding suitable clothing for him. Once finished, she took a good look and found that he was very ordinary looking, clearly immortal. However, for some strange reasons, perhaps due to her own feelings, she appreciated his appearance and thought that he was very pleasing to the eye. Just a little similar, not him. She quietly sighed and stroked his cheek. My older brother was ordinary too, but he was the best brother anyone can ask for. Her mood became dejected as she wept softly. She recalled her youth and her older brother, just another common-looking fella. As he escorted her to Mountguard School to learn cultivation, he fell down a cliff along the way and died. Because of this, after seeing Li Qie's ordinary appearance, it sparked some deeply rooted emotions in her. That's why she made the decision to take care of this mortal. Though Li Qie wasn't her brother, she still took good care of him despite being busy with her own tasks and cultivation. She even made a wheelchair to take him out to the sun to enjoy the fresh air. Li Qie was aware of the events happening outside, but he chose to ignore them. All of his focus remained on refining the monstrosity within his Tao heart. Of course, he would have been perfectly fine due to his current power level even if she didn't bring him back to the sect, no different from another rock in the mountain. I failed 5 times today while reciting the mental chant. The senior brothers and sisters have done it, even the juniors too. I must be truly stupid. She sat next to him beneath the sun. Who knows if she was the one keeping him company or vice versa. She regularly told him the events going on in her life since she had few friends here at Mountguard, both the good and bad. A man in a vegetative state was probably the best listener. She has grown accustomed to not getting a response because he hasn't batted an eye ever since he was brought back to Mountguard. Alas, she didn't know that Li Qie heard every single word. He just didn't have time to care right now. Chapter 27:16, Wu Jiahui's decision to take care of a cripple like Li Qiye truly perplexed her fellow sect members. A few gossiped and criticized her while most thought that she was too kind-hearted, throwing her precious time away in the process. Cultivators truly valued their time, none would want to waste a single second, let alone on a crippled mortal like Li Qiye. Her innate talents weren't exceptional either, so she should put in more effort and time for cultivation. Otherwise, her peers would surpass her, even the juniors who joined the sect after her too. At that point, she would be abandoned by the sect. Some have convinced her to forget about Li Qiye and take him down the mountain, then pay a regular household to take care of him. Alas, she continued on her stubborn way. In the beginning, he looked similar to her late brother. But now, after spending some time together, the resemblance ended long ago. Nevertheless, she still didn't want to abandon him, for she slowly started considering him as a family member. Her mood and state of mind improved when he was around. She had few close friends in the sect and even fewer confidants. Li Qiye was the only person she opened her heart without needing to hide anything. Though Li Qiye never answered back or even opened his eyes to look at her, she was still more than willing to chat with him about her daily life. She thought about curing his ailment. Though Mount Guard was no longer the same as before, it still had plenty of capable medical masters and alchemists. It might be possible for a powerful alchemist to cure a crippled mortal, so she tried asking them. Impossible, his 6 veins are done for. He'll be bedridden forever. Alas, one alchemist took a look and shook his head. Is there no other way? She held on to hope. Try using true energy to massage him each day to open his energy channels. There might be hope later down the line. The senior said with uncertainty before adding, but don't waste time on a mortal. The right thing for you to do is focus on your own cultivation. The senior left after saying this, thinking that it wasn't worth it to do this over a mortal. From then on, Jiahui had a new task. She would massage him every day and pour her true energy into him. Unfortunately, this proved to be futile because her energy couldn't move through his hardened veins. How could her weak energy actually activate the veins of such a monster? Simply impossible. This didn't stop her, since she continued onward while hoping for a miracle. This sheer determination showed that she viewed him as a family member. All of this still didn't warrant a response from Li Qiye. As time passed, his suppression successfully weakened the monstrous being. Sigh. She lamented during a sunbathing session one day, I can't finish my mental law, even Master scolded me for being stupid, maybe it's really true. I'm not suitable for cultivation, you're not the only stupid one, your master is stupid beyond help too. A faint voice interrupted her reflection. Ah! She jumped from being startled and started looking around, thinking that there was a ghost. However, only Li Qiye was with her in this courtyard. Who is it? She shouted after not finding anyone, fear loomed in her mind. Next to you. Li Qiye finally opened his eyes to look at her. You're up. She was astounded, since this was his first time reacting outside of moving his eyes when they found him the first time. She looked into his eyes and saw a look of disdain, as if he found himself superior to her and everyone else. However, why would a mortal have this type of glare? Li Qiye said his part, then closed his eyes again, seemingly asleep. She calmed down and realized that she had told him everything in the past, so she became embarrassed, wanting to dig a hole and jump down on it to hide. I'll make you something to eat. She came up with an excuse to run. No, your cooking is terrible, find someone better. Li Qiye said flatly. Jiahui didn't know how to react and moved her arms around awkwardly. This person woke up and didn't bother thanking her, only criticizing her cooking. You trained the desolate mind scripture incorrectly and were silly enough to take your master's teachings as facts instead of learning on your own. Then again, your idiotic master made the simple scripture so complex. If the old man were alive, he would go crazy after witnessing this level of stupidity. Li Qie spoke again while she stood there in a daze. How can you be so rude? She became angry after hearing this criticism of her master. Her master didn't mistreat or punish her despite her mediocrity. She wasn't angry when he called her stupid, but insulting her master was a different story. Buzz. Li Qie pointed at her forehead with a speed too fast for her to react. A tiny law entered her brain. Boom! A complete version of the Desolate Mind scripture emerged with amazing profundity and transformations. She could hear the chants now. The difficult scripture suddenly couldn't be any simpler for her. She understood the mysteries right away. More importantly, she found her previous cultivation of the scripture to be full of mistakes and holes. The scripture fully drew her attention. This was her first time finding out the beautiful Grand Tao. It wasn't as dry and confusing as she thought. Chapter 27:17, Desolate Mind Scripture was her merit law, a foundational block of immortal demon system passed down by everlasting forefather. Gu Jiahui has been training with this law ever since joining Mount Guard. Alas, she showed no signs of improvement and limited accomplishments. Thus, she couldn't move on to a more powerful merit law. On the contrary, this merit law was too simple for Li Qie. He just needed to listen to a couple of chants before gaining a full grasp of its mysteries. He knew everlasting forefather the best in this world. They have existed together for millions of years. Moreover, he could easily figure out a law from a system on his own at his current level. Unfortunately, this proved to be an arduous task for Jiahui, something that could affect her future. In this second, she felt a door opening inside her mind, allowing her to see a whole new world. The light from there illuminated her path. She found hope for the future, and this increased her determination and courage to tread onward. It took a while before she regained her wits from this beautiful immersion. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. She bowed deeply towards him and didn't know how to address the guy. She eventually chose to go with Senior. Though Li Qie looked quite young, she didn't want to be wrong. A slow girl like her could still tell that he was a hidden master despite his current state. Otherwise, he wouldn't understand this scripture so well. Li Qie, sitting in his wheelchair, didn't respond at all to her bowing. She had no idea what was going on with Li Qie and the reason for his pitiful state. Alas, she restrained her curiosity since the guy might ignore her anyway. She accompanied him for a while longer under the sun before pushing him back home. In the next several days, he continued to be sleeping just like before. She realized that he might not be in a vegetative state but couldn't come up with another answer. Thus, she resumed her normal duty in taking care of him. However, she stopped talking as much after finding out, no longer confiding in him about her days. His imprinted law benefited her greatly and allowed her to understand the scripture. Her cultivation started becoming smooth with great improvements, almost like a fish returning to the water. She quickly surpassed many peers in a short time. Her master praised her many times, thinking that it was a little miracle and that it was thanks to his teachings. With this, her state of mind naturally improved, and this also played a positive role in her cultivation. On this night, she and Li Qie observed the stars. Normally, she would be talking non-stop to him right now. Alas, she became afraid of him after the previous awakening. Why aren't you talking anymore? Li Qie suddenly asked with his eyes open. Say, Senior. She was still startled but fared much better than last time. You're awake now. She thought that he was alternating between consciousness and otherwise. It has been peaceful without your yabbering. Li Qie said. I'm afraid of disturbing you, Senior. She became awkward and lowered her head. I'm only 18, so don't call me Senior. You may call me Young Noble instead. Li Qie closed his eyes. The girl wanted to chuckle but didn't dare to, her lips curled into a faint smile. Yes, young noble. She nodded, finding herself to be very obedient before him for some unknown reason even though he couldn't move at all. Li Qiye seemingly had a natural dominating affinity over other living beings. His words must be obeyed even though he didn't exert an imperious aura right now. This made Jiahui feel quite strange. This brief conversation relaxed her. She slowly got used to his style and became normal again, chatting with him while taking care of his daily essentials. She didn't mind a lack of response from him, thinking that he has entered a deep slumber once more. She didn't know when he would wake up again and wanted to help. Alas, she didn't know where to start. Even the reason for his need to sleep eluded her. Days passed on and the status quo remained the same between the two. Li Qiye focused on refining the being in his Tao heart while she took care of him. Gu Jiahui brought home a senior sister today. The girl wore a red dress and was slightly older than Jiahui, also more noticeably gorgeous. Young noble, this is my senior sister. Jiahui introduced the two. Young noble. The girl bowed respectfully towards Li Qiye. Alas, the cripple in the wheelchair didn't respond, still deep in his slumber. The girl seemed unsure and looked over towards Jiahui. The latter pulled her away and whispered, "Let's make something tasty." The two then became very busy in the kitchen. The older girl's name was Zhao Zhiding, Jiahui's best friend in Mount Guard. She joined the sect earlier and had the status of first sister. Jiahui didn't stand out in any way, so most peers didn't give her the time of day. Only Zhao Zhiding watched over her like a sister and helped her with various matters. They slowly became friends and sisters as a result. Zhiding had better talents, so her cultivation was also stronger than Jiahui. However, Jiahui improved by leaps and bounds in recent days and almost caught up with her. This made her very curious. Chapter 27:18, Gu Jiahui's improvement surprised Zhao Zhiding. The two of them were close enough so Jiahui's monumental transformation was very obvious. Because of this, Zhiding started asking her. Of course, Jiahui wouldn't divulge this sensitive information to outsiders. In the beginning, Jiahui remained prudent and skirted around the issue. Recently, Zhiding has reached a bottleneck, resulting in stagnation. Her peers started surpassing her, so this became a source of stress and vexation. Jiahui worried about her since they were close. She finally chose to tell Zhiding her secrets because the latter used to be so kind to her. It was her turn now to help. Zhiding didn't believe it at all after listening to Jiahui's secrets. She was also there during the herb plucking expedition, so she knew about Li Qiye's situation. In fact, she even helped Jiahui carry the guy back. So now, the sudden reversal of a crippled mortal turning into a hidden master was too much for her to accept. If it didn't come from Jiahui herself, Zhiding would never believe it, thinking that it was only a cruel joke. However, Zhiding chose to believe due to their intimate relationship. Jiahui wouldn't trick her, and plus, her improvements were as clear as day. Their master praised her non-stop, saying that it was a miracle and that she had learned everything from him. Finally, Jiahui came up with a plan for Zhiding to ask Li Qiye for help. The focus was on making a good meal for Li Qiye. When he woke up the last time, he instantly berated her lack of skills in the kitchen. On the other hand, Zhiding was famous as a cook in the sect. Zhiding loved cooking from a young age. This eventually earned her a nickname in the sect, Beautiful Chef. She had no choice but to ask Li Qiye for help since her own master had tried to guide her several times to no avail. All of her hope was placed on Li Qiye now. Zhiding visited each day to take care of Li Qiye. She racked her brains coming up with her best dishes, hoping to win Li Qiye's grace. Time passed and she earned nothing since Li Qiye continued to be unresponsive. Zhiding started wavering after a while, wondering if Li Qiye actually had this ability. Maybe he wouldn't wake up again since Jiahui wasn't certain of a timeline either. Nevertheless, she pressed onward and continued to serve Li Qiye with Jiahui. She treated it as a trial of determination and perseverance, no different than cultivation. The possibility of failure was present in both tasks, but one still needed to do them. The days went on. They have grown so accustomed to the task that even Jiding started chatting with Li Qiye about her problems. Just like any other day, Jiding also put a lot of effort into making a table full of good meals for Li Qiye. "Your food has been terrible recently." A faint voice resounded next to her. This naturally scared her, but luckily, Jiahui has warned her before or she would have dropped her tray. "Sani dash, no, young noble," she stammered and saw that his eyes were still closed. She thought that maybe she was only hearing things and watched with bated breath. "You're not imagining it." Li Qiye finally opened his eyes. This scene completely won Jiding over. She truly believed Jiahui now. Why? Prior to this, she had doubts because of Li Qiye's dormancy. She slowly became accustomed to this and thought that it no longer matters whether he wakes up or not. This was a test for herself, a period of reflection. Now, his gaze alone made her feel insignificant like an ant. She had no choice to look up at him despite his current state and ordinary appearance. This gaze of his encompassed all living beings and everything else. "Jiding greets you, young noble." She calmed down and respectfully bowed her head. Li Qiye closed his eyes again. Jiding didn't know what to do. She opened her mouth several times but nothing came out, worrying that Li Qiye has fallen asleep again. "You wish for pointers from me, right?" Li Qiye broke her awkwardness while just sitting there, not bothering to open his eyes. "Why yes, young noble." She nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking for grain. "I already have." Li Qiye said. "You have?" She became frozen and carefully recalled her experience. Alas, this was his first time reacting to her. "I'm afraid I'm too foolish to understand." She eventually answered. "Are you persevering right now? That's the whole point of cultivation, riches after enough accumulation. Can't you tell that your mentality has changed versus how it was in the beginning?" He said flatly. She carefully thought it over and agreed. In the beginning, she came here for help with an urgent mindset wishing for success. His lack of response truly made her question the process. Alas, as time went on, the sense of urgency and need for success gradually decreased. The process became a part of life instead. Her mental state calmed down by quite a bit. Though she still couldn't break through the cultivation bottleneck, she didn't mind it as much and had enough determination and confidence to eventually make it. "Right, but I still can't find clues about reaching the next level," she said. "Then go stir-fry some more vegetables," Li Qiye said. "Stir-fry?" She didn't know what this has to do with cultivation. "What's the most important thing to keep in mind while stir-frying vegetables?" He opened her eyes and asked. "Fire and temperature." She answered right away. "Correct. As a cultivator, what can you use to control the fire so that the temperature is precise to the finest detail? Have you ever thought of this?" Li Qiye asked. She stood there in a daze. "Use your fire mastery for cooking. Your encroaching flame scroll is exactly that. Why do you like cooking so much? It's because you feel close to the flame yet you have never thought about incorporating cultivation into cooking." She started contemplating. Encroaching flame was a great merit law of Mount Guard. Using this technique for cooking seemed to be wasting it, like appointing a talented person to a useless position. Her master might become infuriated thinking that she was besmirching the ancestors' invincible merit law. However, she also agreed with Li Qiye's logic, something she had never considered before. "Go feel the fire and understand its transformation and you will see where the bottleneck is," Li Qiye said. Feel the fire, his few words truly stirred her emotions and opened a door for her. Chapter 27:19, Zhao Jiding found Li Qiye's line of thinking to be unprecedented. She has always taken cultivation step by step, relying on the methods passed down by her master. In fact, these methods have been passed down for generations as unending dogmas. Not only are you stupid, but your master is also idiotic beyond cure too. I can smell the rot of this teaching method from far away. So many years yet still adhering to old ideas, resulting in stagnation. The merit laws passed down by the ancestors are meant to be improved or changed by the new generations. Li Qiye didn't hold back. Jiding smiled wryly and didn't dare to respond. Commenting on one's master was considered extremely disrespectful in Mount Guard. Try and comprehend this with your heart and mind while abandoning dated beliefs. Li Qiye shot out a tiny law into her brain. She became startled after finding out that this law pertained to fire mastery. Li Qiye didn't teach her how to cultivate the encroaching flame scroll, only a few profundities regarding fire mastery. She looked conscientiously at it and became shaken. These methods of fire mastery perfectly fused with what she had learned in the past. It boosted her current abilities in such a smooth and flawless manner. Thank you, young noble. She bowed deeply towards him and didn't garner a response. Nevertheless, she was more than satisfied already. Jia Hui returned and found out a bit later. She became pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, Jiding broke through the bottleneck that has been plaguing her in no time at all. Her cultivation soared at an unprecedented rate. Moreover, she seemed to understand everything from the flame-encroaching scroll. Today, she realized that the methods passed down by her master were inefficient and blind. Li Qiye's guidance opened numerous illuminated paths for her. A feeling of elucidation made her think that one Tao could reach the myriad laws. She gained a deeper appreciation of his unfathomability, perhaps stronger than anyone else in Mount Guard. After all, her seniors didn't have a way to help her while Li Qiye's few words were more than enough. The duo resumed their duties in taking care of him, not knowing when he would wake up again. They also didn't dare to let anyone else know since it was better to be prudent. First, others might have nefarious ideas towards him after finding out. Second, they didn't want to offend him. A master was always impossible to predict, so they wouldn't do anything without permission. Taking care of him didn't slow their cultivation rate at all since they trained skillfully and easily. Today, Jia Hui took Li Qiye out for fresh air again. She gazed at the divine mountain for a long time, completely immersed. This mountain was visible in any location inside Mount Guard. It looked to be right in front of any spectator despite being very far away. Is reincarnation really possible? Jia Hui curiously wondered. She has heard many legends about the divine mountain after joining Mount Guard. Plus, there were yearly ceremonies to worship everlasting forefather. Her seniors told her that their sect's purpose is to protect the divine mountain and any reincarnated form of their forefather. Though the cycles of reincarnation stopped and the sect started to decline, they have never forgotten their purpose and the creed of their founding patriarch. Will the progenitor return in the immortal demon grotto? She rested her chin on her hands while ruminating and staring at the mountain. Its peak was shrouded by clouds and fog, so she couldn't see the legendary cave at all. According to the legends, their forefather always returned inside that cave. The sages of Mount Guard would then greet him afterward. But no one can climb to the peak now in our sect. We wouldn't even know if the forefather had reincarnated. She murmured. Because of the current state of declination, not a single member of Mount Guard was capable of reaching the top of the divine mountain, let alone entering immortal demon grotto. Ascension required overcoming an immense pressure. This force gradually increased as one climbs higher, not something they could handle or resist. At a certain level, the climbers would be crushed into streams of blood. A very long time ago, they had ancestors capable of entering the cave. Alas, after the last sage passed away, not a single newcomer could accomplish this task. Of course, great masters have tried in each generation. This only resulted in failure. Later on, their descendants had no choice but to give up, realizing their lack of abilities. Reincarnation won't happen again. Li Qiye's voice lingered by her ear. Young noble. She didn't expect him to wake up at this moment and became excited. Li Qiye ignored her and stared at the mountain. His eyes became profound, perhaps capable of peering through the boundless realms. For some reason, she suddenly felt sad, perhaps influenced by Li Qiye's mood. Old man. Li Qiye gently sighed and said, "There's no doubt that you're a son of a bitch, but I can't deny your distinguished accomplishments as a pioneer." Everlasting Forefather and Li Qiye had a complicated feud in the past. Alas, he was dead now, so animosity no longer existed. Few could persevere on this path. The most brilliant and the strongest have tried, but a majority usually fell into temptation, unlike you. A son of a bitch worthy of respect. Li Qiye said. The death of Everlasting Shao wasn't the death of an enemy to Li Qiye, only the death of another adventurer on this path. This arduous path winded forever, and the travelers could die at any moment, or worse, sinking into depravity. Pain and agonies tormented his eras, but Everlasting Shao still didn't give up even when everything else has turned to ashes. He searched for possibilities and methods. For example, this system was one of his experiments. He tested with the samsara cycle in order to accomplish the impossible. That's why he came to three immortals, hoping for both an answer and finding the things he wanted. Unfortunately, three immortals didn't have them, so he had to leave for his own world. That's why the reincarnation cycles stopped in the Divine Mountain. Finally, Everlasting Shao went all out just once. The result was obvious: absolute failure and destruction. Luckily, this system in three immortals could still be considered as his legacy. Chapter 27:20, Go Climb It. Li Qiye gave Jiehui a glance and commended. Climb it? She pointed at herself, then the mountain, before stammering, Mimi? Going up the Divine Mountain? Yes, carry me up there. Li Qiye slowly closed his eyes. Jiehui's vision darted back and forth between her and Li Qiye, thinking that he might be joking despite his serious expression. No one has been able to do so for millions of years now. Even the strongest member of Mount Guard couldn't do so, let alone an ordinary disciple like her. Moreover, she needed to carry Li Qiye too. I can't do it. I think I'll be turned into a mist of blood before reaching the halfway ridge. She said without confidence. That's why you have me on your back. Li Qiye said insipidly. The girl didn't know what to do. This wasn't an issue of lacking confidence or having low self-esteem, just a matter of abilities and being realistic. My insignificant cultivation can't withstand the suppression from the mountain. She added, knowing that even their sect's powerful Eternals couldn't do it. That's irrelevant. What's important here is whether you have enough determination and will to do so. The suppression won't fall upon you. Li Qiye said. She had no response due to lacking enough information about the Divine Mountain. This lack of knowledge extended to the rest of the sect. Can you do it? Do you have what it takes to pass this mental trial? Li Qiye opened his eyes and asked. She has never thought about this matter before due to its impossible nature for an ordinary disciple like her. An attempt should be left for the seniors of the sect, so Li Qiye's request completely caught her off guard. To live a boring life of adequacy or to risk it all for one shot. Your choice. Li Qiye ended with this and closed his eyes. Fine, I'll do it. I will climb the mountain. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth after a long silence. Li Qiye seemed to be asleep and didn't hear her answer. What? You want to climb up there? Jiding was shocked to hear Jiehui's decision. I'll be carrying the young noble. Jiehui has made up her mind and wouldn't listen to anyone. Jiding instinctively stared at the slumbering Li Qiye, realizing that it was his idea. I'll go with you. She took a deep breath and nodded. She couldn't let Jiahui go by herself due to the arduous task. Jiahui shook her head and didn't say anything. Then I'll accompany you to the foot of the mountain. Jiding conceded. Jiahui agreed and went to report this to her master. Insanity. Such foolishness. Her master instantly scolded after hearing about her intent to climb the divine mountain on top of carrying a cripple. This was nothing short of being suicidal because he himself wouldn't be able to do it. Alas, Jiahui maintained her stance and her master couldn't stop her. There was no rule forbidding disciples from climbing up the mountain. The only deterrence in place was the fear of death. Don't you know that once you fail to resist the suppression, it will turn you into blood? Her master said with a grave tone. She quietly nodded and didn't tell him about Wuxia. Seeing his disciple as stubborn as a donkey prompted him to convene with several other elders. They eventually allowed her to do so in accordance with the sect's rules. The elders have agreed. Your life is in your own hand. Her master helplessly said, it's not too late to drop this. You have improved recently and showed great potential for a bright future, no need to throw your life away. He believed that there could only be one outcome, death for both her and Wuxia. It was fine for a crippled mortal to die, but a disciple like Jiahui dying would be such a waste. He had such high hopes for her recently too. Go back and prepare. In the end, all he could do was watch. Jiahui went back to gather some necessary items for climbing. She didn't know how long this would take, so she brought some dried rations and healing ointments. Though her master completely disagreed with her decision, he still brought her a bottle of medicine. Perhaps it could prove useful later. She set off with Wuxia on her back for the mountain after ample preparation. Numerous peers heard about this matter and became very confused. The whole thing seemed illogical. The task alone was impossible enough, but she wanted to bring a mortal too. So ignorant, she doesn't know her own limits. Some criticized her choice. Jiahui wasn't popular in the sect, but this climb of hers created quite a stir. Alas, very few actually cared about her well-being. Those close to her tried to dissuade her from being so crazy, but she maintained her decision. No one else could do anything about it. Only Jiding didn't try after finding out that it was Wuxia's choice. It would be a good test for Jiahui. Thus, Jiding also aided with the preparation process. She put more effort into helping Jiahui than she would for herself. She even gave Jiahui her weapons and treasures. Those close to her came to see her climb. Of course, plenty of disciples came to watch the fun too. She's insane, going up there with such meager power. One senior brother shook his head. Well, junior sister Gua is a weird one. First, taking care of a cripple for no reason, then climbing with him up the divine mountain. There must be something wrong with her mind. Another senior sister sneered. Shut up. Li Jianquan shouted, there's nothing wrong with saving him, junior sister Gua is just a kind person. He paused for a bit before continuing, those who dare to climb the mountain are full of determination. Few have the courage to even attempt this. He was the first brother of the sect and had a better vision compared to the others. No one else dared to say anything after this. Don't force it if you can't go any higher, no one will laugh at you. In case of danger, just throw that person away and run. One close senior sister quietly told Jiahui while seeing her off. Chapter 27-21, Don't Say That. Jiding immediately stopped the senior sister. Unlike the others, she knew that Wuxia wasn't actually a crippled mortal. The guy was an unfathomable master. Provoking him could result in great danger for their sect. Jiahui waved at her fellow sect members before starting the journey with Wuxia on her back. The rest followed her for a bit. Although the mountain looked like it was in front of them and that she would get there in no time, there was still quite a distance left. This first path wasn't difficult at all since she was still a cultivator that had trained for several years. Carrying a person wasn't a problem even if she wasn't an expert. It took a long time before they made it to the foot of the mountain. She looked up and finally felt its immensity. It towered in the sky with clouds floating even before the midway ridge. It seemed to be the center of the universe up there. A winding path made of rocks existed from the base and headed straight for the peak. It was narrow and dangerously steep, only meant for one person at a time. Jiding helped Jiahui check everything one last time. They then tightened Li Qiye's rope. "Go now, I'll be waiting for you right here." Jiding nodded after confirming. Jiahui nodded and held Jiding's hands before waving goodbye again. Jiding continued to watch the strange duo slowly moving up the pass. She didn't look away until they have disappeared from sight. In the beginning, Jiahui was relatively fast, but this pace didn't last long. After a short distance, she felt the same as a mortal, struggling and realizing Li Qiye's weight. Her power no longer worked, so carrying a man took a lot of effort. Just imagine, a regular girl carrying a full-grown man up a steep pass. This was quite arduous, but she persevered on. She had labored breathing the more she went up. Alas, she didn't want to give up. When she ran out of breath, she would take a short break before trying again. This process only became increasingly harder. It was as if her legs were tied with iron weights. This was even before considering Li Qiye. Every 3 steps made her gasp for breath, nearly suffocating. A while later, just one step took everything she had. She was drenched with sweat, on the verge of collapsing from dehydration. She stopped to consume some recovery pills in order to make it through this torturous climb. Soon after, she felt as if she was carrying a mountain. Her back was being bent. Moreover, there seemed to be a flame scorching her chest. This heat would spread and boil her blood, truly a terrible feeling. The pass didn't make it any easier for her either. The steepness required her to climb while tilting forward. Just one wrong step and she could fall down to an ugly death. Several days have passed and she didn't make go too far. She looked up and saw the peak still as unreachable as ever with no end in sight. Anyone would feel the urge to give up under these circumstances. Her mind started wavering after each agonizing step. Her bones were cracking all over, on the verge of collapsing. She gritted her teeth and didn't want to give up despite her mind and body telling her to do so. Only a single thought kept her going, telling her not to listen to any excuses for giving up. She started losing feelings as time went on. Though the weight on her back only increased, she no longer felt afraid. Each step was a tiny goal for her now. This ultimate focus put her in a Zen state. The weight encumbering her and the winding pass were no longer on her mind. The only thing right now was her target, one step at a time. Each successful attempt made her feel a sense of improvement. The pain and resistance gradually increased, but she had thrown these feelings away. Of course, little did she know that Li Qiye was withstanding the brunt force of the suppression for her. She alone couldn't reach this point. The suppression at this level would have instantly rendered her into a bloody mist. Only a minuscule pressure got through Li Qiye and landed on her. This wasn't enough to crush her to death, only perfect to stimulate her latent potential. Li Qiye was controlling the amount of pressure that got through to the finest detail. It was nothing for Li Qiye, but Jiahui still had a hard time with it. This torture seemed to be lasting for an eternity. However, as long as she remained unyielding, the pressure could force out her true potential and grant her a lifetime of benefits, akin to shedding one's mortal shell and bones for something far superior. The Zen state took away emotions and physical feelings. Hunger was solved with rations and recovery pills. Thirst was quenched with the springs along the way. Fatigue went away after resting by leaning against the cliff. This journey didn't end as long as she still has a sliver of physical power and consciousness left. Along the way, she wasn't aware of the pressure slowly growing and stimulating her potential at all. Her cultivation didn't increase, but her body was transforming. The pressure refined her bones and flesh on top of polishing her Tao heart. The sun rose and set repeatedly. She didn't know how many days she has been up here. All in all, her only conviction was to accomplish one minor goal in the form of one step at a time. Chapter 27-22, The sun circled and the seasons changed. Gui Jiehui continued to carry Li Qiye towards the peak of the divine mountain, one step at a time. She exerted so much sweat and effort but was paid back with maturity, a transformation akin to a cocoon turning into a butterfly. She didn't even notice the cycle of the sun and moon. There was only a firm conviction in her mind, reaching the peak. This mindset of hers grew stronger the more she climbed. She experienced days and nights, violent gales that nearly threw her off, dangerous snow and ice layers nearly freezing her, or the hot sun above nearly roasting her. The torture here exceeded her imagination. Alas, they only served to accelerate her growth. One day, she suddenly sat down and her normal state of mind returned, allowing her to notice something shocking. She was actually standing at the ridge of the mountain now. It seemed like an independent world. Her sect was nowhere to be found, the mountains and rivers over yonder were gone too. This area looked like a boundless space with celestials hovering right above. She could reach up and touch them. She found herself insignificant in comparison, almost like a speck of dust. The peak was still visible, hiding in the deepest and highest area of this space. The crossing meteors made the scene as beautiful as a painting. There were several planetary battleships floating far away from her. Just one of them could crush an entire system. Who knows how long these ships have been abandoned? They had rust and damages all over. It seemed that they have left the battlefield and took anchor here. Jiehui was astounded by the magnificent scene. This was her first time seeing something of this level. If it wasn't for this ascension, she would never be able to witness it. She realized that the previous struggle was completely worth it just to see this and couldn't avert her gaze at all. She eventually glanced over at Li Qiye and found him to be still asleep. She nearly died several times or fell down from the pass, but Li Qiye didn't react at all, seemingly not giving a damn. He had his reasons for doing so. If she couldn't handle this little test, then she wouldn't be qualified to stand at the apex in the future and uphold the great responsibility. That's why he purposely let her suffer in order to stimulate her potential. The girl couldn't compare to other geniuses. If she wanted to surpass them, she needed to work harder and pay a bigger price. A failure here would imply that she isn't worthy of his grooming. Jiehui stopped looking around and carried Li Qiye forward again. She was far more courageous, unyielding, and decisive at this moment. Her body, mind, and the Tao heart all evolved from this test. Under this space, a girl was carrying an adult man across the winding and narrow road. Her shadow looked quite long and lonely beneath the star lights. People would automatically think of one particular adage to describe this: the path towards the Tao is lonely. The seasons didn't stop cycling beneath the foot of the mountain. Zhao Zhiding has been patiently waiting for those two and even built a wooden hut here. In the beginning, she was anxious and impatient. As time passed, her Tao heart became calm. She continued to cultivate while waiting. This type of solitary training made her quite profound and greatly benefited her. Nothing bothered her, allowing her to have super concentration. Her cultivation soared like the wind, the same with her actual power. As time passed, the disciples of Mount Guard have forgotten about Jiehui. Everyone assumed that she had died up there. Poor girl. Only her master would occasionally stare at the mountain and shook his head with regrets. He couldn't go pick up her corpse even if he wanted to because the mountain would just turn him to blood. After countless changing of days, Jiehui finally carried Li Qiye to the peak of the mountain. She was still in a state of zen. It took a while before her wits returned. She looked around and finally noticed that she was standing at the summit. "We're here, young noble, we're here." She excitedly told Li Qiye, but he didn't react and share this moment of joy with her. She certainly felt happy but wasn't too crazy about it. Why? Because this was expected. She deserved this after putting in the effort and determination. She found herself to be standing at the top of the world right now. The Celestials and Grand Tao were all beneath her feet. She looked down and noticed that everything else was tiny in comparison. This was an unprecedented feeling, making her think that the arduous journey earlier was completely worth it. The whole thing felt like a very realistic dream. In the beginning, this was something she didn't even dare to dream of. Now, after the trials, she stood at the summit. She wanted to scream and celebrate, but she refrained from doing so. She gazed at the boundless space and eventually calmed down. She thought that she had matured, no longer the timid and cowardly girl from before. She took a deep breath and looked forward. There was a cave ahead, pitch black without any light. Immortal Demon Grotto. She knew exactly what it was. Chapter 27-23, Everyone in Mount Guard Sect. No, the entire system knew of this cave, the area where their progenitor searched for the Tao and where he reincarnated after a cycle. Prior to this, Jiahui considered this place to be a legend, a place she could never visit. Today, this legendary location lay before her, causing her to palpitate. She regained her composure and slowly carried Li Qiye towards the cave. Pop! A powerful force greeted her the moment she made it to the entrance, causing her to go flying and crashing into the ground. Light suddenly emerged from the dark cave. These faint barriers seemed to have numerous grand Tao circling around them. Though they were faint, the barriers seemed to be the toughest things in existence. Nothing could ever penetrate them. Jiahui realized that there was a seal here, meaning that not everyone had permission to enter. She didn't know what to do, for she lacks the strength to break it. No one in her sect could either. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her, Li Qiye's hand. He touched the barrier, resulting in pulsing ripples. His hand exuded numerous runes that eventually fused with the barrier. Pop! A noise similar to a balloon popping came about and the barrier disappeared. Young noble. Jiahui was ecstatic to see him up because he has been slumbering the whole time. Li Qiye didn't open his eyes nor answer. He withdrew his palm and went back to before. Jiahui was used to this state of his and carried him inside the cave. She was stunned after entering, thinking that this was the wrong place. The famous Immortal Demon Grotto looked just like an ordinary cave. There was no immortal energy in pulsing divine light, no merit laws carved all over the walls either. A cave similar to this one could be found everywhere in Mount Guard. Disciples of the sect would never believe that this was the legendary cave of their progenitor because of its unimpressive appearance. She calmed down and looked around only to see a person sitting in the corner. She became startled and took one step back. It was an old man sitting in a meditative pose. He wore a shabby robe and had no other ornaments. He had a stalwart stature, just him sitting there gave a mighty feeling like that of a great mountain. His beard draped down his chest, looking quite heroic. The opening of his eyes seemed capable of intimidating the world. There was no aura on him. Perhaps he had been dead for a long time now because of all the dust on his robe. If one wasn't attentive enough, they would think that he was just a statue in the corner. Who is this? Jiahui wondered. Could this be their progenitor, everlasting forefather? She shuddered after this. However, she knew this couldn't be the case because their forefather had stopped his reincarnation cycle long ago. The old sages would have found him here in the past. Thus, she became curious about this old man choosing this place to die. She came closer in order to have a better look at the old man. She wanted to find out if he was a wise sage from Mount Guard from the old generation. Boom! The old man opened his eyes without warning the moment she got close. The entire cave was illuminated by his gaze. Ah! She stumbled backward since she thought he was dead. His eyes looked like two suns capable of melting everything. In the next moment, they became profound and able to contain the 9 heavens and 10 earths while deriving 3,000 worlds. He was stately without trying to do so. Despite not having a powerful aura, his eyes belonged to a supreme above looking down on the rest. People couldn't help wanting to prostrate. She took a deep breath and looked straight at his eyes. She wouldn't have the courage to do so in the past. Her Tao heart would have wavered, forcing her to drop down on her knees. However, the previous experience has polished her Tao heart. At the very least, she could stare straight at him now. The old man then stood up, giving a sense of immensity as if he was shouldering the high heaven. All other living beings had to show their reverence at this sight. Jiahui took another few steps back since she could sense an unstoppable power. A single finger of his could annihilate her. He took a quick glance at her. This was more than enough for him to understand everything about her, from her background, cultivation, and foundation. However, when he looked over at Wuxia, he needed to focus his sight even more in releasing a dazzling light. His supreme aura intensified greatly. The gods and emperors would be suppressed before his presence. Jiahui couldn't withstand this pressure. Her legs became weak, on the verge of dropping to the ground. A hand touched her shoulder and instilled a warm sensation coursing through her entire body. It eradicated the pressure in entirety. "Play nice now, don't scare the little girl." Of course it was Wuxia. Young noble. Nothing else in the world gave her a sense of security like his voice. She could finally breathe easily now with the pressure gone. The old man tried to see through Wuxia with his heavenly gaze. Alas, he didn't see a single clue. The guy was clearly unfathomable. No one else could fully judge him. To the rest of the world, he was an untouchable existence. That's why he could tell that Wuxia was a terrifying being, not a person to be trifled with. The guy was at a far higher level than him. One would be hard-pressed to find someone stronger than the old man in this world. However, this youth was clearly above him. The worst part was that he knew nothing about this person. "Where are you from, Tao brother?" He took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze before bowing respectfully. Chapter 27-24, Just Passing By. Wuxia unenthusiastically answered. He let Jiahui put him down and he raised his hand. Buzz. Space suddenly rotated. One scene appeared after another as they moved around in space. No one felt that the cave was normal any longer. Both Jiahui and the old man felt that they were traveling through different dimensions. In reality, they didn't move at all. Other spatial realms were simply overlapping with the cave. Ramparts made of bronze appeared around them. This was an extremely powerful seal. Those who touched these walls would be rendered to ashes regardless of who they are. The old man was intimidated after seeing this seal. These spatial stacks resulting in this seal were definitely at the level of an immortal progenitor. However, one couldn't casually perform it. They needed to augment and refine it several times. Basically, great efforts and resources were essential. The strangest part was that he sensed a familiar presence in this seal, allowing him to know its creator, everlasting forefather. This astounded him because he has been cultivating here to learn the mysteries of the system along with its merit laws. One session lasted for numerous years but he never found this spatial stacking and the seal. Clearly, the person who left it and the one who found it were both stronger than him. Buzz. Wuxia released more flashing Tao laws from his palm. They resembled a silkworm spitting out strings. Each law was profound on the same level as a supreme grand Tao. They coiled together and transformed to form a peerless Tao. The old man's eyes narrowed as he focused on deriving this grand Tao. Alas, his power level couldn't see through this law in such a short time. More importantly, this grand Tao wasn't just old. It seemed to have escaped the 5 elements and the samsara cycle, meaning that it wasn't subjected to the shackles of Tree Immortal's world. Maybe it didn't originate from here. However, the same presence of everlasting forefather could be detected too, even if only for a split second. However, this youth couldn't be everlasting forefather. But then, who the hell was he? The old man had plenty of questions, but he was certain about one thing: the youth had deep ties with immortal demon system, maybe with the forefather as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to concoct this aura. The latter might not be the case, but the former was virtually guaranteed. The Grand Tao started turning into symbols that instantly imprinted themselves onto this area. They then melted and became one with space, seemingly making up for the previous incomplete parts. Clank. One could hear an unlocking noise from shackles. The numerous seals in this area were opening up to the old man's astonishment. Only everlasting forefather should have been able to do this. Even an immortal-level progenitor would need a long time before breaking something of this level. However, Li Qiye did it so effortlessly as if he was the one who created it. This was simply unbelievable. He started looking at the youth again, thinking that maybe he was indeed the reincarnated forefather. Alas, this wasn't too plausible because according to the rumors, the forefather would always reincarnate inside this cave. He has been here for who knows how long, but the forefather never happened before. But now, this guy came out of nowhere and knew the forefather's Grand Tao so well, truly a shocking matter. The old man started thinking that maybe the reincarnation spot for the forefather had changed. Of course, these were only speculations. Rumble. The stacked space opened up a massive abyss that makes the old man shudder with fear. One could easily lose their way in there and never be able to get out. Boom. Li Qiye reached into this abyss. This resulted in a blinding radiance as if a world was being created there. Immortal lights gushed out along with ancient laws. Some living creatures might be wanting to leave this abyss. However, before these things could come out, immortal hymns started resounding. They resonated with the Grand Tao. Each hymn was giving birth to a peerless Tao. Boom! Li Qiye finally pulled back, revealing a scripture in his hand. It exuded wondrous light, looking just like a pristine and primordial world. People couldn't look straight at it unless they were strong enough. The old man could see 2 words engraved on this scripture, made from mighty runes. However, these ancient characters definitely didn't belong to 3 immortals nor any world for that matter, at least in the old man's knowledgeable mind. A heavenly scripture. Alas, this didn't stop him from knowing the value of the scripture due to an ancient legend. Several heavenly scriptures have appeared in 3 immortals before. Their origin remained unknown. As time passed, these scriptures disappeared from sight. People began to think that they didn't even exist in the first place, only mere fabrication. Chapter 27-25, The Scriptures remained an unreachable legend in 3 immortals. Alas, the real masters here have always coveted them, resulting in arduous searches. After reaching a certain power level, they could break the shackles of the Tao after obtaining a scripture. That's why numerous emperors and progenitors have searched for them. Only a very select few have been successful. The old man was absolutely sure that Li Qiye was holding a highly prized heavenly scripture. His eyes became serious with a terrible and aggressive flash. It would be a lie to deny temptation when staring straight at a heavenly scripture. Not to mention ordinary experts or an eternal, even a progenitor would start palpitating. However, the old man looked away and instantly calmed down. He quickly dropped any idea about it. He would have gone for it if it was anyone else, even a progenitor. Unfortunately, he couldn't see through Li Qiye at all. Intuition told him that if he were to try, his fate would be very miserable, probably turning into ashes. Meanwhile, Li Qiye didn't bother batting an eye at the old man as if he didn't care about a potential robbery, acting nonchalant the whole time. Vigilance wasn't necessary at all. Jiahui couldn't understand the gravity of the situation earlier. The dangerous and tense moment only lasted for a split second. A great battle nearly happened just now, with the result being the death of the old man because of greed. Old man, to actually leave something like this behind. Looks like you have predicted the future. Li Qiye gently sighed while being slightly emotional. This was one of the 9 heavenly scriptures with the name Longevity Scripture in the present. It didn't have this name back during Everlasting Forefathers' epoch. Its name used to be Samsara. Now, it will have a new page and a new name after being in Li Qiye's possession. This scripture has been passed down numerous eons. Everlasting Shao had it for a long time, then it was lost after his eon. Later on, he found it again and sealed it in this cave. Today, Li Qiye took it out, thinking that the old man purposely left it here. He was slightly touched that the old man would leave behind something for him. He knew that the longevity scripture and longevity grass were a perfect pair. Having both would be very significant. Now, he had both the death coffin and death scripture. Alas, the longevity grass location remained unknown. The old man saw his expression and confirmed that this youth wasn't Everlasting Forefather. However, they were closely related. That's the extent of his knowledge. Bring that crown next to you here. Li Qiye put away the scripture and ordered the old man. The old man stared at him briefly and followed his order, taking a crown by the corner and bringing it to him. People would be shocked to see this because this old man had a heaven-defying background. Even progenitors right now needed to address him as Dao brother or fellow Taoist. But now, Li Qiye ordered him like a follower or a servant. The more unbelievable part was how the old man listened, not caring about his own status or take pride in it. Jiahui took a look at the crown and saw that it was a circular style, not an imperial crest with tassels. Made from unknown materials, it emitted a holy and scholarly presence. Since you have carried me here, this will be your just reward. Before she could calm down, Li Qiye placed it on her head and said. Jiahui quietly accepted since she couldn't refuse a gift from him. The old man glanced at the girl with a glint in his eyes. She didn't know the actual significance of the crown and what it symbolizes, only thinking that it was a treasure. In fact, not to mention Mount Guard, this crown wielded great significance over the entire system. Those wearing it would gain incredible prestige. Not just anyone in the system was qualified to put it on. Jiahui certainly wasn't with her current strength. Only heaven-defying beings were eligible. Of course, the old man could put it on too. He just wasn't interested. He didn't oppose this decision from Li Qiye, so it was a tacit recognition of her status. In his mind, someone like Li Qiye wouldn't casually give this crown to a random person. It meant that she was worthy of this crown. She didn't know that her destiny has been decided the moment she wore this crown. She was no longer an ordinary disciple from Mount Guard. Let's go. Li Qiye closed his eyes and fell into slumber again. Jiahui put him on her back, then bowed to the old man before walking towards the entrance. Senior. The old man couldn't hold back and decided to be humble. Jiahui stopped, waiting for Li Qiye to respond. Senior, I have many unclear aspects with my grand Tao, please guide me. The old man took a deep breath and kneeled. No one in immortal lineage could handle this grand gesture from him, but he still assumed the role of a junior before Li Qiye. You have learned Everlasting Forefather Samadhi Tao and reached the peak. The issue is in your head, that's all. Li Qiye opened his eyes and glanced at him. Please guide me, senior. The old man bowed again. Very well, I will show you the path. Li Qiye pointed at the old man. Pop. A Tao law shot into his forehead, resulting in a galactic-level explosion. He started shaking violently. He felt as if a divine bridge has been erected in his mind, allowing him to reach an entirely new realm and world. Chapter 27-26, the divine bridge spanned across his ocean of knowledge, seemingly crossing to the other shore. The shaken old man felt as if he could see the sun behind the clouds now, a chance to break through the Tao. This was a shackle that has plagued him for many years, but a single action from Li Qie woke him up. In all of Immortal Demon system, no one else had a deeper understanding than him regarding everlasting forefathers Samadhi Tao. There was no doubt that Li Qie was far superior in both Tao comprehension and actual knowledge of the forefathers' Tao compared to him. This shouldn't be possible because few could exceed him in all of immortal lineage, let alone an ordinary-looking youth like Li Qie. Thank you, Senior. The old man calmed down and bowed deeply. Li Qie had already closed his eyes and stopped moving. Jiehui didn't say anything and quietly carried him down the mountain. The old man continued bowing towards the departing duo until they were gone. He then took a deep breath and returned to the corner of the cave, entering a statue-like state of meditation. The cave regained its peaceful state, the same as before since the ancient days. Spring left, then winter soon followed. Budding sprouts could be seen below the divine mountain. The fish and birds have left their caves and came out searching for food. There was a wooden hut at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Zhiding has been training here and had great improvements recently. Her peace of mind amplified her cultivation effectiveness. She seemed more mature and looked quite charming while concentrating. Every morning, she would look at the stone pass and wait for Gu Jiehui. The days passed and Jiehui was nowhere to be found, like a stone thrown into the ocean. Nevertheless, Zhiding continued to wait. She was confident in Jiehui's return because of Li Qie. Nothing would happen to Jiehui when Li Qie was around, even during his slumbering state. Today, she also gazed at the past just like any other day, more so out of habit instead of optimism. However, she actually saw a figure walking down the winding path, one familiar yet not. She thought she was only seeing things in the beginning and rubbed her eyes. However, the figure was approaching closer. It's them. Astonishment struck her. She knew that these two would eventually return, but seeing them in person still left her ecstatic. You're finally back. Once Zhiding calmed down, Jiehui with Li Qie on her back were in front of her. You're really back, really back. Zhiding rushed over and hugged them deeply with tears pouring down. Senior sister. Jiehui was moved and reciprocated the hug. There was someone who still waited for them after that arduous journey. Others probably have forgotten about them by now. That's why the two started crying. Enough, go take a bath now, the smell is unbearable. An insipid voice interrupted this emotional reunion. The two became startled and separated. Zhiding looked over and saw that Li Qie still sleeping. Jiehui shook her head towards Zhiding. The young noble was too unpredictable in both his actions and thoughts. You have matured. Zhiding took a good look at Jiehui. The latter felt like a completely different person, someone as tough as a mountain that had withstood the battering of the elements, who could face any problem without batting an eye. Indeed, the tortuous journey had polished and transformed Jiehui. Meanwhile, Mount Guard School was as peaceful as always. Its disciples were training hard. It has been a long time since Jiehui left. Very few disciples remembered her and her suicidal attempt at climbing the mountain. The seniors assumed that she had died up there. After all, elders like them couldn't go up there either, let alone an ordinary disciple. Today, many disciples were training in the training ground in front of the entrance. They saw two people coming from the distance and became startled. Isn't that senior sister Zhao? She's back from her cultivation session. Many disciples knew that she was cultivating at the base of the divine mountain. Wait, that's junior sister Guo. An older senior brother noticed that girl walking next to Zhao Zhiding and recognized her. You're right. His peers started shouting. They couldn't believe it and opened their eyes wide to take a better look. They saw Li Qie on her back as well. It was indeed Gu Jiehui. I can't believe it, someone actually came back alive from the divine mountain, the shocked disciples murmured. It's a miracle, did she actually go up there? Another wondered. Senior Sister Gua is back. She's back from the Divine Mountain. It didn't take long before the news of her return swept through the sect like a storm. What did you say? Back from the Divine Mountain? Even her master, the other elders, and the schoolmaster couldn't believe it. It's a miracle, schoolmaster Chen Weijing was shaken. This regular disciple has done something none of them from the previous generation could. Zhao Zhiding and Gua Jiehui were quite busy after getting back to their place. Jiehui needed to wash up in order to avoid being chastised by Li Qie again. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiding was meticulously taking care of Li Qie. They didn't even have time to chat after finishing up their task due to a guest. Congratulations, junior sister. Li Jianquan bowed towards Jiehui for accomplishing this admirable task. Thank you, senior brother. Jiehui returned the courtesy in a calm manner. This new temperament of hers truly surprised Jianquan. The schoolmaster and the elders wished to see you. He told her. Jiehui and Zhiding glanced at each other and Zhiding nodded. I'll go see them then. Jiehui said. Push me there. Li Qie spoke. Jianquan was shocked and looked over. Back when they found them, Li Qie only flashed his eyes once. He didn't know that Li Qie could speak. Junior sister, what's going on? Jianquan didn't know what to say. He's our young noble. Jiehui and Zhiding prepared the wheelchair for him. Chapter 27-27, Junior Sister, I'm afraid that's not proper. The meeting is a private matter of our sect, an outsider can't be there. Jianquan said. It'll be fine, senior brother. Jiehui didn't want to waste words explaining. All she needed to do was listen to Li Qie. Junior sister, the elders might become angry. He reminded again with good intention. No need to say more, senior brother. Junior sister Gua knows what she's doing. Zhiding shook her head towards Jianquan. She knew that Li Qie would always stick with his decision and not allow anyone to say otherwise. Very well, do as you please, junior sister. Jianquan gave up and gave Li Qie a strange look. He didn't understand the situation at all. Her decision in taking care of Li Qie could be construed as kindness, not wanting him to die in the wilderness. Jianquan could understand that. However, taking Li Qie up the Divine Mountain was perplexing, the same with her decision of bringing him to a private meeting. He knew that her return was considered a miracle. Perhaps she would be viewed highly by the upper echelon from now on. This was a good chance for her, so she should take advantage of it. Bringing this person along could make the seniors unhappy and she might lose this rare opportunity. The elders, hall leaders, and even the schoolmaster of Mount Guard have gathered at the conference hall. In fact, virtually all the influential figures from the last generation have shown up. This rarely occurred unless something big was happening. Today, they were here because of one disciple, something even stranger. Schoolmaster Chen Weijing sat in the main seat with the elders to his left and right, watching Jiehui's group come in. They weren't surprised to see Zhiding tagging along. After all, Zhiding has been waiting all this time for Jiehui and even built a hut there to wait. They could sympathize with the girl's great relationship. However, to see the person in a wheelchair being pushed in was a different matter. This put a frown on their face. Schoolmaster, elders. Li Jianquan bowed and retreated to the side, aware that this wasn't his place to speak. Ridiculous. Her master said seriously, the elders and the schoolmaster summoned you for official business. How can you bring an outsider in here? Take him outside. Jiehui paused for a moment before bowing, with all due respect, master, schoolmaster, and elders, the young noble certainly has a reason for being here. In the past, she viewed these men as unreachable existences. Now, she knew that Li Qie belongs to the apex. Even that old man in the immortal demon grotto needed to be subservient towards him, let alone others. Such insanity, we can't allow a mortal to enter our sect's important ground. A different elder shouted. Jiahui wanted to respond but was afraid that no one would believe her anyway. Plus, telling the whole truth could make Li Qia unhappy and the consequences would be unimaginable. Where did you get that crown? The schoolmaster noticed the crown on her. From immortal demon grotto, given to me by the young noble. She bowed towards the schoolmaster and said. What? The scene became rowdy right away. Some even got up from their chair and stared at her in disbelief. From immortal demon grotto. One elder couldn't believe it. You really made it to the top. Another was skeptical. Jiahui continued, yes, I climbed the stone pass and made it to the cave at the top. Jianquan's jaw dropped to the ground after hearing this. The skepticism here was warranted since it has been many years since someone from Mount Guard made it to the top. In the present day, very few in the entire system could reach the cave. But now, an ordinary disciple had done it. How could anyone believe this? You really made it to the grotto? Another person asked again. Yes, elder. Jiahui was very calm and composed now even when facing these seniors. Impossible, just impossible, the elders and hall leaders began discussing quietly in the background. Everyone assumed that she made it to the ridge before going back down. This was already a miracle. I do not, schoolmaster. She shook her head, not knowing anything about the crown. She has been wearing it after Li Qia bestowed it to her. Its name is Virtuous Crown, do you know its origin? Chen Weijing took a deep breath and said. That's Virtuous Crown. The hall erupted with rowdiness. All the seniors couldn't believe it. The lost Virtuous Crown. One elder stared at the crown in disbelief. That should be it. Weijing said with a solemn expression, our last sage couldn't wait to see the next reincarnation from our progenitor and left the crown there for a worthy successor. From then on, the world never saw it again. The group exchanged glances. If this story was true, then Jiahui had indeed made it to the cave. The crown is proof that you have entered immortal demon grotto. Weijing said, not expecting a normal disciple to inherit this crown. Yes, schoolmaster, I wouldn't dare to lie. Jiahui bowed with sincerity. But Jiahui is only a junior, is this suitable? For her to have the crown? An elder objected. Yes, the crown has always been the defining treasure of our sect, worn by our greatest members. Letting an ordinary member wear it will be disgraceful and shaming our sages. Plus, the treasure might be lost too, and will become sinners in that case. A different elder joined in. How about the sect takes it back first and reward Jiahui with another treasure? Her bringing it back from the grotto is a great contribution that deserves a big reward. A hall leader suggested. Yes, the virtuous crown isn't just a symbol of the sages, it is also an extremely powerful treasure that can't be lost. Other elders joined in. All eyes were on Weijing now. He was the most powerful cultivator in Mount Guard on top of being supported by all elders. The schoolmaster pondered for a bit before answering, Jiahui is only a junior at our sect yet she has accomplished what none of us can despite trying for a lifetime. This means that her possession of the crowd is deeply rooted in fate and that she has passed the trials of our sages and progenitor. If that's the case, then she is qualified to have the crown. Plus, it has been missing all of this time anyway until now thanks to her. It's fine if we lose it again. Her cultivation might be shallow now but who knows later on. Her future accomplishments might be worthy of it. This answer from him was logical so the group started thinking. You're not too idiot and might be one of the saving graces of your sect. A voice interrupted the silent rumination. Chapter 27-28, expression changed around the room. This was the conference hall of Mount Guard and every important member was present today including the schoolmaster. To speak in such a disdainful manner was insulting, a blatant attack on their prestige. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, Li Qie in his wheelchair. He has opened his eyes and lazily sat there, seemingly still drowsy. Don't be insolent, mortal. One elder had an aggressive glint in his eyes. You have something on your mind, friend. On the other hand, Chen Weijing remained calm while staring at Li Qie. Push me forward. Li Qie told Jiahui. She quietly pushed him towards the main position where Weijing resides. I must get involved and preside over the matters today. Stand aside. Li Qie ordered Weijing. You wish to take over. The schoolmaster's eyes turned cold but still managed to stay cool, a commendable display of patience. Take over what? This little authority is less significant than an ox's hair in my eyes. Li Qie said, it's just that you fools have thrown away your progenitor's reputation. Such a great lineage reduced to nothing from improper cultivation. The schoolmaster finally became offended since this wasn't a personal matter any longer. Li Qie had insulted their entire sect. Friend, watch your words. You're in Mount Guard right now. Weijing coldly uttered. Ignorant brat, you dare to run your mouth before us? Throw him down the mountain. The furious elder prior shouted. Junior sister, your friend is too unreasonable, are you taking him down or do I have to do it myself? First brother Li Jianquan stood up after receiving an order and spoke. Jiahui hesitated and eventually shook her head, signaling Jianquan to not be reckless. If you won't do it, excuse me then, I will have to throw him out myself. Jianquan ignored this and roared. Having said that, he reached for Li Qie. Boom! He instantly got blown away and crashed into the ground before touching Li Qie. So you're an expert, let's see how tough you are. The furious ancestor lunged for Li Qie as well. Boom! The result was exactly the same as before, him meeting the ground. Who are you? The other elders were astonished to see this because Li Qie didn't move a single finger. Not giving up. All come together, I'll beat you into submission. Li Qie said flatly. The hall leaders and elders were annoyed at his arrogant demeanor. Their sect has indeed fallen, but to be looked down in this manner was too much to take, especially when it came from a cripple in a wheelchair. How could all of them not match up to a single mortal? Fine, we'll see if you can back it up. All elders and hall leaders were in a blind rage and attacked at the same time. They simply didn't believe that he alone could be stronger than all of them together. They used their strongest techniques in order to press down to the ground. Boom! Li Qie retaliated with a finger flick. The hall nearly exploded as all of the combatants were repelled and fell flat to the ground. He then tapped the arm of his wheelchair ever so slightly before they got up, issuing loud bangs. The ones trying to get up fell face first to the ground again, smashing against the hard concrete so blood splattered everywhere. The only person who didn't take action was Chen Weijing, who stood there with his mouth agape in disbelief. Jiahui wished to say something, but this was a matter above her station. Meanwhile, Jiding was shocked too, despite being mentally prepared. She knew that Li Qie was unfathomable, but not to this insane extent. In her mind, the elders here were powerful characters, the toughest members of Mount Guard. However, Li Qie just needed to move his finger so slightly to suppress all of them without facing real resistance. Li Jianquan became frozen as well. He thought that Li Qie was only a crippled mortal the first time they met. He even wanted to kill the guy. Now, he realized that Li Qie wasn't a mortal at all, just a master who couldn't move for some reason. This made him drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the kind-hearted Jiahui, he would be one dying back in that forest, not Li Qie. Senior. If our sect has offended you in any way, we sincerely apologize and accept any punishment. Chen Weijing trembled in fear and bowed his head. He's very close to getting on his knees. Personal honor didn't matter to him. Protecting Mount Guard and its members was more important. He didn't mind prostrating in order to accomplish the goal. These members were the pillars of his already weakened sect. It would be helpless without them. He knew that they have met a true master whose level far exceeded them. Even a true god like him couldn't stop a single move from this man. I didn't need to wait until now to destroy your sect if I wanted to. Just a casual wave would have been more than enough. Li Qiye looked at the sect master and insipidly said. Li Qiye tapped with one finger again and the pressure disappeared. The elders and hall leaders could finally get up and quickly retreated to the side. They shuddered while looking at Li Qiye now. Even a fool could see his incredible abilities. Who knows if their sect could survive the disaster today? Inflexible fools. Li Qiye said, longevity forefathers' legacy is wasted on you all, reduced to a pile of dogs hit. None of them dared to retort this time around. May I ask for your name, senior? From which great land do you hail? Wei Jing tried to make peace. What great land? From now on, I am a disciple of Mount Guard and will take charge of this place. Li Qiye looked at him and coldly said. Everyone was caught off guard by this development. Such a powerful cultivator joined their sect just like that. A regular disciple that could easily suppress the elders and hall leaders. Their sect was tiny but they had a process in accepting disciples. Everyone needed to pass an examination before joining. But now, Li Qiye's claim to be a disciple left them speechless. Chapter 27-29, the group exchanged glances of confusion. Well, they should be happy with the addition of such a powerful member. It meant that revitalization could be possible. The problem was that Li Qiye wasn't a real disciple. He came out of nowhere and they knew nothing about his identity and background. How could they rest easy when an unknown person is in charge of their sect? Chen Weijing forced a smile and bowed towards Li Qiye again. Senior, well, look, our sect is only a rundown place, just a puddle of water not fitting for a true dragon like you, afraid of me taking over and you won't be the schoolmaster anymore? Li Qiye asked. No, of course not. Weijing hurriedly shook his head and put on a righteous expression. I do not care for status and power and am more willing to resign when there's a better candidate available. But, senior, with all due respect, we don't know anything about you since we have just met. Weijing was indeed telling the truth. He has always wanted to revitalize the sect but couldn't because they had limited power. He was the strongest in the sect as a true god. This was insignificant in immortal demon system. Meanwhile, the young generation had limited potential as well and probably couldn't surpass the previous due to the deteriorating condition of the sect. Even if some supreme geniuses were born in their territory, they might not want to join Mount Guard anyway since there were better choices available, such as 8 Trigram's kingdom. If say, Mount Guard could produce someone stronger and more capable than him, he would be more than happy to pass on the leadership. However, they knew nothing about an outsider like Li Qiye. Who knows what plans he would have for Mount Guard? Don't be idiotic. Li Qiye replied, what is there in this rundown place for me to scheme? Only trash is left now, so I am sitting here today to teach you worthless descendants in your progenitor's stead. The group couldn't even get angry after being called trash because this existence was too strong. The exceptional qualities and achievements that they once took relative pride in were nothing in front of him. Senior, are you saying that you're an ancestor of our system, a sage of our sect? Weijing was very quick-witted. Curiosity killed the cat. Li Qiye gave him the side eye. Weijing shuddered, feeling that he was an ant standing before a massive behemoth from the primordial age. Not to mention him, even the entire sect wouldn't be enough to fill this beast's appetite. Thus, he no longer dared to speak due to fear. Li Qiye stopped bothering with them and raised one hand. Boom! Space rippled with numerous barriers emerging along with wondrous auras. He activated a spatial rift to reach Mountguard's library in order to take out 2 manuals. This astounded the hell out of the seniors here. Though their sect has fallen, the actual foundation was still there. The library was blessed and strengthened by numerous emperors and sages, even their progenitor himself. This meant that the defenses of the library were still as powerful as ever. Outsiders would find it impossible to get through. However, Li Qiye just needed to stretch his hand. Not only did he cross through space, he easily got through the barriers and took out various manuals. This heavily guarded trove of information became his personal bookshelf. He could take whatever he wanted on a whim as if they were just ordinary books, not precious manuals. The seniors thought that if Li Qiye could do this, he could also take anything from their sect, even the things hidden in the most mysterious and guarded locations. Mountguard no longer had any secret or defense in front of this guy. The 2 of you fit these merit laws, do your best. Li Qiye casually threw 1 scroll to Jiehui and Jiding each. They didn't know what to do because learning the most powerful merit laws required merit points. Now, Li Qiye skipped all the necessary steps and gave them the original copies. Buzz. He raised his hand again and took control of the spatial realm in Mountguard. Everything here was within his grasp, so he had absolute supremacy. Rumble. Majestic powers of the Grand Tao oozed out from the ground of the sect. The disciples felt much closer to the Grand Tao. The entire sect seemingly changed into a sacred ground perfect for cultivation. The Tao power permeated every inch of the land. Runes started glowing on the ancient ruins, marks left behind by their sages and emperors. These marks disappeared before with time, but now, they were returning once more. It was as if these great beings have returned to various locations around the sect. If one were to listen to their chants in these ruins, they would improve greatly. I have stimulated and squeezed out the hidden potential of Mountguard's foundation. If the present generation still amounts to nothing, then your foundation will wither and your sect will be at the end of the line, destruction will be imminent. This is your last chance, it's best not to waste it. Li Qiye declared. With that, he told Jiehui to push him out. Meanwhile, the remaining members in the hall stood there in a daze. Extracting the foundation meant that cultivation would be much easier in this generation. They would have a greater chance of revitalizing the sect. However, the disadvantages and risks were immense as well. If they were to fail this generation, then their sect would turn to ashes. Senior. Wei Jing regained his wits and gave chase. Jiehui stopped while the sleeping Li Qiye ignored him. Senior, may I inquire what we should do with the virtuous crown? Wei Jing hesitated before asking. Chapter 2730, as senior, according to the rules of Immortal Demon System, the emergence of a crown master should be announced to all the other lineages. What do you think we should do? Chen Weijing stammered, beginning to treat Li Qiye as an ally. This matter was quite a headache. Back during their prime, the issue of the crown and any sage was their own. However, after their decline, other powerful lineages in the system interfered in order to gain more clout. Do as you please. Li Qiye answered and let Jiehui push him away. Jiding also followed. Wei Jing respectfully saw them off and began to ponder. The elders and hall leaders crowded him and said, "What now, schoolmaster? What are our options?" They didn't have a clear direction because of the unexpected development. This insane master came out of nowhere and wanted to take over their sect. Any idea? Wei Jing looked at them and asked back. The group exchanged glances and no one stepped up to speak. Be forceful against Li Qiye. That's impossible. What the hell could they use against him? That's just not realistic. What about a softer approach with schemes? None either. How about this? We report this to 8 trigrams and ask for help. One senior said, they have always considered themselves to be the leader of the system, so they won't sit idly by. No, absolutely not. An older elder replied before Wei Jing could, they have ulterior motives. Inviting them is easy, asking them to leave is impossible, akin to replacing a tiger with a wolf. We're still the orthodox branch of the system. If we ask 8 trigrams for help, it'll give them an excuse, legitimizing any takeover here. A different elder disagreed as well. They were still part of Everlasting Forefathers' main branch. Other great powers didn't have this status and truly craved it. Yes, that's not an option. Wei Jing voiced his opinion, they won't leave after coming and our sect will fall into their grasp, will be nothing more than puppets at that point. On the other hand, this senior seems to have deep ties with our sect. I don't think he has any ill will towards us. I agree. The older elder nodded, in my opinion, this senior doesn't want anything from us because he could just take it via force. There's no need for him to stay at our sect, why bother putting in so much effort? The group agreed as well. To be frank, this guy could annihilate them with a single finger and then take whatever he wanted. I feel the same way. His power level is far beyond our imagination. If he wants something, it's pretty much in his pocket already. Another elder chimed in. The group became quiet, not too content with this grim reality. Their library had great defensive barriers but he still took the scrolls without any difficulty. No one here could stop someone as strong as him, so there was no need for him to scheme. What does he want then? Another member was confused. Li Qiye's intention remained a mystery. Why did he care about an insignificant sect like theirs? Someone like him should be at the level of a true emperor. He didn't need to hang around in this tiny pond. Alas, he specifically chose to do so and confused all the members here. The senior told us already, he's here to revitalize our sect and to make up for its unworthy descendants. He's taking over because he has deep ties with our progenitor. Wei Jing solemnly said. How valid is this? Another hall leader asked. After all, letting an unknown person take over one's sect was indeed nerve-wracking. Skepticisms and doubts were warranted. Just think about it. Wei Jing said seriously, don't forget, our library has been blessed by the progenitor before and our foundation has been built by the blood and sweat of the sages. However, this senior activated the foundation then took the scrolls without facing a single ounce of resistance. So, he should have been attacked if he didn't have anything to do with the progenitor. Isn't that the biggest proof? The group nodded in agreement after hearing this insightful breakdown. I feel the same way. The older ancestor nodded, he can be insanely strong but the defensive lines should still have affected him. That type of harmonization makes it seem like he's part of our line, not an outsider. That's why this is a good opportunity for us. Wei Jing said, everyone can see that our foundation is stimulated, a great time for cultivation. Of course, the risks are obvious but we're on a declining slope which will lead to destruction anyway. This is the crossroads for us, we have to grasp this chance and soar to the sky. Perhaps our combined effort will bring the sect back to its old glory. He became emotional at this point because he has tried so hard in the past but his abilities betrayed him. Li Qiye's arrival showed him a glimmer of hope. There was no way he would let this chance go. Everyone, feel the grand Tao power around us, we'll train so much easier now. If we don't do our best then the next generation will really be the end of us. We'll really become sinners then. An elder became excited. This excitement spread to the rest of the group. A feeling of hopelessness has been pervading the sect in the past as they were reduced to a third-rated power. Now, they could finally see a chance for total revitalization. Doubts and skepticisms slowly turned into hope. They began to think of Li Qiye as a young ancestor instead of a stranger. Meanwhile, Jiehui and Jiding also trained hard after returning. Li Qiye's power had done a number on them. They used to think that their elders were strong but he only needed one finger to defeat everyone. It was a godsend opportunity to have a master of this level around helping them with their cultivation. Chapter 27:31, Jiding and Jiahui appreciated the scrolls given to them by Li Qiye, so they put in even more effort. Ordinary disciples like them didn't have the chance to obtain this level of merit laws, let alone training with them. They were passed down by the progenitor, so only elders and up were eligible to use them. This was all thanks to Li Qiye, so they didn't take the opportunity for granted. Li Qiye guided them occasionally, so this made the process even smoother. Willing students and a good teacher, a recipe for success. They absorbed his teaching like sponges and fully exerted their hidden potential. Jiding was the more talented between the two. Moreover, she joined the sect earlier, so her cultivation was considerably stronger as well. However, after the polishment on the Divine Mountain, Jiahui obtained a higher limit on top of a firmer Tao heart. Thus, she had more potential than the former. All in all, the two sisters trained their heart out during this period. They competed while still offering each other full support, so they improved like the wind. A friendship like this was rare, and this experience only served to strengthen it. The truth was that Mount Guard had nothing worthy of entering Li Qiye's sight. However, he was willing to stay for one simple reason: longevity. Forefather. The guy no longer had a lineage in the 9 worlds, so this was Li Qiye's way of remembrance on top of ending this karmic string. Another person came to the courtyard to learn along with the two girls, Li Jinkuan. He knew that they were improving so quickly because of Li Qiye. This naturally tempted him because he wanted to have some achievements as well as the first brother of Mount Guard. Alas, his current strength and situation right now made it hard to accomplish anything. Thus, he asked the two for a favor. They had a good impression of him, so they let him come to ask Li Qiye for help. Jinkuan woke up very early this morning to take a clean shower and came in an official and respectful manner to see Li Qiye. This junior was blind to not see Mount Tai. Please forgive me, senior. Jinkuan got on his knees and apologized with sincerity. My cultivation has stagnated and is full of flaws. Please give me a pointer or two. He kowtowed fully, but Li Qiye remained asleep. Nevertheless, the youth continued to kneel there. He knew that earning the guidance of a master wasn't easy. One must have a sincere heart. Alas, Li Qiye still didn't respond. The two girls were used to this, so they asked Jinkuan to leave. This failure didn't deter him. He returned each day to greet Li Qiye with a kowtow while reporting his current cultivation status in full details. Of course, this was unnecessary because Li Qiye could see everything about him. Jinkuan persevered for many days and Li Qiye still didn't wake up. This process went on for a while until it became a habit. Each day before training, Jinkuan would come to see Li Qiye first for a report. Idiot. He finally got a long-awaited response one morning. Senior. Jinkuan reacted as if this was the pleasant voice of a beautiful fairy. He showed full reverence and asked, please excuse my impudence. I am confused with my Tao, please show me the way, senior. Your soaring immortal sword art is trained horribly, the fault of both your master's teaching and your shitty comprehension. Li Qiye spoke without opening his eyes. Leave, don't bother me anymore. Having said that, he flicked his finger and drilled a Tao law into the youth's brain. Boom! Waves erupted in Jinkuan's mind, nearly flipping his ocean of knowledge over. Clank! Clank! He could hear the sounds of the swords echoing. The laws turned into divine swords that started dancing in accordance with the variations of the soaring immortal sword art. These images truly embarrassed the youth. He realized that what he had learned in the past was a spectacle too horrible to endure. It had countless flaws from being incorrectly trained. As the saying goes, a tiny discrepancy can lead to a huge mistake. He found himself enlightened while slowly digesting this sword art and became a fan of one more saying: a single conversation across the table with a wise man is worth more than 10 years of reading. I'm truly grateful for your guidance, senior. He performed 9 full kowtows afterward. Li Qiye, of course, didn't react to this gesture. Jinkuan didn't dare to be greedy. Just this one sword art alone was enough for a lifetime, so he left. It didn't take long before a group of people started kneeling in the courtyard, all of the elders led by the schoolmaster himself. It turned out that after being taught by Li Chia, Li Jianquan's soaring immortal sword art became more profound than his master's version. After his master found out the details and carefully mused the new variations, the guy became red with embarrassment. He thought that he was hampering his own students' progress by teaching such a crappy version of this sword law. Thus, he also benefited from the new version and quickly reported this to the schoolmaster. It was Chen Weijing's turn to be shocked, and he summoned the elders again for this once-in-a-million-year opportunity. A wise master was staying in their sect, so it was time to seek help. That's why all of them were kneeling in Li Chia's place, wanting his guidance. When Jiehui and Jiding opened the gate early in the morning and saw the group kneeling there, they naturally became startled. Of course, they didn't dare to say anything either and only stood quietly to the side. Li Chia wasn't moved by this sight at all. Chen Weijing held his breath and kneeled soundlessly with the rest, awaiting for Li Chia's approval. Days passed by without any result. They showed their sincerity by continuing to kneel in the same spot. The sun changed to the moon and vice versa numerous times. One day, Li Chia finally opened his eyes. "Ancestor, please help us." Chen Weijing beseeched along with the elders. Chapter 2732, Li Chia gazed at the kneeling elders and said insipidly, short-sighted, once again, not grasping what's right in front while searching for the unreachable. Moundguard's Dao land is fully activated now and brimming with power. The legacies of the sages and emperors have mantras and runes everywhere. Go and listen to them, then you'll get what you deserve. Must I teach a bunch of old men step by step? Do I have to find a suitable merit law for each of you? Go search for your own grand Dao. Come back with actual questions if necessary, don't think about getting something for nothing. Li Chia was not impressed with the group. The elders exchanged glances and thought about it. They then nodded in agreement. Chen Weijing carefully mused about this and felt the same way. This was indeed the best chance to train hard after everything in their sect has awakened. Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. Weijing bowed first, then the rest followed suit. Though Li Chia didn't teach them, he had indeed pointed them on the correct path. They suddenly had a clear goal in mind. Chen Weijing, stay. Li Chia said as the group was leaving. Weijing was surprised and obeyed. The other elders became envious but still left in a respectful manner. Weijing became excited, not expecting to have the honor of having a solo audience with Li Chia. You're the master of Moundguard, possessing the highest cultivation in talents. Li Chia said. I'm not worthy of your praise, ancestor. Weijing bowed with his arms down straight. Don't be happy so soon. Li Chia said flatly, this means that you're responsible for Dao instruction and revitalization. The man was knocked back to reality and put on a bitter expression. His heart wanted to do all of that, but his abilities were limited. Today, I shall teach you the Dao, hoping that you will be able to uphold these responsibilities. Li Chia ended this with a finger flick. Buzz. Several Dao laws drilled into Weijing's mind. Boom. Several Dao chapters opened inside and created numerous waves. They wanted to fuse with his own grand Dao. Weijing was ecstatic since these particular chapters were the strongest merit laws he had cultivated. Other elders in the sect have trained with them too. Happiness was soon replaced with embarrassment upon the realization of the numerous mistakes he had committed when learning them. Li Chia's guidance allowed him to have a speedy enlightenment while opening a completely new door. He attained a whole new level of Dao comprehension and his power soared to the next step as well. Previous confusions and trouble with cultivation resulting in bottleneck got annihilated right away after reading these chapters. This was better than meditating for 1,000 years straight, an unbelievable harvest. He became more certain that Li Qie was their ancestor, someone from the ancient age with deep ties with the progenitor. Otherwise, how could Li Qie know their merit laws so perfectly? Alas, he didn't know that Li Qie was the most knowledgeable in the world when it came to his forefathers' grand Tao. He didn't need to look at the merit laws of Mount Guard. Just by looking at the foundation of the sect, he could derive every single merit law thanks to his own knowledge of the myriad Tao. Thank you for teaching me, ancestor, I will not let you down. He kowtowed after calming down to the sleeping man. He then respectfully performed a departure courtesy, not daring to make a sound lest he disturbs Li Qie. The sky and the earth turned upside down for Mount Guard after Li Qie's arrival. The elders and disciples didn't become experts in just one night or anything, just the dense energy found from top to bottom here. Everyone suddenly fell in love with training. Normally, they put in 80% effort, but now, they didn't hold anything back. Declination left them demoralized in the past, resulting in training in a lackadaisical manner. It has been a long time since they had a real expert or a genius capable of boosting their morale. Normally, the strongest member of the sect stopped at the true God realm. Few could actually go on to become ascenders. Just think about it, how could an actual good teacher come out from a sect like this? How could anyone motivate the student body? That's why many disciples here became satisfied with just becoming a true God. This was the same for the elders too. They thought that even if they tried for a lifetime, they wouldn't be able to go beyond this point. Becoming ascenders and eternals remained a pipe dream. This permeating pessimism made the atmosphere of Mount Guard stagnate compared to a real power. This all changed with Li Qie's arrival. Since they had such a powerful ancestor as their backing now, the elders, protectors, and hall leaders found hope for revitalization. The stimulated foundation allowed easier cultivation. The emergence of old relics and runes from the old sages gave everyone a good opportunity. Thus, everyone in the sect tried harder, aware that nothing like this would ever happen again. There was a sense of urgency and a need to rise up to the occasion. Moreover, they knew that if they didn't put in the effort, they wouldn't be able to potentially earn Li Qie's guidance either. The upper echelon, due to their age, trained far harder compared to the normal cultivators. They didn't want to stagnate at their current level forever without Li Qie's guidance. On the other hand, the young generation wasn't doing a bad job. Jiahui and Jiding had a positive impact on their motivation. In the past, numerous disciples were above them in terms of cultivation. Jiahui was especially worse. Alas, Jiahui's cultivation soared recently and surpassed her peers. However, she didn't become complacent at all and maintained the same work ethic. Her peers weren't willing to eat her dust forever, so they started trying harder as well. Chapter 2733, Time flew by while everyone was immersed in cultivation. It has been half a year since Li Qie's arrival. The entire sect has improved by leaps and bounds. For a few people, this period was equivalent to a 10-year-long session in the past, perhaps even longer. The upper echelon already had accumulation and experiences built up. They were stuck because of certain bottlenecks binding them down. Alas, with Li Qie's help and the Tao power coming from Mount Guard, they were able to reach the next level. The atmosphere and morale in Mount Guard were at an all-time high. People couldn't eat and sleep, albeit for a good cause, cultivating. Today, Schoolmaster Chen Weijing ran in and reported, "Ancestor, a patrolling envoy from 8 trigrams, Sir Fu is here." Li Qie was in a state of dormancy as always, seemingly not listening. "Sir Fu is here for the matter relating to the virtuous crown. I believe 8 trigrams will not let us have a sage, so they want to take the crown. Please make your decision, ancestor." Weijing was used to this and continued reporting. In the past, establishing the next sage was Mount Guard's business. Other great powers in Immortal Demon system weren't qualified to get involved. Alas, this was no longer the case. Mount Guard has fallen while the sage was responsible for greeting the next reincarnated form of everlasting forefather. Thus, this status and role were pivotal and highly regarded in the system. It represented the orthodox branch in Immortal Demon. However, as one of the strongest lineages in the system right now, 8 trigrams didn't have this role and the status of a main branch. Thus, the return of the crown tempted them. It wasn't hard for them to take it from the current Mount Guard either, hence the visit from this envoy. It's no big deal, let him come since he's here already. Li Qie spoke without opening his eyes. Ancestor, this envoy, is a third-level ascender. Wei Jing rubbed his palms together awkwardly. Remember, he was still the strongest in Mount Guard as a true god. He wouldn't be able to stop this envoy from forcefully taking the crown. No one else in the sect could either. That's why he had no choice but to report this to Li Qie since it was a big event. Push me out. Li Qie told Jiehui. Wei Jing became ecstatic. Li Qie's involvement meant that they would be able to keep the crown. The conference hall of Mount Guard was normally meant for high-level deliberations within the sect. Today, it was taken by a guest from 8 trigrams, an envoy whose responsibility was to patrol the various sects with the name, Fu Kuan. 8 trigrams immediately sent him here after receiving news about the crown. He brought along an elite group as well, making the kingdom's intention as clear as day. They clearly didn't want the next sage appointed to be from Mount Guard. Since the crown has returned, it should be taken to their kingdom. Only they were worthy of possessing an item of this level. Fu Kuan came with absolute conviction. Nothing was out of line in order to seize the crown, including murdering everyone here. An envoy wasn't that prestigious of a position, but it was very influential. Moreover, a third-level ascender like him shouldn't have any problem dealing with this tiny sect. One could easily see the disparity in power from this. The kingdom could casually send out any envoy and that would still be enough to sweep through Mount Guard. The kingdom itself was a behemoth in comparison. Fu Kuan sat in the main position that was meant for the schoolmaster. Of course, he didn't really give a damn since he could do whatever he wanted here. Around him were masters in uniforms with an aggressive aura. These were clearly battle-hardened combatants. This elite group used to be responsible for wiping out traitors in the kingdom. Fu Kuan sat there in an imperious manner, acting as if this was his own home. The dove has taken over the magpie's nest. The members of Mount Guard's upper echelon were obviously unhappy with his attitude. Alas, they weren't in a position to say anything. 8 trigrams could easily wipe them out. At this time, Wei Jing came in with Jiehui and Li Qie. The older members heaved a sigh of relief and celebrated inside. Their schoolmaster has successfully invited their ancestor to join this mess. The crown would never leave Mount Guard now. Fu Kuan watched the trio and narrowed his eyes. He coldly uttered, "Schoolmaster Chen, what do you think you're doing bringing this cripple here?" He didn't try to hide his feeling of superiority and lord it over Mount Guard's schoolmaster. "Envoy, this is our ancestor." Wei Jing restrained himself, thinking that this was his own fault for being weak. "Ancestor?" Fu Kuan glared at Li Qie and took a good look at him, finding that this was only a wheelchair-bound cripple. "Schoolmaster Chen, this nonsense can't trick me. Your sect announced that a reclusive ancestor of yours has returned and brought back the virtuous crown. That's why you will establish a new generation sage." Fu Kuan said. "Envoy, that sounds about right." Wei Jing replied. "I'm afraid that this deceitful attempt won't go as you plan when I'm around." "That's your new sage?" A little girl still wet behind the ears daring to call herself a sage. "Know your limits." Fu Kuan snorted and looked over at Jiehui. "To be exact, the crown on her head. That's the mythical virtuous crown." He has never seen the crown before, only thinking that it was his now. "Yes, envoy." Wei Jing knew of his malicious intent. He would have told Jiehui to hide if Li Qie didn't come along. "Humph, Schoolmaster Chen, your sect's action can be considered as lying to the people and disrupting the peace of immortal demon system, a serious offense. Fu Kun declared, hand over the virtuous crown in order to redeem your sect or face heavy punishments. Envoy, establishing the next stage is Mount Guard's responsibility and internal matter. We only need to report this to fellow sects, no need for anyone else to get involved. Wei Jing answered in a proper manner. This was indeed the case. No other sects were qualified to interfere with the sage appointment, not even the Longevity Hall. Schoolmaster Chen, watch what you're saying. Fu Kun retorted, the times have changed, your fallen sect has lost the qualification to hold the crown or establish a sage. To do so is merely insulting the title of sage. His eyes became fierce with a cold glint, be smart and hand over the crown, don't make this mistake. Wei Jing took a deep breath and put on a solemn expression, envoy, for millions of years now, the crown has always belonged to Mount Guard. The sage must also be from Mount Guard, no one can change this fact. Chapter 2734, Schoolmaster Chen, are you sure about your sect being able to keep this crown? Fu Kun's murderous intent escalated. Fu Kun's blatant threat changed the elder's expression. Envoy Fu, the virtuous crown is our defining inheritance. The sage is also our glory. Wei Jing took a deep breath and reminded, the great progenitor has made these rules. We're also the ones to greet him after each reincarnation cycle. This has been unchanging for millions and millions of years in immortal demon system, for it is the will of the progenitor. Wei Jing reminded Fu Kun that Mount Guard was law-abiding and had the proper status to do this. Schoolmaster Chen, don't wave a chicken feather as a token of authority. Fu Kun sneered, your fallen sect is no longer qualified to inherit the crown or establish the next sage. It is time for you to lay low, since rules are dead while people are living. They will be changed when no longer suitable. Do you wish to be lawless, envoy? Wei Jing's tone became serious, even going as far as changing the will of the progenitor. Are you not afraid of backlash from the rest of the lineages in immortal demon system? You overestimate the gravity of the situation. Fu Kun smiled, the world doesn't dare to criticize my kingdom. It is the greatest lineage in immortal demon now with full authority. We are the new orthodox branch and should inherit the various wills of the progenitor. And what about Everlasting Hall? Where do you think they stand, envoy? Wei Jing said. Fu Kun became frozen after hearing this, his expression changed. 8 trigrams was indeed the greatest kingdom in immortal demon and had plenty of military potentials. Alas, there was still one lineage they were wary of, Longevity Hall. Longevity Hall was the strongest and most mysterious lineage, the one truly possessing the reins of the system. The forefather was an elusive figure during his era, especially after many generations of reincarnations. People simply didn't know of his location. He allowed Longevity Hall to reign immortal demon and become his representatives. In other words, their orders were his orders. They maintained this supreme status for a long period of time. However, when the forefather stopped reincarnating, the hall also stopped caring about mundane matters and the external world. Nevertheless, it still had a pivotal status in the system and was still as strong as ever. As the hall became more and more aloof about politics, 8 trigrams took advantage of this and rose up. More often than not, they claimed to be the orthodox branch with full authority over the system. Of course, many great powers didn't recognize this claim of theirs. One couldn't refute their power, but if they wanted the status of the main branch, they must gain the consent of Everlasting Hall. Either that, or the destruction of the hall. All along, the kingdom remained wary of this mysterious power. This was another reason why they wanted the virtuous crown. With it came the appointment of the next sage, meaning that they would be one step closer to being the orthodox branch, or at least further legitimizing the claim. With that, maybe they would be able to challenge the hall's status in the system. Fu Kun assumed a cool expression again and threatened, "Schoolmaster Chen, I won't waste words with you any longer, so be smart now and reap the benefits. Otherwise, don't blame me for what's about to come. You will become the sinner of Mount Guard when it turns to ashes for making a terrible decision." He had tried numerous persuasive methods by this point, both hard and soft. It was time for him to take the virtuous crown away and bring it back to his kingdom. "Envoy Fu, you wish to take it by force." Wei Jing knew that this was coming but still became furious. "By force?" Fu Kun sneered and looked at the elders with disdain before staring at Wei Jing again. "Schoolmaster, only taking it will be showing mercy. If you even dare to try and resist, we'll massacre all of you. You take us as cowards?" An elder could no longer stay calm. Fu Kun continued, "I alone can take 10 and sweep through your sect. Come, try if you dare, see if you can handle one punch. You." This elder actually wanted to rush out, but the others held him back. The elders from Mount Guard had an ugly grimace, infuriated by the contempt. "Just a bunch of ants." Fu Kun ignored them and slowly raised his hand towards the schoolmaster. "Be obedient and hand the crown over or face destruction. Mount Guard coexists with the virtuous crown. There is no separating the two." Wei Jing's color changed from red to white before powerfully replying. "Fine, I'll see who from your sect will be able to stop me." Fu Kun snorted, ready to kill. He strutted forward and reached for the crown on top of Jiehui's head. Wei Jing tried to stop him, but it was too late. The former was only a true god while the other was a third-level ascender. He was inferior in both power and speed. Bam! Fu Kun's hand was pushed backward. He staggered one step back before staring straight at Li Qie. This cripple only flicked his finger and managed to stop him. "Who are you?" Fu Kun shouted. Li Qie didn't respond at all, not even bothering to open his eyes and look at him. This infuriated Fu Kun, being treated in this manner by a youth in this tiny sect. "Can't hide for much longer, let's see what you got. Men, cut him to pieces." He murderously threatened and gave the command. Clank! The elite standing to his sides unsheathed their blades. The group was versed in containment and takedown. They didn't hold anything back and unleashed waves of saber energy towards Li Qie. The snow-white flashes drowned him out, on the verge of mincing him to pieces upon contact. Alas, Li Qie was still sleeping in his wheelchair to the horror of the elders. "Watch out!" One of them shouted in astonishment. Chapter 27:35, The sharp waves of energy billowed and drowned out Li Qie. A gruesome outcome seemed inevitable. The elders and schoolmaster of Mount Guard were scared out of their mind. Jiehui standing nearby turned pale. She could sense the bone-chilling bite of these sabers, able to scrape the meat off the bones. In this split second, Li Qie pointed one finger at the sky and shattered the nearby space along with all laws. Pop! Space crumbled along with all the sabers slashing towards him. Next, the uniformed men were rendered to blood. The broken blades and pulverized men looked like shocking still images. The spectators became slack-jawed as a result. Just one finger strike crushed everything around him. Go to hell! Fu Kun attacked without any warning, slashing with both hands. The saber cut through space and appeared above Li Qie's head with lightning speed. Watch out! Wei Jing only reacted when the blade was mere inches away due to its immense speed. Clank! However, the spectators saw the image of the Li Qie holding it with two fingers. His eyes were still close, yet he didn't have any difficulty stopping it. The blade seemingly presented itself to him and wanted to be stopped. Activate! The alarmed Fu Kun exerted his true energy in order to pull his blade back. Alas, Li Qie's fingers remained steady like two rocks pressing together. He turned red from trying so hard to move it. He knew right away that the situation has gone sour and instantly retreated. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Clank! The saber shattered. He couldn't even make it out of the conference hall before a palm flies straight at him. Fu Kun roared and threw out all of his treasures at the same time while utilizing his strongest merit laws. Alas, these laws and treasures also crumbled, so he got captured by Li Qia's hand. Fu Kun felt so small after being captured, even though Li Qia looked like a cripple in that wheelchair. This man had more semblance to a sleeping behemoth from the primordial age. Its awakening could make the realms tremble. Li Qia finally opened his eyes and Fu Kun felt a ripple in space. The opening of his eyes meant daylight while their closing brought darkness to the world. Strangely enough, the darkness, in this case, wouldn't be that scary. The day was when the beast was at work to terrorize all inhabitants. Don't do anything crazy. The pale Fu Kun shouted, I am an envoy of 8 trigrams, you can't kill me, we have millions of true gods and 100,000 eternals, oh yeah. Li Qia insipidly remarked. This leisure tone of his scared the hell out of Fu Kun. He started begging, no, venerable ancestor, this lowly one was blind for offending you. I'm also a member of Immortal Demon System and also a descendant of yours, please spare my life. Fu Kun no longer gave a damn about face and reputation, only thinking about how to keep his life. Dying meant losing everything, so he conceded right away. Sorry, I don't have a descendant like you. Li Qia threw Fu Kun down on the ground and crippled his grand Dao and cultivation with one finger. No. Fu Kun screamed and became paralyzed, seemingly turning into a 100-year-old mortal. Losing his cultivation was more painful than dying. Scram. If I see you or anyone else from 8 trigrams around this part, no mercy will be shown. Li Qia declared before closing his eyes again. Fu Kun shuddered and crawled outside. Future prospects were grim, but at least he kept his life. He ran like a dog without a master out of mount guard. It wasn't easy for him to move around now after losing his cultivation, looking just like a mortal on his deathbed. No one in mount guard tried to stop him during the escape. Meanwhile, the elders in the conference hall still couldn't believe it. They knew Li Qia was strong, but he astounded them again. A third-level ascender still felt like an insect before him. Jiehui pushed Li Qia out of the hall while the rest stood there looking silly. That was dangerous. One elder regained his wits and was drenched in sweat. They glanced at each other while recalling how they offended Li Qia back then. If Li Qia didn't show mercy, all of them along with mount guard would have been obliterated. Everyone, we need to try harder to live up to the ancestors' expectations. We can't let him down. Wei Zheng concluded. Schoolmaster, don't worry, we'll muster up more courage to face anything for the sake of reviving the sect. A few of them guaranteed. Wei Zheng nodded and looked at the blood spots on the ground, get someone to clean this. As he was leaving, he felt an unprecedented excitement. If their sect couldn't rise up under Li Qia's protection, then it really deserves whatever fate awaits it. Li Qia's divine intents were still occupied with refining that monstrous existence. The guy wasn't even at his peak state yet, fully destroying him remained an arduous task despite the help of the primordial wills. Keep in mind that these wills were insanely strong. Progenitors couldn't handle their destructive power and would be rendered to ashes in no time. Yet, this existence was holding on strong. Of course, Li Qia wasn't in a hurry either. He had plenty of time to destroy the guy and take everything from him. That would be quite a harvest. Moreover, this process gave Li Qia a deeper understanding of these existences. This was only the beginning. The future was full of challenges. Numerous monsters were still looking down on the helpless inhabitants of the realms. He needed to know everything about his enemies before the final battle in order to come out victorious. Inside his Tao heart, the existence didn't sit there awaiting death. He launched several resistances in order to stop the suppression. Unfortunately, Li Qia's Tao heart and primordial wills proved to be an unbreakable prison. Chapter 2736. Today, the slumbering Li Qia suddenly woke up and summoned Qin Weizheng. The sudden call surprised the unaware Weizheng. He immediately dropped all matters and ran over. "Ancestor, I'm ready for your command." Weizheng kneeled before Li Qia. "We're taking a trip to Reincarnation Mountain City." Li Qia looked at him and ordered. "To Reincarnation Mountain?" Weizheng didn't expect this at all. Though Reincarnation Mountain was still an immortal demon system, it was very far away from Mount Guard. "May I ask, why do you need to go there?" "Perhaps I can be of assistance," Weizheng hurriedly said. Li Qia hasn't moved or got up from his wheelchair after all this time. Weizheng actually thought that Li Qia's physical body was done for and he couldn't walk again. The journey to Reincarnation Mountain was far and it would be very inconvenient. If possible, he would like to make the trip himself in Li Qia's stead. Just for a look. Li Qia stared at the distant with a strange expression, seemingly in remembrance. Perhaps something far away was summoning him. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and said, "Not just me, pick 7 disciples to take along. The warmth in the house can't groom exceptional flowers. In order to become a sky-blotting tree, one needs to experience the rains and winds. It's time for them to see the immensity of the world and train." Of course, it would be faster for Li Qia to go alone. However, he wanted to take advantage of this leisure time to train these disciples. He wouldn't have the chance and the time after crushing the existence in his mind to help them train. "I understand, I will carry it out right away." Weizheng became excited and bowed. He knew that his ancestor was a supreme master. To be escorted by a being like this was the best thing possible, the best opportunity for training. These disciples were lucky to have this chance. "Ancestor, I'm afraid this will take some time because we don't have the abilities to go there nor the means to enter the ancient battlefield for training." He calmed down and thought about something else. Mount Guard no longer had the true stones to support the long journey to Reincarnation Mountain through their Tao portal. Traveling through this vast world is also training. The Tao heart will be polished as well. Li Qia said. "I understand, I will make preparations." Weizheng bowed. He went to pick the right disciples and figure out the logistics for the trip. After finding out about this potential trip, not to mention the youths, even the elders and protectors became excited. Everyone knew that those heading out will become the future pillars of Mount Guard. Most importantly, they would be lucky enough to learn from the ancestor himself. Just one word of advice from him was better than a century of hard training. Just like that, these elders and protectors rushed to the schoolmaster to give him their recommendations, hoping that their most excellent disciple would be able to follow the ancestor. However, Weizheng deliberately tried to be as partial as possible and only based his selections on certain criteria. Eventually, he picked 7 after many rounds. Of course, Gu Jiahui was the first to be selected. She climbed up the divine mountain on top of being chosen as the sage by Li Qia. No one was more qualified than her. Plus, he would have picked her either way because she has always been serving Li Qia. Most importantly, she was the one who brought him back. This act was a great contribution to the sect. Next was Zhao Zhiding. She wasn't the most exceptional disciple either in the sect, but her cultivation had improved tremendously, surpassing many peers in the process. Thus, she had boundless potential on top of always being with Li Qia and Jiahui. She deserved a spot on the roster. The third was their first brother, Li Jianquan. This choice was obvious because he had the best talents and cultivation among the young generation. He was more mature and deliberate with his actions as well. Of course, he was extremely happy and grateful after being selected. He had wanted to kill Li Qia in the past and offended him in the conference hall once. However, the ancestor didn't hold a grudge, having taught him a merit law in the past and now selecting him for this. He felt that this was a truly benevolent act. 4 more excellent disciples were chosen. Among them was the sect's youngest junior sister. All were more than happy because they have seen Jiahui's improvements after being taught by the ancestor. They were aware of the potential lifelong benefits. Wei Jing then reported to Li Qie after preparing everything. The group then left Mount Guard for Reincarnation Mountain. Wei Jing personally led the way at a normal pace. The juniors were as excited as possible because this was their first long trip away from home. Moreover, with their ancestor around, they felt that everything was possible, the sky's the limit, and that they were heroes going on a journey. Unfortunately, this excitement didn't last long. It was the second day and Li Qie stopped near a valley. Go, kill your way in. Don't bother coming back out if you can't make it to the snake lair. Li Qie gave the valley a quick glance before closing his eyes. The valley was quite large with an ominous aura. Hisses could be heard from the poisonous serpents of varying sizes. Bones scattered in this place too. Who knows if they belonged to humans or wild beasts. The group felt their scalp tingling at this scene, for it was their first facing such a dangerous location. Ancestor, this snake valley is relatively notorious. I don't think the 7 of them can handle it. Wei Jing's heart skipped a beat. It wouldn't be a problem for him at all, but these 7 couldn't handle it. Alas, Li Qie seemed to be asleep in his wheelchair already. Li Jianquan's group exchanged glances and shuddered. In the end, Jiahui's Dao heart was the firmest and she wasn't afraid at all. Let's go, maintain a good formation, not too far but not too close either. She was the first to come in. Come, don't lose each other. Jianquan didn't want to falter behind and commanded. SSS. A serpent naturally lunged towards the invaders. Jiahui was fearless, unlike the rest of the group. Kill them. Her sword cut through this snake with lightning speed. SSS. More snakes came from all directions. Take them down. Li Jianquan roared and joined his junior sister. Blood started gushing everywhere. Though these snakes were relatively tough, they weren't a match for powerful cultivators like the group. The team heaved a sigh of relief after killing all the snakes. Boom! This feeling didn't last long. A snake as big as a dragon slithered out from the valley's depth. It crushed the trees in its path and made rocks fly everywhere. It towered before the group just like a mountain. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.